Woo!
Oh, wow, there's some nifty new updates in my bot now. It says when the next ad is coming. That's kind of neat. Huh. Well, I bet you that's more accurate than Twitch. So goal, which I will update right now. The previous goal was, oh, also Twitch chat, you can say hi YouTube if you want. It said, the previous one was indirect combat library at war with goblins and another dwarf faction. Same world as Slaprock, different faction. Okay, so Subtle Scribe was that fort. And that fort became a necromancer stronghold. Goal for this fort is to reverse Unocard that. So I think saying take down Subtle Scribe is maybe a bit harsh, but fight back against Subtle Scribe? And I'll note down what year this fort starts once we figure that out, because I can't remember what year it is. And then last fort. There you go. Okay, so last fort and goal have been updated. Who's that over there? It's a comment with a steel chair. Also, Merc, I see that. You'd like my woodcutter. You're assuming I'm gonna have wood? That's very brave of you. Let's start a new fort in an existing world. Okay, so this is probably the height. This one, 3 forts, Evil Arc. And also, for those of you who missed it, if you go to my Discord and you go to the DF Save sharing room, I uploaded the Subtle Scribe file. So if you would like a save file from yesterday of this world to, like, I don't know, read legends in or mess around in, or if you just want to fire the cannons a bit, you can do that. It's just in the DF Save sharing room. You'll be one of my miners? Okay. You just don't want to be the guy in charge. I get it. Is there anything I should look at Legends mode in? A farm fort. Not really. It's not really the plan. But most forts have farms. The plan is to just kind of fight back against Subtle Scribe, right? So we're going to be poking around for a little bit here and looking for some good places to embark in the general vicinity. You might have been bopping your head along at the chair at work while listening to me. Oh, there you go. I hope. So in adventure mode, you can like dance, right? You can just like start singing randomly. I hope it has different music that plays when you just start dancing. Because if it plays different music when you just start dancing, you bet your ass I'm gonna give chat the ability to make me just dance in inappropriate places. Because that's one of the best things about adventure mode is just doing inappropriate things at the wrong time. Okay, so the rack of lobsters is centered here, but stretches up into this area as well, which is kind of interesting. Oopsies. And the rack of lobsters is at war with Mild Fortress. Also, apparently the volcano's called the Abated Ash. That's a great name. So now we have some fun, which is, let's figure out where we're going to settle next. Whoa. This ocean is untamed wilds. Huh. What's the elevation like? It's a bit tame. That's a major river? How did I not see this? Oh no, sorry, minor river. I was like, major river? What? I mean, it's still a river. There is the shore. I mean, yeah, so beaches are considered ocean. I'm kind of down with the Untamed Wilds ocean. Stream. So it's the same as on land, right? So calm, you're just gonna run into like rabbits, right? Bunny rabbits, or chinchillas, like small creatures. Wilderness, you're more likely to get things like larger animals like bears, tigers, crocodiles, you know, hippopotamus, that kind of thing. Of course, you could run into anything anywhere, but you're much more likely to run into those. And if you... Yeah, I don't care about visitors. Visitors are not something that currently concern me with this particular fortress. If you are... Speaking of areas that would be fun, this area would be fun, but we'll talk about that a bit. And then if you are on a Untamed Wilds area, you get wildlife agitation, which means the wildlife will just attack you periodically with the agitated, like, kind of thing. Like, what's the word? The wildlife gets agitated and attacks you. And then if you are, also, then the other thing that could happen in Untamed Wilds is you could get giant variants of animals, which doesn't really happen anywhere else. So this is kind of exciting of a prospect. Which is also something I noticed kind of recently. This is kind of an exciting of a prospect. This is a joyous wild mountain. This is a haunted mountain. I think this could be fun. This is a very steep biome shift right there, too. I think we might do some test embarks in this area. Because I think Joyous Wilds could be fun. Much more interested in the Joyous Wilds, though, than the haunted area. Also, speaking of areas that... Ooh, maybe not. Maybe that wouldn't be fun. Yeah, no, there's too many small mountains there. What about up in here? Let's just take a peek around the edges of this. That's kind of a weird... I wonder if there has to have been, like, a dried-up river there, because it's so much lower than everywhere else. This could be fun right here. Like this forest down here, Untamed Wilds into Joyous Wilds. That's just a brook, but that might be a waterfall. No, it's not. Let's do a test embark right here. I just want to see what this area would look like. You're going to get auto-reviving unicorns? Well, I'm going to do a couple test embarks first, which is just you click play now and then sit here. And then this happens. And then you unpause, like, you know, normal people do. And you pause again. Are those... Wow. And starting off with camels. Look at that. You know, I'm always tempted to, like, do partial embarks, but one of the reasons I don't like doing partial embarks is you don't get the special grass. And it's like, I wouldn't get the special grass if I did this, so it wouldn't even look like a good biome, even though it's Joyous Wilds. Like, this is Joyous Wilds, but, like, you'd never notice. Because it's just a, you know, a mountain. What kind of animals are here? Yaks and peregrine falcons. Well, that's kind of underwhelming. Hunted is the evil level for the evil biome. It's a leprechaun mount? What, a yak is a leprechaun mount? I don't need an aquifer, Dershland, but also it's good to see you. It's been a minute. I don't really need an aquifer, but aquifers can be helpful. We're gonna peek around a little bit though. Also, something that I find that's weird about crossing over multiple biomes, like specifically like Haunted and Joyous Wilds, is I find you either get one or the other. Like, I've done it a couple times and tried it a couple times, and I'll either get just the creatures from the Joyous Wilds or just the creatures from the Untamed Wilds. Get up my glasses, hold on, I need to go get a microfiber cloth. One of these days, I will remember to stop washing these glasses. This shirt. Specifically this shirt, just like, I don't know what it does. It just greases up my glasses instead of cleaning them. Because it's like cotton or something. And every couple days, not able to keep up with chat. Well, it's good to see you, regardless. All right, let's just jump. Nope, we're not playing the Emerald Irons. They have 460 dwarves. They're still alive. To see. Okay, well, that was where we were just now. What other places do we have? There's kind of a lot of options around here that could be fun. I mean, there's also all of the, like, just straight Untamed Wilds areas. Like, there's some pretty neat spots up here. This area is really cool. But, just like, can I even do an embark that's wide enough for this? Okay. I could bridge over into this. Now that's suddenly very tempting. This is a completely unpopulated Joyous Wilds. No, I don't think I would build the bridge. I would just make an embark, because as long as there is a fortress bridging the gap, we could just be like, yeah, that's a bridge anyways. And then I'd be able to travel across, because as long as there's a fortress bridging that gap, then it's considered part of the land now. What does Joyous Wilds do? Well, that's interesting. Here, let's find out. What's the elevation like around here? Is there any elevation bits? Or any cliffs or inclines? I mean, that's all ocean, right? Yep. Think like around here there was one. Up here a little bit. So Joyous Wilds is basically the Untamed Wilds equivalent for good biomes, meaning instead of, you know, getting giant, I don't know, hippopotamuses, you'll get like unicorns and other things. Let's just see what kind of animals show up when I plop down into here. Like, way up here. That's a pretty cool spot. Although I'm not seeing the good grass, which is a bit sad. Kind of hoping for good grass. We have to look around a little bit more for good grass. What do we have on the map? See, unicorns. Also giant sponges. Snapping turtles. An alligator. Not bad. For trees, there are feather trees. So that could be fun. Rivers going into hills like that are so cool. Yeah, no, I agree. Embark site preview, it's coming with adventure. Wait, really? Where is that confirmed? I don't think I've seen that. That's interesting. That's true. I mean, I use adventure mode to explore possible embarks, but... yeah, I mean, if it's something that's confirmed, that's neat. I just don't recall seeing that anywhere. That or I just glazed over it, which is possible. Certainly it wouldn't be the first time I've done something like that. Just completely missed something obvious. The the OP bin and bed material. I also like using feather woods as wheelbarrows. I never use them as beds, but I do use them for wheelbarrows because, and also barrels, because wheelbarrows, they're so light that when the dwarves carry them to the drop-off point, they just like throw them above their head and they walk at normal speed. There's no like slowdown, which is awesome. So I kind of only want to embark into this area if I'm gonna get the fancy grass. Nickel, wow, what a thing. Silver and lead, flux, silver, copper. Kind of would want silver, copper. Like if I were to do like this. Oh, that has salt water. That's interesting. It's fine. See what that looks like. I just want to find an area that has like the good biome grass, which this also doesn't. Because the good biome grass is like purple blue, and that has giant ravens, which are kind of terrifying. Sitemap visuals on Embark. Oh, okay. So what that is that's okay. So you know the big red squares where you're not allowed to embark. Those big red squares are going to look like the city layouts that they are, and not like, you know, big red squares. I think that's what that's referring to. Like, I'm pretty sure that, yeah, because it lets you see the site map in graphics. So, like, when you're running around in adventure mode and you're traveling around in the overworld, you see the city layouts. Yeah, like in the adventure mode trailer. Yeah, so actually, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. But, like, the little graphics with the roads and the little walls. And in theory, you'd see those for your fortresses as well. And Tarn said something about, I think in Future of the Fortress at some point, where it was like, they're going to see if they can take the minimap data to make sitemaps for your fortresses, but they're not entirely certain that that would work. So it's not like you will see exact layouts or previews, but it'll just make the Embark screen look a lot better, basically. Because you're on the beta. So swap from the beta to the main branch, because the beta doesn't get updated to the main branch. So if you're on the beta branch, jump back to the main branch, because the beta branch is no longer being used. That's a major river. That's a completely different type of thing, but would also be interesting. Basically the few kind of ideas I have for this fortress is like kind of one of two things. Either we are running from Subtle Scribe and like trying to rebuild the fortress elsewhere, or we're taking the fight to them. If we're taking the fight to them, then I will probably settle in this area, maybe as far away as up here, probably not on another volcano. Although, you know, I think we previewed this one last time, right? You know, it's funny, I'm like, probably not another volcano. Now I'm looking at it and going like, you know, like, wouldn't it be real fun to just like fight fire with fire? What about the middle of the ocean volcano? It's truly the lonely island, is what we would call that one. But yeah, I'm kind of like in two minds. Oh, that's a pretty cool river. Garlic Hustle is the name of this river? Oh my god, this is just everybody who doesn't know how to cook the river. Man, I'm looking forward to that sequel to Kung Fu Hustle. Fight them with wooden weapons? Nah, just like dump lava on their heads. Or drop them into lava. Wait, kobold neighbors in the volcano? You are correct. It's a goblin fort. East, you say? It's got to be one of these, right? It's chat. We just found Whiskey Pride. If that's the tower that I would found, I think I founded that tower myself. That's my tower. I made that tower. It's right next to beer power. I don't know. God, there's so many towers down here. Holy shit. Actually, hold on. Does this river have any fun elevation changes? Not really. So basically, yeah, these all show town layouts, and these would show like the monastery layouts. What this? Looks, it's funny. Like it looks like a major river, but the game's like, nope, that's a stream. So yeah, that's the little good island that I was looking at. Well, it's good to see you, Groot. Hello. Also, shoutouts to FG for the very large raid that we got earlier today, as well as everybody who's tuning in for this upcoming mess. Okay, so these mountains are untamed wilds. Let's just kind of skim around these mountains, see what we got. Anything interesting? So basically, I'm feeling like either Joyous Wilds, Untamed Wilds, or some haunted-ish thing is kind of what I'm feeling. Because, you know, we've done a lot of very safe embarks recently. And I think it would be fun to do something a bit different. Is kind of how I'm feeling. Because the last fort we did was calm. Which, you know, it was calm. That is all I can really say. Like, there is part of me, like, I don't particularly care about visitors. There is part of me that's just tempted to settle, like, all the way down on the, like, Untamed Wilds Ocean and just settle entirely on a beach and have, like, basically do like this, you know? Here, I'll do another quick test embark just to kind of show you what I mean. Like, as far this way as it'll let me. And then just do play now. You like haunted / joyous? No, totally. Oh, wow, that's fun. The ocean freezes. Ooh. Oh, that would be dangerous. But like something like this, you know, is kind of what I'm thinking. Because like, what kind of animals are here? I don't really. Ooh, Osprey Woman. Madame. Boat Fort? Yeah, I know something like that. Yeah. So I don't know. I guess I'm just kind of open to ideas. Because, like, obviously chat wants me to do something that's going to, like, challenge me, right? Because you guys like to watch streamers suffer. You're headed to bed, Sentient? All right, well, we'll see you in 8 hours, yeah? And Nimlark, hello. Good day. It's good to see you. Garlic Hustle does sound like a really good takeout place. Quick chat, what kind of food would Garlic Hustle make? Only Wrestlers Fortress. A question. For your only Wrestlers squads, do you give them shields? Because Wrestlers with shields, hysterical. Really good hummus. Okay. Thai, Italian, sure. Cheap Italian food. Because to me, Garlic Hustle, I'm going the hummus route. To me, Garlic Hustle is like pita bread with like a selection of toppings, and it's a food truck. It's like a pita bread food truck with like 15 different types of like hummus and a shit ton of garlic. It's just like you go up, it's like you pay for your pita and then like you just put what you want on it. I want that to exist now. Give them a loincloth and put them up against a blind clave ogre? You are a brutal fortress overseer, my friend. Ukrainian fusion. Oh, just like Ukrainian. Ooh, actually. You know, I found a pierogi food truck once, and I'm still kicking myself that I didn't go up and eat it. Because it looked so good. Oh. I mean, you could, like, fight the goblins and steal their masks. What's this? Temperate freshwater lake. Okay. Because Garlic Hustle is this river. But it's calm. I don't really want to be on a calm river. But that's just such a funny name for a river. Yeah, this whole area is calm. Actually, how far does Garlic Hustle go? Still Garlic Hustle. Rent Rancor. I would like to rent a Rancor. Thanks for asking. Okay, so this is Garlic Hustle going down this way. And then, okay, then it becomes a stream. I think that's where it springs from. Nope, okay, never mind, it continues. Although this might actually be the beginning of it. So Garlic Hustle does eventually move into the Untamed Wilds, and it connects to another spring there. Goes up this way. All right, so we could actually settle on Garlic Hustle, just not on the steepest areas, or not the most interesting areas of it, where it's a major river. This is like a river that kind of goes nowhere. Burden blunted. Oh boy. Want to be blunted with your burdens. What's this? The dignified chips. Iron, silver, copper, lead. That'd be a good spot for just like normal. Ooh, actually, hold on. I need to see how steep this is. Subtle scribe is high above the clouds. Yeah. All right, I could see that. This is probably a ludicrously tall map. Yep. That's a very big mountain. Just do not arrive by caverns. Oh, for deep embarks? You gotta remember that if you're doing things like deep embarks, you are using DF hack to hack the game. So the game is doing a thing that it's not designed for. Giant wild boars are pretty rad. Flatten the mountain. We've done that before. It takes years. Also, that's not the coolest mountain layout, and I'm not a huge fan of the way the bridge looks, or the creek's like spring looks at the bottom. Yeah, I mean, that's what I do for deep embarks. Like, if I want to do a deep embark, it's just like, if I want to cheat, I could just use reveal all and then unreveal, just to like figure out where that first cavern layer is, and then just dig directly down to it in a convenient way, and then just play from there. That's how I do deep embarks, because then things work properly. It's also the way the game was designed to be made, or played rather, at least in its current iteration. But you know, apparently I forgot to link the Kit Fox video in my video. Whoops. Still enlisted? Oh, still enlisted. Okay. The buildable bridge to the mainland? I mean, we could do a bridge for it if that's something people want. Kind of peeking around, seeing what else. Ooh. I'm curiosity is getting the better of me right now. I have bad news for Merc. If glaciers are your fave. Curious how deep this map is. 129. How tall is it? 27. Are we there, Yeti? Not exactly what I was hoping for. Let's give it a second and see what else shows up. I will say this would be really hard to look at. I like the idea of glaciers, but I feel like looking at them is tricky because they're so bright. Troglodytes choose a random child to follow for eternity? Eternity? You mean till they die? Why wouldn't you stop them from following your children? You know, another thing that garlic hustle sounds like to me is a fake kitchen working out of the back of like like a ghost kitchen, basically, is another thing that I could see garlic hustle being. Like just a fake place that works out of the back of an Italian place. It's hiking trips in Norway and Canada. I can't see shit. It's so bright. Yeah, and why is the inside of my nose sunburnt? The part of hiking and camping in the forest that in the winter or up a mountain in the winter that people don't think about when they've never done it is why is the inside of my nose sunburnt? Well, we need vampires to hunt, and I will be honest with you, I've seen 0 vampires in this world so far. Well, I saw 1 in the very first fort we did in this world, and it's been a while, so being a vampire hunter fort would be a bit redundant if we don't have an army of vampires to go after. Nothing like dark kitchens making food for Uber Eats. Yeah. This is the most YouTube comment I've ever seen before. Can you eat the feet? Should I respond with the honest response or just leave it alone? Because the actual response to that question about adventure mode is no, but you can lick them. That's the actual truth. Like, can you eat the feet? Well, no, but you can lick them. Because if you try and eat like a limb in adventure mode, it's just like you lick the thing. Do it. Give in to the intrusive thought. You know, I'm just gonna. You guys can do that. If you guys want to go answer that question, you can. You know, I know you guys are all like, but you can't get visitors. I really like this area right down here. Come on, I'm not seeing the tower as neighbors. Maybe it's a destroyed tower. Pocket Glass, you need. I have news for you. You need to change your username to Yakaglass, or Glassayak, or Bakayak or something. Because it went out via email. There's the link. That should be the link to the Kit Fox video. Yep. They literally just unlisted it, like within the last couple minutes, because I just opened it up a second time and it's unlisted. So it's on the Kit Fox YouTube channel. Is it possible? On Twitch? Yeah. You can change your name every 6 months. But it takes a while for your name to become usable again. Ooh, there's papayas. Love me some papayas. Kind of a neat area. I realize it's a lake, and I don't care too much about visitors. Okay, let's unpause this. This is 3 untamed wilds and 3 untamed wilds biomes. Oh, those are some absolute units. And slightly less than absolute. Oh, this is just like the map of absolutes. We got elephants, giant hippos, and also hippos. Huh. It's like the lake flooded the river. That's that's a thick boy right there. Can you train more hippos? Because if you can, I don't think I've ever done that. I don't like this wagon placement, though. So I've gotten a no and a yes. Yes, no? I'm just gonna dwarf wiki. I don't trust you guys. Giant hippo. I'm leaning no. They're not hunting or war trainable. So, no, you can't. However, the soap industry would be off the charts. How much fat do they make? That's the real question. That's not as much fat as I thought. 65 to 93. I know that they're grazers, yeah. So they would be annoying as all piss to raise, but yeah, good glass. All right, so hold on a second, Baka. I have to update your name in my bot real quick so that you can... Actually, Baka, type in ! tickets. Let's see if it just does it automatically. Because the bot's been trying to do that for a bit. Hippos aren't grazers. I should have just finished reading the wiki instead of trusting chat. Okay, there you go. I will update your thingy then. You know what's kind of amazing? If I go search through my... Okay, so it should be updated now. Once I... I'm trying restarting my bot, because it says that it's auto-updated. I will just restart my bot and see if that works. Well, this is a neat spot. I do quite like these animals. I think I'm going to explore around the edges of this lake a little bit. Which also means that investments just reset because I restarted the bot. Otherwise, I'll update it later when I remember. But I do quite like that lake. But what if Subtlescribe sends a necromancer who revives a giant hippo? Then we deal with that. So hippo is just a giant pig. Like in Dwarf Fortress? Or in real life? Because I would say no. And also kind of no, but mechanically, yeah. That would be a question for Tarn. And also because I don't think that they're human-animal hybrids. I think they're just intelligent animal creatures. Because they're called intelligent wilderness creatures, right? So they're just more evolved animals, I guess. I don't think they're specifically human-animal hybrids. But also, I don't know, all this shit's made up, so it doesn't matter. I want to say thank you for turning on to Solash. It's been a minor obsession the past bit. Well, hell yeah. I'm glad that you've been enjoying that little game. So that little lake was down here. And because it is all Untamed Wilds, this whole area is the area where all that, like, where all those hippos and elephants probably would be. Like, going up this way, basically. Meaning, I probably don't even need to settle on that. Actually, I'll bet you this grassland is where those elephants are coming from. I'll bet you that these grasslands are where those elephants are coming from. Because elephants live in grasslands, don't they? It's interesting. The further this way you go, the hotter it gets. Just kind of mostly, I'm poking around for a few things. I'm just looking around for areas that seem interesting, but also areas that have interesting animals showing up, which is why I keep doing those test embarks. Because I feel like having an idea of what you're gonna get, you know, the game like gives us some information, but not enough to be certain at this point. I might as well just be certain. Because like we're settling close to this anyway, we know that much. You know, we could also try these areas. This is that area by the ocean that I was talking about that's Untamed Wilds. Let's try this. What if there are giant okay, fine, we'll try. We'll try that area. What if there are giant elephants? What if? I mean, I could settle here. Let's just... Whoa. Chat, I found another fun, stupid spike embark. Let's see what this looks like. Something with giant sperm whale. It's another willy tall mountain. I kind of hate the way the bottom of it looks, though. That's ugly as all hell. What's on the map? What's on pause? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What's on the mountain? Ravens. Boo! Boring. Teacup elephants? Oh boy, wrong button. I went to go scroll down and I clicked the save file. You're just reminding me of Spy Kids now. You've been looking for those mountain cliffs for so long, what the hell? They're kind of everywhere, you just need to know how to spot them. People who know, Disco. Hippo means horse, hippopotamus means river horse. I have a question. What language? This is a blistered metal training spear. That is a oxymoron, because metal spear, not training spear. Maybe it's stating that you get blisters when you train with it. Latin, Greek? Okay. Huh. I gotta say, hippo, weirdest looking horse I've ever heard of. Ever. Period. Like, genuinely, that's one of the weirdest looking horses I've ever seen. Okay. Let's peek around in here. So the way I found that, for clarity, if you go to elevation, see this right here, where it's dots and then big mountain spikes? That's how you find those elevation jumps. Like, this would be another one. Not quite as sheer. This would be another one. This would be another one. Whoops. Right here. Oops, I'm in the wrong spot. Over here, yeah. So all these, like, areas where it goes from being, like, dark gray to just being speckles, those are the stupidly steep cliffs. And that's the highest possible elevation, but I don't see any that go up that high. This might be a reasonable spot right here. Or actually, let's try this. I'm just kind of curious as to what this looks like. I kind of thought we'd have like a little mountain in the middle. Oh, we kind of do. There's this. I actually really like this. This is nice, but this is just... Yep. Yep. it's a very tall mountain, that. Kind of an ugly one, though. Also just ravens. No interesting animals in these areas. Let's see if we can go to some more of those flatter areas. Because I like that area around that lake. Those elephants and hippos were cool. Sure, definitely. Sorry, that makes sense with the hippogriff stuff. If you've never fallen down the rabbit hole of medieval and older animal descriptions and pictures, it's definitely worth doing. The most recent thing I did with that was when Total War Troy came out, there was like this pseudo scandal of like, oh, Total War Troy's out, but like all of the enemy fight, because like I went and got it because it was free, right, when it came out, and I kind of like a Total War game every now and again, so I played a bit of it, and I remember the controversy being, oh, in Troy, like the legend says that there was minotaurs and whatnot. Well, in the game, they're not minotaurs. They're soldiers with bullhead, like wearing like bull skins. And it's like, well, that's probably what they actually were, right? Like theoretically, like historically, that would probably be what those soldiers were. And then it was just crazy people with absolutely absurd amounts of PTSD running around saying, I got attacked by a bull man. But like, historically, that's kind of fascinating because, like, you know, what did you actually see? Did you see a bull man, or were you just extraordinarily stressed out in a very scary situation being chased by a man wearing the head of a bull? I think both of those things are equally terrifying, personally. I think this could be a really neat little spot. This tiny little freshwater lake. The Jungle of Beauty. Let's try this area. Because we get a little bit of this mountain, which has iron in it. A little bit of a lot of things. Let's take a look at this. I'm not too worried about visitors, so. Oh, absolutely, yeah. I absolutely got attacked by a real bull man. Wow, that is ugly looking. Sometimes river connections just look odd. But I'm curious about wildlife in the area. What's up, Warwick? Well, so the giant hippos seem to be pretty consistent. That's giant alligators. Also giant flies. So just like normal flies in the Canadian mountains. It's good to know that the giant hippos are pretty consistent throughout this region, though, because it means that it doesn't really matter where I settle. We're gonna die horribly. But also, it doesn't really matter where I settle. We have consistent animals, and that's cool. I think that's really cool, actually. That's obsidian? How deep does this map go? What? Hold on. So it's 40. That is a thin fucking map. Chat, I'm gonna do a thing, because I'm way too fucking curious. Okay, so first cavern layer is on layer 20. Wow, that is an open cavern. I'm not gonna settle right here, but like, wow, that is an open cavern. Cavern 2 is right beneath it, directly beneath it. There's a volcano there. Wait, wow, okay. That is extremely shallow. Huh. I don't want to settle here because of how ugly this is. What's that one tile of water? One tile of water. What one tile of water? I mean, this triangular thing? It's three rivers converging in a weird shape. Oh, the gem pocket. Yeah, it was that was a Kinder Surprise fun egg. But because I'd done reveal all, we could see things we weren't supposed to see. You love the triangle? I mean, if you want this map, you can go download it. It's on my Discord, in the DF Safe sharing room. What's up, Clint Bet? You've caught a live stream. Congratulations. Congratulations. You had desert surface at 12. If you want really thin embarks, like, if you mess with your cavern settings, you can get, like, really shallow embarks. In the advanced world gen stuff. You only had, did you do that intentionally? Like, did you generate a world specifically for that, or did you just have an embark like that? That's weird. That is really weird. That's maybe the weirdest thing about that entire, like, embark then. It's not the depth thing that's weird, it's the fact that you only had one cavern. That is bizarre. It'd be even better if it was like a tutorial spawn. Just like continuously proving that the Dwarf Fortress is not a great game for procedural tutorials. But, you know. And you know it was Cavern 3 because it had crawling hands and bloodthorn everywhere? Gotcha. Yeah, no, I mean, I believe you. I'm a Cavern level 3 thing. So this was that where I just settled. In fact, I was down one of these areas. So I'm currently, after a little bit of exploring, I'm leaning Untamed Wilds in this region. What do you think? Because, like, we could do something on a good biome, but it would be on a mountain, so we wouldn't get the trees if it was over here. I don't really want to settle on that island. This glacier's kind of fun, but it would just be kind of white. It would just be bright looking. Kind of hard on my eyes to look at the surface. I mean, we could try and, like, look around these terrifying areas, too. That's actually kind of a cool major river, but it's just wilderness. God damn it. This is all calm. You know, is a sucker for a natural waterfall. Who isn't, though? Like, truthfully. I mean, I'll say this. This lake is so shallow. I'm also a little nervous about the fact that there's a tower right there, but it doesn't say that it's my neighbor's. Like, that's a little odd. I will say, because of how shallow this lake was down here, I could probably just, like, make it go through the caverns. You'd vote not the terrifying? Last Fortress was calm. So that's my only real desire, is something that isn't calm. How about this? Like, right there. It's like a little, ooh. Ooh. Ooh, I like this. Again, it goes to -3, starts on 41. Here's an idea for a fort. Here's an idea. Just like a little construction pitch for you guys, right? You know, we could just dig into the side of this and dig around in this obsidian, right? How about we build down to the caverns, because we know that they're really shallow. Blah, blah, blah. We know that they're really shallow. And then we build this into an artificial waterfall that we use as a front door in the caverns. Also, let's unpause and see what animals are here, because it's actually going to be a hippopotamus fall if there's giant hippos, which I'm down for. That's fine, but giant wolverines? Place is cursed. Hey, Bob, you pretty much. Also, giant mosquitoes. This place truly is cursed. Giant Hippo v Crundle Thunderdome. I'm just gonna try and find the perfect embark on that little lake, because I quite like it. The problem is like resources are real bad there. Keep your dogs inside pretty much, yeah. Trap it and turn it into a doggy. Big doggy. You're reminding me of
How has it been 5 years?
Of Lilo and Stitch. Or like even Monsters Inc. Poppy. Rory, thank you very much for the 60th month. How has it been 5 years? That is a really good question. You either are constantly forgetting to cancel or an extremely kind individual, and I'm leaning the second direction. But thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for his 60th month. And also, thank you very much for being the first notification of money since NeuroKeys gifted a sub an hour ago. Appreciate you. Remember, if you happen to have Amazon Prime or Twitch Prime, don't forget to check that. Because sometimes it's up, and Twitch is doing a very good job of hiding it. Because they're trying to deprioritize it, so streamers get less mad when they change it. Which, honestly, smart business move. I would too. I was being told by corporate overlords, you have to make this less valuable. I too would try and make it less valuable. I don't know, Yaka. And the reason I say that is we don't know how much is going to change. Will I explore this in adventure mode? Probably a little bit. Is it going to be something I'm prioritizing playing? I don't think so. Man. Oh, hold on. You turn into Untamed Wilds anywhere on this major river? It doesn't seem to be. Okay, actually, hold on. Weather stops. Let me just check something. Am I at war with those humans that are literally right there? Because that's also a pretty cool spot. The Romantic League. Uh-huh. Chat, I found a major river on Untamed Wilds. A new option has appeared. Got iron, silver, copper. I'm not at war with these humans, I don't think. What's up, Red Octobear? How you been, dude? Okay, you know what? Let's try this, because this seems like a mess. That kind of is a mess. Oh, and speaking of a mess, I already lost one dwarf to a giant hippo and many alligators. And now one of them is a named alligator. There's also giant jaguars on this map. I didn't do it. Anyway, how shallow is this? Okay, that's a bit deeper. I kind of like the idea of that super shallow one. But Laya, what up? It's good to see you. I'll have you know that your dwarf survived until the end. And is still alive, I guess. The gator earned a Legends entry until I erased it from time. Because I am going to prepare carefully when I finally do decide to embark. F's for the alligator. I mean... Save the timeline. No! They showed up, one guy died, left. They probably just jumped back into the wagon and were like, fuck this shit, we're going home! This place is cursed! And if it's not yet, then it will be in a moment. Someone gifted you a sub last week? That's red. Well, there you go. I've been watching your streams and YouTube vids for a while. Well, thank you. Thanks for hanging around. Thanks for watching the stuff I do. Go fast. Amazon sends out some of the strangest promotional emails. All right, back to that. This is another possible puddle. Actually, I'm kind of curious about this. What's this side look like? Must wrangle them occasionally. Yeah, occasionally. See what this has for like wild animals. This one just has elephants. Let's just leave it on pause for a second and see if anything else wanders in. Nope, I saw it. I just don't read everything that I see pop up. I've been kicking around with it for a really long time, but not everything gets done immediately. Just like not every line of Twitch chat gets read automatically. But unless you at me directly, it doesn't get highlighted or anything. So, but am I still planning on releasing that? Yeah. I just need to sit down and finish it. Basically, like what the progress on that thing has gone like this. I downloaded or copy pasted all of the images, downloaded all of the text, and put it all in a big file. Tried to format it a little bit because it's written by multiple people, right? So it changes quite a bit. Made it around 2/3 of the way through formatting it, and then just kind of stopped. So I just basically need to sit down and do it. I need to spend a weekend doing it. So it'll get done when I spend a weekend doing it. I have assets. I've got everything done for it. I just need to record it. To give you an idea, with the Arch Crystal reading, I just kind of decided one day that I was going to do it, and I uploaded it like 2 days later. So that's kind of how I operate, which is why I probably should never announce anything, because I need the right mood to strike. Because when I announce things, then people are like, 3 months later, why haven't you done the thing yet? Well, because I just haven't done it yet isn't really a satisfactory answer for most people. Yeah, I need to be taken by a strange mood and then just do it. That's really all it is. So this was the really fun shallow one. The kind of issue that I'm seeing with it, though, lake has absolutely no resources. And that's where the mess of creeks is. I don't think I can just embark here, can I? Yeah, because that's just water and mountains. So I could do here. Could also do here. What's the elevation? Literally nothing. What about this? What's up, Arch? That's typically how you make important decisions and get things done in life. You get it like 1/10 of the way done, and then a year and a half later, you're like, "Ah, fuck, I need to..." You know, that kind of thing. Yeah, pretty much. It'll be a treat when it comes out. Yeah. Max swimming skill? Okay, so then the trees just vanish. That's not bad. Could fuck with that. Yeah, and this one goes down to layer 3. I like how shallow this whole zone is. Okay, let's just unpause for a minute here. This is fine, but sometimes you just... Sometimes you need a giant hamster. You know? Wow. You must train your dwarves to How'd you train them to legendary swimming? Did you use the minecarts, or did you, like, partially drown them?
Nani?
Hamster? Yeah, pretty much. Okay, this is a doable embark, I think. I'm gonna leave her to drop them. You know, if you put them in a minecart and make the dwarf jump into the minecart and go under 7x7 water, it trains swimming, and so you don't actually need to drown them. You can just set up like 4 or 5 minecarts right in front of a water zone and then just forget about it, and then realize like 6 weeks later, they are, you know, fully trained. Like half of your dwarves have like mediocre swimming skills. Just, you know, pro tip. With an underwater entrance. It would be really annoying to get dwarves in and out of it. Wait. When you say underwater entrance, do you mean like I would have to drain the lake to get the water out to let dwarves in? Or do you mean like coming out from the middle of the lake? Because I've done both of those, but I can tell you that the first one is really annoying to get dwarves in and out of, is the main issue there. You watched that video with the minecart? All right. I find things where you have to like manually pump the water in and out is just way too annoying. Not the sort of thing I'm willing to do. Only dwarves with good swimming can get in. Well, dwarves wouldn't be able to get in. And I can tell you that for one reason. Dwarves will not willingly, under any circumstances, even if they are starving to death, dive into water. Like, they just will not do that. They are not able to path through water. All right, so we've got first miner and expedition leader called in now. So it would have to be, the only way that they'll path through it is if it's like 3 deep or shallower, and even then they try not to. So, not really as effective as you think they are. Yeah, anyway, I'm not willing to do that sort of thing. Like, unless I'm building like an isolated fort that's like separated from the rest. If I actually want to be getting dwarves in and out of the fort, I ain't doing that. Sorry. Yeah, this lake's I like this lake. I'm just worried about resources. I mean, gold, silver, copper is doable. This one up here was where we saw, well, actually, this one up here was where we saw the elephants. That's kind of neat, the elevation on the lake here. I think it's flowing this way, this stream. I really wish that hook up there was connected to this. Any other small lakes around here? And there's this one. That would probably be the Sweet Hammerer. That's a good name for a stream. I like that. No, Dwarf. What about a parting of the Red Sea style entrance where you pull pumps and then on each side actively hold water back until you turn it off again? Remember how earlier I said it would be really annoying to get dwarves in and out of that? That. That you like to see me suffer? Do you like the frame rates to drop to nothing? Because that's not fun to watch or play. I'm okay with violence. Violence is fun. I've done too many bridge forts, and I know the process of building a bridge fort. I'm good. How about like right here? Skip the lake. Besides, this river is called Torment Weeps. You know it's gonna be good. I was hoping that would be a waterfall. Platypus woman. It was in a tree. Platypusum. It's quite a whole family of them, even. Also more of those giant wolverines and then just normal-sized hippos. Friend? I mean, till the dwarf claps his head open with a pickaxe. Well, that's a interesting wildlife area. There's sponges in every single one of these embarks I've done. Every single one of these test embarks has had a sponge. At least in this zone. How do you keep your marks dwarves happy? They don't spar sitting in towers and shooting at stuff drains their morale. Okay, so you know how you can like schedule military? Schedule them. Give them breaks. All military need breaks. And if it's not improving their morale, then swap your marks dwarves out for dwarves that want to be in the military. They need to dream of mastering a skill or value skills related to fighting, or they need martial training. And if you want them to spar, you have to put them in not a archery range. You have to put them in a barracks. Otherwise, they don't spar. Really are everywhere around rivers. They're everywhere in Untamed Wilds and Terrifying Biomes. Although the zombie giant sponges are a historically terrifying thing. Also, thanks for the $5 super chat. I had to wait for YouTube to update. I don't know what the value of that is. Okay, what down? It was like this area, right? Those are Badlands. The jungle of Slaughter War. The fold of blank. That's I like this name. Bordombit. That seems like something a kobold would name something. Bordombit. But unfortunately, it stops being Untamed Wilds there, which is a shame. What's this? Wilderness. I'm kind of honestly just looking for a waterfall right now, but this is proving rather difficult, actually. How are we today? Doing the search around the map and look for a spot to embark for 4 hours stream. The best part. Which will forever make that one guy in my YouTube comments upset with me. Except for the odd time where I feel like being generous and then I'm a nice streamer and I provide a timestamp. Red Octobear, thank you very much for the 8th month and welcome back. Appreciate you, mate. Do I remember one of my worst locations and where did you start? I mean, I don't generally settle in locations I don't like, so. Well, like, oh, actually, question. Define worst. Like, humor me here. Worst as in, like, hardest, or worst as in, like, ugly? Like, I don't know what you mean by worst. I want finding a stop VOD by itself split out. Wait, what? What do you mean? I mean, if I'm gonna spend the next 2 weeks of my life streaming like 38 to 40 hours a week of me building in a specific location, I have to at least like looking at it. Like, I'm not that picky about material and resources available, but I am pretty picky about the way it looks. Where it's like, oh, that's a nice location, but then RNG totally screw you. I think you just approach things in a very different way than me, because that's just hysterics to me. I mean, I can't remember the name of the fort, this was years ago, but I had a fort where I settled, and within like 90 seconds of unpausing the game, I lost 4 dwarves because they got eaten by an alligator. But like, it didn't kill the fortress. Like yeah, I don't know. I think you and me just approach video games very differently. You approach video games looking for anger, but if you think about losing in a video game, if you think about it in the format of, well, video games are actually really, 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 really funny. So if you can just look at it like a slapstick ending of your character just getting plastered on the pavement, that shit can be very, very funny. And if you can find the comedy in that, then you don't really remember it as the RNG totally screwed you because, well, it doesn't really. Try the island in that massive lake. I don't really want to settle on an island. Also, this isn't a lake, this is an ocean. If we're talking about these are oceans. These are also ocean. This is a lake. This is an ocean. But no, that's not a lake, it's an ocean. I mean, you can do that for almost any type of game. But, you know, I think that I'm incapable of asking Severtica's, or answering Severtica's question here, purely because they are looking for salt. And unfortunately, I don't really have that for you. Okay, this is suddenly another really cool spot. Hold on. Where is this exactly? Okay, I can find this again easily. I had a Stonewater. I had a fire-breathing Titan get into my fort because I forgot to lock one of my gates. And the fire-breathing Titan, this was the last fort I did before Premium. The fire-breathing Titan made the population go from about 180 down to about 15, and we fully recovered, which was fun. That's not bad. How deep is this? Why are you not letting... Oh, I see why. Nope, not the case at all. What the hell's going on with my keyboard? There we go, now it's working. That's pretty deep. Much more normal map. That's a pretty cool canyon. You have a problem overcoming your fear of losing dwarves? You tend to play way too conservative. That's a lot of hippos. And also giraffes. Just a ball of hippo blubber. I kind of want to, Shady. I kind of want to. But it's not quite that easy. Gonna need something tall to get to the other side? What, like a giraffe? Is that what you were suggesting? Deadly Dust, Forgotten Beast, wreak havoc. Yeah, if you have like, I don't know the exact syndrome, but there's a syndrome that can make like all soft tissues melt. That can make like eyes melt out and stuff. I've definitely had those wreak havoc on my dwarves a couple times and leave them in pretty terrible situations. Hippo blubber sounds rather flammable. Man, if only. That's something I would love, because like the game has cauldrons and we have fat, so like, maybe when we get that siege update supposedly, or a series of siege updates, maybe we could get like a little workshop that's just like dump hot fat. I'm just saying. I feel like that would be very dwarfy. Although I feel like it would have to be like, it would be like a siege weapon, you know, so you'd have to assign a dwarf to it. Fire at will. It's like barrels full of animal fat, and they're just sitting there cooking. Lock invaders in with the hippos. I feel if they're not war trained, that's nowhere near as effective as you think it would be. Like they have to be aggressive for. Actually, okay, hold on. So if they don't need to graze, you could just trap like 100 giant hippos in a cage, and then just pull a lever and just like infinity giant hippo underneath an enemy siege. That would be really funny. Definite possibility that. Well, no, they don't need to graze, at least according to the wiki. But cavern grazing is fine for large animals. We've done that many times. Did that in the last fort even. This is probably a waterfall, but this isn't a major river. I'm kind of just looking to see if this river, the Romantic League, has any waterfalls. Like, I kind of was thinking that might be one, but that's where we just settled, right? And then this may also be one right here, but okay, let's try right here. I'm looking for giant waterfalls. This is kind of what I'm looking for at this exact moment. We're still in Untamed Wilds, so we're still within the things I'm looking for. Oh. Think we may have found a keeper. Not that difficult. More annoying than difficult in regards to damming a river. Although it would depend on if it would thaw or not. Well, I found giant FG squareds. It's a very deep map. I'm just curious. I don't want to see the layout, but I think that this still works. Okay, so first cavern layer is at -13. That's not that far down. Yeah, no, I agree. I also would not want to encounter giant otters. Or rock at the waterfall base? Oh, there's rock. Yeah, it turns into conglomerate at layer 1, -1. So, like, basically there's 2 layers of rock along that. Yeah, you could do this secret waterfall kind of thing. What do we think, chat? I kind of wish it was shallower. Conglomerate might have an aquifer in it. Nope. It's just a light aquifer, too. Conglomerate's pretty common, yeah. The problem actually is I don't know what type of metals are in this area, and I didn't look. So maybe I should check that. Save scumming doesn't exist. Save scumming is a term that was used to insult people who played single-player score-based games with no kind of like score protection, and then that would then go brag about their scores when they were save scumming, right? So save scumming doesn't exist in a game that has no scores, where the results don't really matter and it's just personal satisfaction. Save scumming is a derogatory term that was thrown at players who played games like, you know, Doom and tried to get high scores. And because it's a story generator and you're literally the personified god as the player, well, who cares? Sure. Whereas me, if I were playing a CRPG, I wouldn't reload, because then that would be an illegitimate story arc to me. I'm going to go top off my coffee. I'll be right back. All right, coffee acquired. Seems like the best method for learning how to deal with niche situations. I don't see any issues with just taking advantage of save systems that exist in a video game, because they exist in the video game for a reason. And save scumming is just a way of making fun of people who take advantage of saving situations. Oh my god, I'm seeing so many other options. God damn it! Okay, hold on. What were the materials available in that area? It was right here. Iron, gold, silver, copper. Okay, I mean, we can work with that. So, this is kind of turning into, like, running as the rack of lobsters. Hey, Flykick, what's up? I'm doing the thing again where I'm cleaning the glasses not without the microfiber cloth. I'm using my t-shirt. Don't do that. That happens. Now I can't see chat on either side. Damn it. 1 second. Not much. Flykick, yourself. Generated a 900-year-old world where a cave fish man necromancer was seeking revenge against a goblin who kicked the fish out of his previously home via religious persecution. Wow. I would seek revenge as well. But yeah, I'm happy that they finally got part 2 of the adventure mode combat demos out. So that right there is the location. So we would be playing as the Rack of Lobsters, which is the faction that I was at war with. So the one problem that I have with this location is that my initial goal for this fort was like, well, we will settle close to the last one and then attack my old fort. But I kind of can't do that where I'm settling. Because we'll be so far away. We'll be all the way the hell down here. I mean, it's accessible, so that's not an issue. But it would certainly be the running away storyline instead of the, you know, building up an army to fight my own fort storyline. So I think maybe we peek around here a little more. Although somebody's probably going, "Brrr! That's enough, blind. Do something. Do the embark thing. When played a video game streamer or whatever. Whatever people say." It's light aquifer. Let's try. Right.
Over here, he has a sword.
Does he? That's news. You are not wrong on the gazing the map part. That's not bad. Lots of sand. You can see right where the aquifer is. At least on this side. More sponges. I don't see any elephants, though. The only games that you're playing is something where, like, safe scumming exists or CRPGs. Yeah, but again, like, how's that safe scumming when it's yourself? You're not being scum about it. You're just saving. Also, hey, Cajun Bard, what's up, dude? Also, hi, Stone. I don't know when you got here. I haven't been looking at chat as much as I should. If anything else wanders in on the map. Speaking of weird video game terms, my favorite weird video game term is noob. And the reason noob is my favorite video game term is because it was Ed Boon's blog. Noob.com. It was his last name backwards. Ed Boon, of course, being designer of Mortal Kombat. Reload paralysis. Yeah, I don't know. Reset paralysis. The sponges don't move. They don't do anything. And there used to be a mod for, I want to say it was, I can't remember which tile set. I think it was Obsidian tile set. It could also have been Iron Hand. I kind of confused those two a lot. Which changes all the sponges into SpongeBob. SpongeBob without arms or SpongeBob with arms if it was a sponge man. They just stand there menacingly. Yep. Oh. Well, my first time noticing you today, Stone. Well, hi. How are you? Hope you're doing well, mate. And hello, YouTube chat. I do see you guys. I just don't read the YouTube chat as often. Just, I think the problem is I'm too keen on the idea of the hippos. So I think I'm going to stick to this area purely because of the hippos. Because, surprise, I want giant hippos on my map. At this point. I want giant hippos on my map. Is a desired amount of tiles for certain zones at the bottom-ish? What? If your spot has votes, let's call it a keeper. I appreciate the effort for my indecisiveness. You know, hold on. Let's try this. Right there. See that? Iron, gold, silver, copper. Oops. Iron, gold, silver, copper. This one also has iron, gold, silver, copper. But let's take a look at this, because this is very intriguing to me. I realize it's a stream, not a full-size river. This is also pretty intriguing. I'm just looking for waterfalls right now. That's also intriguing. That's also intriguing. All untamed wilds. The Imperial Shack. What about the Imperial Shack Foo? I want to see this. Cheers, Banich. What's the benefit of a waterfall? Chat, what's the benefit of a waterfall? Well, there's giant hippos. How shallow is this? We stay. Maybe. I like this spot. But man. Okay, so for you guys, checkmark is waterfall. For me, checkmark is hippos. The embark that I want to stay on the most is that one from way earlier before with the tiny little lake. Because of how shallow it is. 'Cause all of these are pretty rad, though. There's just so many good embarks in this world. And all of these would be fun. Oh boy, that's terrifying. So, 30 days ago today, I was streaming. And 30 days ago today, we got quite a few subs were gifted. Well, that week and then the week before that. So, I guess 40 days ago. We're about to drop below 700 subs. Bad face. No, I want shallow. I don't know what I want. Chat's adding waterfall. I never stated I wanted waterfall. I was just curious if I could find one that kind of fit the idea of what I want. But I haven't been able to find one that fit the idea of what I want. You're the one who's adding waterfall. I just happened to find a waterfall and was curious as to what it looked like. Down below 2700. Well, we're at 803 right now. But we're going to lose more. Next month I'm going to explode. I hope not. I need to be in one piece, mate. That's fine. We'll get by. I'm going back down to this little lake, which was down here. We're going to settle in here. And I don't care about the lack of materials. I'm just going to make sure that I find a embark spot that looks nice. That has fun animals in it. That's what I care about. Ooh. How about this? So it has gold, silver, copper, flux, flux. We'll get a spy. Let's try this. Remember who's driving here, Kings of Honor. Giant alligators, to me, are cooler. Also, unrelated, but this sprite looks like a monkey. Like, I can't see its head for the iguana. Giant alligator's pretty good. Although, I have a feeling bros are about to die to giant alligators. All about getting a spot where you can build a bridge. I mean, this would be a nice bridge builder spot. Are they tameable? Any animal is tameable within reason. How do I have FPS there? It's a setting in the game settings. You enable FPS. What are those trees? Trees? I will say these are kind of my desire. Giant animals of some sort. Source of water. Not entirely flat. Those are my requirements. River, optional. Waterfall, nice, but optional. I mean, the hippos aren't war trainable, but we could do some really funny things with the hippos if I could train some. So is there a layer somewhere you think you found marble, but not much? Marble is flux, right? The game is very unclear as to what you're actually going to get when you embark somewhere, and that's part of the joy of this game, is finding the stuff on the map. Okay, what about we do this? Because I don't like that awful triangle that's like right there. Or I could do this, but then there'd be like no river whatsoever. Let's try this. Because this is... Wait, actually, hold on. What does it say there? Oh, okay. So this is near a necromancer's tower. It is near a necromancer's tower. It wasn't giving me the warnings before, but now it is. That changes things. Wonder what this looks like. This might be my last test if this looks good. Yeah, we started off here. This was one of the first ones I did. I think this is what we should go for. Because I could dig along the bottom of this here, and then just go sheer left into here and build in this, block the entryway off, build inside of this little hill here, with plenty of space to expand and build, so we can seal ourselves off from any potential hyper threats from the necromancers, and then go down to the caverns, because the caverns are on layer like only a few down. The caverns are like here. I think this is what we should go with. If people are stating in chat that steel is needed, I can tell you for a fact all you need is a dwarf with a weapon that they are good with. Material is optimal, but the fastest source of death for your dwarves is being tired. Frickin' giant tree? Wait, which one? Where? I mean, these aren't that big. Those are just 3x3s. I think you can get 5x5s. At least they can grow in the elven settlements. I'm just gonna unpause for a minute and see what animals show up. Wolverine woman. I mean, what about the X-Men? Yes, but here's the reality. Vast majority of goblins wear leather and copper. Vast majority. Leather, copper, and bronze. Sometimes they will have iron. They very rarely have steel. So it doesn't really matter. Also, we have an elephant, which means I'm... Which faction are we a part of right now? Glacial Abbey, yeah, okay. I was gonna say, which means I don't think this is the Rack of Lobsters. Because this was just a random Embark group. Now I'm, like, worried that when I embarked here last, I had bigger creatures and now I don't. Squid, thank you very much for that brand new tier 1 subscription. Appreciate you. Brand new tier 1 subscription. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for the absolutely brand new, fresh off the presses, tier 1 subscription? Thank you. I retired it, Arende. The plan was to retire it. I didn't want to kill it. We're going to war with it in this fort. That's the goal. Todini! As well. Thank you very much for the tier 1 for 3 months. And Peter, thank you very much for the tier 1 for 10 months. It's almost a hype train.
Crypt beer, crypt beer.
Watching your videos made you buy Dwarf Fortress, and it is awesome. Most depth you story sim out there. Yeah, cheers. One of your dwarves got naked and fought everyone in your tavern. Yeah, sounds like Dwarf Fort. Definitely has materials requirement in your experience. I mean, it has a defenses requirement for sure. Isn't Kenshi like halfway a Star Wars fan game anyway? Biff Pixel, thank you very much for the 9th month. Welcome back. And now that is a hype train. That starts at level 2, in fact. It's the first hype train of the stream. Look at that. Thank you very much. Appreciate you guys, chat room. Really? I always thought it was like a Tatooine fan game, but I don't know. Or Dune, but I guess I could see the Mad Max. So the faction that I'm playing, that I have here, the Rack of Lobsters, is just straight up at war with the Veiled Halls. The Veiled Halls are who I was playing last time. They stretch all the way down to here. So if I'm settling up in here or over here, I should be able to play against them pretty easily. They do have a lot more sites and population than we do, though. Nero Keys, thanks for the $5. And Rolf, thank you very much for gifting a subscription. Appreciate you, man. So that is kind of the goal for this fort, is like we're gonna be pseudo at war with my previous fort. But if I'm also like just gonna be getting like raffle stomped by a necromancer, that's gonna be a bit of a pain. Really kind of forces me to rethink exactly how we're embarking this and how we're gonna be building this. But because I'm far enough away, I would describe this fort as building a new mountain home in defense, not necessarily a assault. Does that make sense? Great Cornholio, thank you very much for the brand new hot off the presses tier 1 subscription to the channel. Enjoy the ad-free viewing and all of the glorious emotes. Thank you much. And thank you very much for the hype train, chat. It is greatly appreciated. Greatly appreciated. You have selected a savage area. Wildlife may be very dangerous here. You have selected an area near a necromancer's tower. You may be invaded very early by powerful foes. Seems fun enough. Curious, does this count as being near a necromancer's tower? Yeah, it does. How far away do I need to be where it stops telling me that? Although, actually, I think there's just more down there, isn't there? No, it's just the one. That's like kind of a really long distance that it's got. Is this area under threat of that? Yeah, it is. How about this? Yeah, it is. Interesting. I feel like that's a lot of range for a Necromancer's Tower. I had plenty of those in the last fort, though. And my rocks. More mountain or less mountain? Because that would be less mountain, that would be more mountain. Arthos saying less mountain. I mean, this will be an exciting embark regardless. I'm kind of tempted to do like that, but if you guys want less mountain. So that's iron, that's flux. So I can make steel. I could also do like none of this area and literally just go for the... Actually, it might... Yeah, it's not going to let me embark there. That's like the minimum amount of land we can have. I'm kind of thinking... Chat, would you kill me if I did one more test embark? I'm kind of thinking I do a 5x5. And then... go for slightly more mountain. Chat room, thank you very much for the very kind little hype train, and thanks for the brand new subscriptions. Appreciate you guys. Just as a reminder to anybody here on Twitch, I do get 70/30 from Twitch. So it's, if you hear hearsay about how much people like me get paid, I'm not quite in the norm. I was curious about what that hill looks like. Do we get a little peak? Ah, okay, it's just a big flat surface up at the top, so it's not that much extra benefit. What kind of creatures do we have? Is it still the Wolverine people? Hippo people! I like this place. I like this place. This is a good place. I'm not going to do the slightly larger map, though. We're just going to stick to 4x4 just for frame rate. Just as a reminder, if you go to my Discord and you go to the DF Save sharing room, this is the world save right here, right there, Subtle Scribe. So if you grab that and retire the fort that's in there, you too can have these embarks. Hippie people, that's just me. Come on. Magic. And the world was created with them, just like dwarves. It's a Vertica. They are hippo-like folk. Beautiful place. Use DF hack and make hippo fort? Nah, I'm good. You're more than welcome to, though. All right, let's settle there then. So we are the Rack of Lobsters, reaching out to try and create a new mountain home, a safe distance away from the Dwarven faction that is completely brutalizing us. And that's our embark spot right there. Hiccups. What are the sound commands again? Assuming I've remembered to give you access to them, which I should have. That.
Cheese for everyone!
Which I'm pretty sure I did yesterday. I seem to recall talking about this. But,
Sandwich!
cheese sandwich. You're just trying to cheese sandwich? Is that all we're doing? Yes. Well, if you try and typing in one of those exclamation points with the exception of hell, which doesn't work, you should have your sound commands. Okay, so the people I need to name are Merc, Creed. I'm not gonna say you guys should check to see if any of the if the Redeem a Dwarf command is up, but I'm pretty sure it's up. Yes, it's just not a sound command, which is why I should remove it from the list. But you know what? Here, I'm actually just gonna do this the smart streamer thing and remove it from the list. I should just do that. It's been like months. Save. Done. All right. Sweet. You get names? I mean, possibly. Ales Kissed. Steel Metal. Future Metal. Okay, so we are the Rack of Lobsters is our faction. And we are at war with my past fortress. Or that whole faction. We're also right next to a necromancer tower. We are building on a lake that is very shallow to the ground floor. It starts on layer 40, and the lava sea is at layer like minus 13. So it's like 50 layers deep. So we're going to be building in a in caves with the idea of building a like bunker stronghold to build up some military strength to be able to fight back. What do we name this fort? I love how many people have informed me of this. 007 Hutchings. I don't care. If you watch my streams frequently, you might notice that I very rarely even open up my taverns. So I don't really care that no monster hunters or anything will visit me. If I cared, I wouldn't be embarking here. I'm well aware of the bug. Steel Keep. Ooh. I like that. Something keep would be good. Well, keeper's the only option, apparently. How about... Okay, no, only... City's an option. Fortress is an option. Blockade is a wall. Ooh. Iron Blockade. I mean, we're gonna have to kill these necromancers. That'll be easy enough. Is hippo a word? I don't know, is it? You should ask the Urban Dictionary. Iron Yak Company. We'll have to think about that one. I mean, if we're just going for cool factor, Iron Blockade's pretty good. Slaughter Steel? YouTube might... You know, I found out, by the way, YouTube doesn't like it if you put the word slaughter in the title of a video. I know that this might seem strange to you, but I actually got a warning on one of my older videos, which it was a fort that had slaughter in the name. And it just temporarily removed monetization from that video. And I requested manual renewal and it fixed it and reinstated ads. But like, it's just like you can't put murder in the title of a Twitch stream, which is kind of bad when you're trying to play Grand Theft Auto. Stuff like that. Ooh, actually, Bulwark, not bad. Isn't Iron Bulwark like a thing, though? Chat, Iron Blockade or Iron Bulwark? I don't think aliving is a word that I can use in Dwarf Fortress. Bulyak? I mean, you could call it that. Blockade, Bulwark, Iron Bulwark. Blockade's cooler. Bulwark, Iron Blockade, Iron Yak. Well, I think chat's saying Blockade. Let's go with Blockade. The Syrup of Clearings. I really liked the Valley of Hope. Bulwark is a defensive action to block. Okay, never mind. You've converted me. Bulwark block. Wrong. Although, actually, I like the idea of metal bulwark more than iron bulwark. It just sounds better to me. Oh, I can't say screaming. Chad, I need to, in the summer at some point, please remind me, I need to name a fortress Ice Scream. Because ice scream. If curtain is a word? No. For ice cream. I mean, I scream, you scream, we all scream for ice cream? I mean, I don't think cream's a word. Motherfucker, I could literally just call it. Ice cream of... Oh, man. I don't know why I'm surprised that ice cream is just a word. Or like cream is just a word in this game.
Just a reminder to name a fort ice cream in the summer. Hope that helps, smiley face.
It doesn't fit this fort at all, but... Let's try on Iron Bulwark again. Dark Bulwark? Moist Bulwark. Angry Bulwark. Just looking for other words that seem cool. Allied Bulwark is pretty good. Festive. The Fair Bulwark. I mean, we could go super meta and call it the Subtle Bulwark. That would be super subtle. We called it the Subtle Bulwark. It'd be like the bulwark in defense of Subtle Scribe. If If I called it Cobra Bulwark, I would have to make the front door look like a cobra, and I feel like that's too much work. Mushroom. Muffin. Here's another idea. Iron Muffin, the baking fortress. Don't tell anybody in chat you could name a fortress Moist Muffin. Front door will look like a muffin. I mean, I would just... That would be the one fort I would actually make flour. Call it the Iron Lake. How about just the Iron Wall? Isn't that a thing from something else? They're inedible? Oh, they're just prison rations. That's what we feed to the prisoners. You know, you could name a fort Egg Muffin. Ooh. So I'm thinking about my idea for this fort, right? My idea is kind of a... This will be hard to build because of the neighbors, but you know, hardtack's not that bad. As somebody who's eaten hardtack, it's not that bad. My flower powder, my kind of idea is an entry into the caverns via the middle of the lake. Muffin top. Top is a word and so is a muffin, so yes, you can name a fortress Muffin Top. The better question is... You could in fact name a fortress Applebottom. Fair enough, they... Boots with the fur. All right, I think I'm gonna go with Column Bulwark. Although, let's call it Column Lake. And the reason I'm going to call it Column Lake is because when I say Column Bulwark out loud, it sounds like I'm saying Columbine. It's too close. Maybe we should just go with Applebottom and call it a day. Just for the laughs. It is a bit hard to say, yeah. See, to me, okay, how about let's go with this from a completely different direction. Because people keep saying thing of thing, and I agree with Black Flag Redneck on YouTube here. So let's go, because for me, thing of thing is the name of a thing. So Bulwark of Columns is the group name. Actually, the Valley of Columns is pretty good. Let's call it the Valley of Columns, is the name of the location, the site government. And for the fort, there's something about a fortress called Applebottom right next to a necromancer tower, which is also going to probably be very violent. That is really funny to me. Should we just go with the funny name? I never go with the funny name. I think we should go, chat, I think we should go with the funny name. We're going with the funny name. The symbol of this fortress is a historical figure. Geotrack, Castle Dive. The Tattoo of Sun is a necromancer born in 498. The only son of Lauren Tubal. Staffords. And then creatures, dwarves, 7 of them. And a giant hippo. Okay. Geotrack is being mutilated by the giant hippo. And the dwarves are laughing. And Geotrack is... Ooh, even better. The giant hippo is devouring Geotrack. So, for reference, you were the necromancer overlord of the last fortress I built, Geotrack. This is nothing against you personally. This is just what happens when you pick the evil guy, okay? You did pick the evil guy, so I'm committing to it. Are we wearing fur boots? I'm not going to say that it is a requirement that all of our shoes need to be made out of yarn, but if I could pull that off, that would be a fun bonus. Because yarn would be the closest thing I could do. Yarn or leather. I can't do fur specifically. Hope you have apple trees. We're Applebottom. It's just the name of the place, okay? We'll just imagine that the dwarf who sent us out likes apples. You know? We didn't get to pick the name. We're just the group that was sent there. The Mountain Home chose the name, obviously. We designed the flag, though. Anything else notable I should add to this? Actually, you know, here, how about this? Let's make this less mean to Geotrack. We're going to remove the mutilating bit, just the devouring. Deity of the Paddle of Oils takes the form of a male dwarf. Forgotten Beasts. It's a moon troll, huh? Or bitter corpse. Good morning, Rhino. Well, it's actually technically afternoon here now. Oh, here's a thing. Wouldn't that be in artifacts? There we go. Unusual sleep. Geotrack is raising unusual sleep. The giant hippo is dead. The giant hippo is cringing. Pretty cool. It's an image of Geotrack Castle Dive, tattooed of the sun. Because it's easier to say than tattoo of sun. 7 dwarves, a giant hippo, and unusual sleep, and a dolomite codex. The 7 dwarves are laughing. The giant hippo is devouring Geotrack. Geotrack is raising unusual sleep. The giant hippo is dead, and it is cringing. So it's like implying that he's resurrecting the dead thing while it's eating him. I have some tutorials. What are you looking to figure out? Dershland? They should be hugging. I don't think, I mean, embracing is an option. The giant hippo's obviously embracing geotrack. There you go. Now let's see what else I can do. Let's do a object wall, maybe? No. Shape. Sag. I just want a tower. I want an image of a castle or something. I mean, also just throw an apple tree in there. So this could be the apple hyphen the apple battle. Battle apple. The battle apple. And if we do manage to capture a giant hippo, we'll name it Apple. There we go, sticking to the theme. All right, what animals do we have? What are the options? Nothing super exciting, that's a shame. So, chat, you guys were saying fluffy things, right? Bring some alpacas. No, we're not gonna have to tame hippos. I'm gonna have to tame those myself. The battle apple is totally 40%. I would say 40% less cool than Thunderdome, but it's okay. Migrants will bring plenty of cats on their own. I don't need to bring those. I'm gonna bring 2 turkeys and 2 turkeys. Chat room, you guys can select one animal type for me to bring one of, but it has to be overwhelming. I'd like to make a world with lots of tropical biomes. Lower down the other biome numbers and increase the tropical requirement numbers in the biomes. But you may also want to turn down or change the amount of mineral scarcity. Hamdar, dunk, a bull. You mean a donkey? Donkey. Donkey? Chat wants a donkey. Is the donkey's name Apple? Pig, pig, 2 pigs. Donkey, I mean, I'm seeing 3 donkeys. I'm also seeing a lot of pigs. Pig named Apple? Well, I don't know what you play on by default, but in Advanced World Gen, it's set to frequent. I have a video on mineral scarcity if you want to look at it, but... All right, well, let's call it a draw. And we'll bring a piglet. Oh, I've got a very dumb idea for a gimmick, a side gimmick, and a donkey foal. The piglet is going to be named Apple, and the donkey is going to be named Bottom. It's Applebottom, you know? I'm funny. I try. Okay, so we've got our animals, we got our symbol, we got our that and that and that. I know, it's fine. Okay, let's bring 2 extra picks for my sanity. I'm not gonna need either of those. The wheelbarrow or the step ladder. We'll keep the splints, those could be useful. I'm not gonna worry about bringing the quivers because I'm just not gonna worry about bringing quivers. Kinda wanna, since I have a bunch of extra points now, might bring some extra cloth maybe? Let's put that up to 15, or maybe not quite 15. Let's go 10 cloth, 5 extras. Now, sheep named Jeans. Applebottom Jeans. No, that would be Boots. The sheep would be Boots. Who wrote that song, by the way? I'm like completely blanking on it. Yeah, Boots with the fur. Well, that'd be more like Boots with the fluff. And then you just need like the naked elves to walk in that don't have culture. You know that you're in an untamed wilds biome when there's prepared mosquito brains as your food. That can't be particularly nutritious. All right. So, it was Florida? Right. Florida. Gotcha. I always confuse him and Ludacris. I just remember, I was trying to remember because I remember there was a lawsuit to do with that song, and I just remember seeing him, like a video of him in a courtroom and them saying, please recite the lyrics to the song in question. And he just stands up and with a completely straight face just says, Applebottom jeans, boots with the fur. The whole club was looking at her. And then they're like, we've heard enough. And then he just like grins and sits back down. That's like the most recent like touchstone I have with that song is because there was some lawsuit related to like him not getting paid for royalties and something. It's just very funny. You know. Vermin and fire snakes. As if we're gonna have fire snakes. You don't. Here's the thing. Chat room, how many people here actually think that you need a cat to get rid of vermin? Because you really don't. you really, really don't. Yeah, like, yeah, they eat your food, but it's like, it is minimal need. Fire purifies all? I don't think fire kills vermin, nor does lava. I know drawbridges don't. I mean, I did just say drawbridges don't, but that chat lag, it's fine. Buggy. All right, so we've done all of this prep, and you know what's gonna happen is I'm going to embark, and we're gonna immediately lose a dwarf to something stupid. You had a tree frog and lava? That's funny. Okay, well. Use peregrine falcons. I mean, Mr. Fancy. That's kind of rad, actually. Wait, like, hold on. In real life or in Dwarf Fort? Because if they use, if peregrine falcons hunt in Dwarf Fort, that's kind of rad. Let's just embark with 4 miners because I want to get the fort started as quickly as possible. We'll give you some woodcutting skill and some carpenter skill. Some mason skill. Some more carpenter skill. We'll give you... Let's just go with a planter. Planter brewer, maybe? And then bottom, you can be... You know, something really useful.
Hi.
Hi, Zwari. Chat, what kind of artifacts do we want in this fort? The last one was gems. What kind of artifacts do we want in this fort? Pigs will eat anything. Also, by the way, Zwari, we noticed yesterday towards the end of the stream that your dwarf from a previous fort in this world has become a baron of the last faction I was playing. Oh, it's fine. I missed it the first time, Dershland. You have to increase the... So there's different biome requirements for each world. Look at what the default biome requirements are. Decrease the ones you don't want and increase the one that you do want. It's towards the bottom. But it'll take some experimenting. But if you do not want... if you want a ton of, like, minerals, like metal... the default for advanced world down on all the map sizes are the everything, so you might want to look into a little bit about decreasing the metal if you want those. Yes. Does that mean you have a chance to visit my taverns? No, because I'm at war with that faction. You have a chance to get killed by my armies, though. Yes, like an Applebottom gene. Yes. Also, for those of you only just tuning in, the fortress is called Applebottom. And we are in the Valley of Columns. Yes. But only if the whole club is looking at her. Also, we are right next to a necromancer tower, so I might not get to do much exporting, depending on how merciful they are. Biomes seem to be woods, tundras, and stuff. So what you want is you want woods, because tropical biomes happen in higher... Like, I wouldn't screw around with temperature and rain too much, but jungles happen in higher temperature forested zones. Fun of making a zombie discotheque. I mean, we're gonna have to best this necromancer tower before we do anything crazy. I say clothes. I don't know if I want to just make all my dwarves a bunch of clothers. Because basically, I'm trying to figure out what guild hall I should make first. I could make a dyer guild hall, which would be great, because then I wouldn't get any crazy, like... artifact requests, but... Yeah, I mean, artifact armor would also be equally good. That would just be armor smith. A way that I found actually to make dwarves really happy is start off with a cooking guild, have the fortress be incredibly good cooks. Let's just go with an armor smiths. Like, have a couple of armor smiths. Because these dwarves can then start teaching other dwarves. We'll go with armor smith / blacksmith. We'll go with that. And then you here, you can have... We'll give you dodging. We'll give a couple of these. Striking, dodging. Striking, kicking, biting, or dodging. Striking, kicking, dodging. All right, then I got a few dwarves to name. So. It's everybody's favorite part of the day. And thank you very much to everybody who's tuned in, by the way. You know, we have 91 people over on the YouTube and 334 people here on Twitch. That's kind of nuts. I think I played the last fort for too long. Scaring away all the more casual audiences. All right, we're here. Let the game run. Don't worry, Baka. We have 2 yaks. Or 1 yak. 2 yaks. 2 yaks. Giant thrips. Why is it always thrips? I mean, I'm going to immediately disable fishing because I don't want them wasting their time on anything. But, yes. Yeah, surface obsidian spotted. Baton Nerd, thank you very much for that brand new Prime subscription. All right, so doors that I need to name are, just let me pop up the list. Can I get a round of beers for the list of subscribers? I will also say, Durschland, if you're trying to generate specific things, the Advanced World Gen section of the wiki, very, very, very good, and has little tutorials in it. So the first one that I have to name is one of my miners. Merc, but not the expedition leader. Second one I have to name is Creed, who has dibs on expedition leader. And the third one is Laya. Any preferences? Teacher is not military only, no. You have about 40 cats. Is that all? How do you redeem dwarves, by the way? There is a dwarf redemption, channel points redemption that goes up every 45 minutes. Any beardless? I don't know. Do you want Aban, Aiton, Olbach, or Dusum? Actually, hold on. Merc said woodcutter, preferably. So I'll give Merc the woodcutter. Yeah, no, it is. It's also hard to explain without, like, directions. This is not an ocean, sorry. This is a lake. Be really weird to see a giant sperm whale in a lake. Well, teacher increases in skill speed, or they can train becoming a teacher in guild halls and military. It's not a military only specific thing. Yeah, that's fine. So let's go with Merc here. Lady Mika? Is that how you say that? M-I-E is throwing me off there, but thank you very much. That brand new subscription. Appreciate you, friend. And then Laya says... Any beardless. Okay, so Laya not picky, so we'll just go with whatever then. We'll give you Aiton. Vusion, thank you very much for the 3rd month. You trying to remember how it spells Laya's name? Sees. Okay.
Over here, he has a sword.
Hey. Do I? What? There are sea monsters in the game, yes. It's really one of my favorite Dwarf Fortress things is when somebody says they need to add insert thing to the game, and it's been in the game for like 15 years. Now he wants to catch a giant sperm whale. For whatever it's worth, I did like 10 forts in a row on Oceans in version 47 trying to find a giant sperm whale. You want to know what my success rate was? I found 1 shark. That was my success rate. I feel like when... should add dwarves to the game. I feel like once we get to the point where... waves are visible again, I will go back into my dream of trying to hunt one of those whales. Let's read Merc's description. She often finds herself changing her mind to agree with somebody else, almost never feels discouraged, and doesn't often feel envious of others. Tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others as a friendly individual, and generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and has a greedy streak, is stubborn, and tends to avoid crowds, acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, always scratches her head when she's trying to remember something, and she keeps her voice very quiet when she's nervous. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at bad weather. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally finds herself to be somewhat disgusted with eloquent speakers, values hard work, sees competition as reasonably important, and disregards tradition. Oh, also, tutorials. Hide the tutorial. Thank you. We are right here. So we are allied with the roasted seals. I was just kind of curious about how many people my old fort has. My old fort has a population of 1,000. Oh boy. Also, it looks like they managed to take over Orbshain. Or sorry, no, they didn't manage to take over Orbshain, which was one that I was trying to take over. Craft Throat? That's a good name. They were able to take over Violent Mind, because I don't think I did that. But they're still getting attacked by it. No, they're not. Surviving in the modern era. Yeah, all the books that I've stolen. Curious if any of my named dwarves made it into royalty in this. Nope, doesn't look like it. How much food a whale would yield? The wiki has that information. All right, what else about Merc can I find out? I mean, obviously, you just have a bunch of kindred spirits. You're a member of the Silvery Dominion, or denomination, not dominion. Denomination, which is a god/religion that I saw a lot in the last fort. You have a square chin, ears that have large hanging lobes. Well, welcome to the fortress, friend. Next up, we have Creed, the expedition leader. Creed is an ambitious dwarf, I would guess. Dreams of raising a family. Personally values artwork, sees inspiration as important, disregards tradition, and doesn't care about friendship. Dislikes helping others, which is why we left, I guess, right? Like, that makes sense. He dislikes helping others. My faction's at war with the other dwarves. We're going to go as far away as possible. Dislikes helping others, has a very calm demeanor, is confident under pressure, and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. Doesn't focus on material goods. He often feels lustful, is quite ambitious, tends to be passive in discussions, is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual live differently from himself, which is why we settled on a lake to avoid visitors. He enjoys the company of others, and takes offered helping gifts without feeling particularly grateful. Lowers his eyes when he's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Is this a, Salty, is this like a reference to Creed, the movie, or something? Sounds like you're gonna lose your job soon? Why would it sound like that? Lowers his eyes when he's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Likes lead and citrine and glumprong wood picks and hatch covers. And believe it or not, large gems. Ballista arrows. And when possible, prefers to consume buckwheat beer and hates snails. Oh, it's Shakespeare. Okay. You're a member of the Coven of Caves, which is the same god as the other dwarves, but different religion. Meanwhile, Laya down here isn't going to lie about anything, but she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, doesn't focus on material goods, is very humble, often feels lustful, and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, which means she'll live slightly longer than the rest of the dwarves. Often feels envious of others, doesn't try to get things done perfectly, has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and is trusting. And she tends to hang on to grievances and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at hiccups, at bad weather. Personally considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless, finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort, and respects the development of a skill. Likes pig iron, sapphire, and pig hoof. Pigtail fabric. I'm sensing what's the word? I am sensing a theme here. You never got around to it? I don't ever do it for food. Hey, Billy Joe Jim Bob. How is thing? That one big-ass embark? This is the default size. Well, what do you mean, big-ass embark? This is literally the default size embark. This is 4x4. Well, not a bad little dwarf. You are a competent kicker. And you're also this faction, the Rack of Lobsters and the Veiled Halls, my old one, or the last one we played as, they share all their gods. They worship the same gods, which is interesting that they are at war. I wonder if it's was a religious dispute or something. Okay, well, we need to get this stuff out of this location here. I'm also going to pen pasture my animals over here as quickly as I can. Literally all of them. Possibly, yeah, but I honestly just don't want to look it up because it's a lot to go look up and a lot to dig through. This is going to be a fortress built out of obsidian, I think. At least initially. The trees are so far, that's okay. I'm not going to be chopping down the trees on the surface. Primarily because there are trees underground, and the trees underground will be safer. If I see a giant axolotl in this lake, that would be a first for me. Like, truthfully, that would be a first for me. I think they're bringing all the animals over. Yep, they are. Let's see, has anything else shown up? Just the giant thrips. Nice lake view rooms. Well, we sort of cheated earlier, so... for clarity, we're going for something a little bit more interesting than the lake. I mean, this is going to be where the entrance of the fortress is for sure, but we're going for something a little bit more exciting than the lake. Just a little bit more exciting. There's nothing to catch in the northeastern lake. Well, not the same mountains, no. So we are right here. Subtle Scribe is right here. We're 15 days travel from Subtle Scribe. This is the default. Fanger, great. Fangrate, great. Great. It's just a volcanic mountain. Yeah, I mean, we spent like, chat, how long did I spend? like an hour plus, maybe 2 even, like going around and like trying different embarks until I found one that I liked. So I know where the caverns are, where at least the first layer of the caverns are for this embark. For reference, we're on layer 42. This map only goes down to -3. My plan is to dig down to the cavern layer and dig down to the cavern layer and build in the caverns and then try and use this lake as a door. Well, I mean, the defaults are the defaults for a reason, and it gives you warnings about lag for a reason, right, Fan? So heed the warnings. They are there for a reason, I guess. Default. Wuggy. There's nothing fancy about this world's world gen. Oh, look at that. Found some aluminum. All right, I'm just going to go right here. And make us a all stockpile, but we're going to delete a few things. Specifically stone. Stone. And gems. And wood. I need everything else in there, though. I also need to go down to here and make a mechanic shop. Just make 2 mechanisms. You just have to find areas that are really, really, really close to / below sea level. Like very, very, very low elevation. Yeah, so like probably about here would be lava sea. Elevation 4, I would guess. Make rock mechanisms, rock mechanisms, rock mechanisms. 1, 2, 3. Do that now. The phone's vibrating. You wonder if you'll see clowns sooner than later? I would have to intentionally go after them. I mean, maybe. I'm never against the idea, but... Or rather, almost never against the idea of bringing clowns in, but it's always like a within reason. You will see some pretty scary threats, though, likely, because we are, you know, spitting distance from a necromancer tower. So we are in range of steel smiths, of the tin chaoses. I like to think that that's a play on the tin cans. Trampled spine. What a name for an artifact. I wonder what that is. No. Vile. One of the most commonly asked questions about Dwarf Fortress, oddly enough. But it doesn't really work that way. Yep. Lava's going to be super, super, super easy to dig to, and I have a lot of obsidian and also sand. I mean, I'll say this just for adventure mode purposes. It would probably make that particular location very dangerous. But it's not gonna, like, you know, make it unplayable or anything silly. But it would certainly make that particular location rather dangerous. Did I not remove... Oh. I didn't remove all stone. There we go. Okay, so you get placed right there. We're going to link you up to here. Boom, done. So just going to deconstruct this because I don't need it. Not there anyway. We're kind of doing this old school with a drawbridge door. Even though they suck against armor, they're okay for training. I feel like it would be really fun to do like a no metal world, like a world with no metal, you know? And then use like leather and obsidian swords as everything. Like basically like a Stone Age Dwarf Fort world. Because that's basically what that would be, right? That would just be a Stone Age world. No metallurgy allowed. No, I mean just like straight up generating a world with no metal. Because I think that would be kind of fun. All right, so when they're all done, we're going to set this as our meeting place. Maybe I'll do that at some point. Probably like a post-adventure mode thing. Is just make a, you know, completely free from the restraints of metal. All hip-hop. Yeah, there you go.
Crypty hello peeps.
Moody dwarves will die like flies. The thing you need to remember about moods, Dershland, is that dwarves only require materials that they like. And I feel like if there's nothing of a thing in the world, they wouldn't die that much. But I mean, you know, blood for the blood god. Fallout Rain, thank you very much for the 7th month. Welcome back. Aren't picks metal? Yes. But I don't see the problem. I said no metal. Actually, probably what would happen is all dwarves would just go extinct. That's probably what would actually happen, is elves would take over, all dwarves would be dead, and it would become unplayable immediately. Not every dwarf likes one metal. Ursland, you should read more dwarves' descriptions. Yeah, I feel like the elves would just win. You wouldn't be able to generate for very long. It's like you can keep well actualing me, but my response is fun! Exclamation point. I don't know, I feel like that would be fun. You gotta do no trees and no metal? That's not possible unless you set it as an unplayable world, because then elves wouldn't be able to spawn. Elves only, like, start their factions in forests. But anyway, we're not doing that right now, so it's not really a concern. Not really a going concern. Created a world with 0 rivers. Goblins are very fond of it. This just in, goblins can't swim.
Crypt beer.
I'm not the person to ask, Joker of Spades. Rayleek, thank you very much for a 16th month. I can't help you with your D&D world, but I can give you a dwarf. What kind of dwarf would you like? We have very few on the list, so pick one. Because bone armor isn't a thing, though? Fair talk. I don't think anything learns to swim unless you force them to, Muggy. They can, they just don't. You will take the farmer. Tygon. Okay. Oopsies. Joker of Spades, in this case, spade being a shovel, is sometimes cruel and disturbed by this as someone who dislikes those who seek to acquire power over others. I love how cruel is automatically associated with power over others. That's kind of funny. He is quite ambitious, and he has an active sense of humor. He's a friendly individual and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and becomes very focused during conversations when he's angry. He begins to stammer when he's exasperated, and when he becomes exasperated, he clicks his tongue. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles at crappy weather. Dreams of mastering a skill, personally hates those who wield power over others, finds the ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish, and does not particularly value the truth, but dreams of mastering a skill. He likes Kelonite and Trifle Pewter, as well as Gizzard Stones and Weapon Rags. I'm so sorry that you have to play No Moria. Maybe one day you'll stop playing that game. Game just makes me sad these days. He prefers to consume char custard apple cider and absolutely hates snails. He's currently hauling a rum barrel. Here's the thing, and I've stated this a couple of times now, and I don't know how else to reword it, so I will state it as clearly as possible, Wuggy McWuggy. Anything can be taught to swim, but nothing knows how to swim by default. How else do I have to word that? Why are we saying that this map isn't playable? What's going on? Also, why are you such a tasteless twit, Mordloth? Too soon, mate. Of course this map is playable. The fuck? Because your memory is bad? Ah, I understand. It's a bridge too soon, more like. Remember, there are people in this chat right now who live in Baltimore, so... Maybe, like, you know... treat people like humans in my chat. Should not be glared at. Okay. So we're gonna go be a stairwell right here. Down to elevation 30. I'm curious as to where we're gonna run into aquifer, because I do know that there's an aquifer in this map. Well, you do realize that, one, there is no intro in the game right now. And the original intro, pretty sure they don't have torches. No, they don't. Yeah, this is the original intro. See? They don't have torches. See? Tick. It's in that intro image, but that intro image would be of a bunch of adventurers. And adventurers can have torches. So, no, it's not in the intro. What's up, Nutty? New fort? Applebottom. Boots with the fur. The reason there's no, like, line of sight in adventure mode is because it's practically, or in fortress mode is because you're practically a god. It's basically a god game. Well, it's temperature and, like, type of biome, right? So it'd be higher temperature forests. I'm pretty sure what I said earlier when you asked initially, but... I could be wrong, though. The wet season has arrived. Definitely a warm location, this fortress. No, it would be bottom apple instead of apple. At the end of the day, I guess, Dershland, I am a World Gen amateur, so I don't know how useful I'm going to be. Other people in chat maybe so, but not me at this point. Not for the sort of things you're looking for specifically. Normal wild boars? Oh, that's a shame. Where are my giant wild boar? But yeah, I don't think I'm going to be much more use. I've shared as much knowledge as I know on the subject that you're looking for, so. Also, I thought that this had an aquifer. Wild. Okay. Maybe it doesn't. I could just dig all the way down. Oh, that's fair. Because if you're asking for like more advice based on what you were saying, I was like, I don't know how much I can actually help you, dude. You know, I don't like to ban people for just being stupid, but sometimes people have few enough brain cells that they just, you know, if you actually wanted to be here, you would respect the wishes of the people in this stream, Mortaloth. And I don't think that you do. because you are very, very dedicated to this bit, and all that this bit is doing is mildly upsetting people who live in the area that you are constantly bringing up, and annoying me. If that's your goal, congratulations, you've succeeded. Moving on. Trying to decide how to dig this entrance. Yeah, they made the account whenever they made the account. That's irrelevant. The shame is that they made the account purely to be a nuisance. Remember, at the end of the day, if you're gonna troll, be funny and be good at it. This person was neither of those things. What about you trap with pitfall walkway? What? Okay, that wasn't the cavern layer I was hoping to find. I was hoping to find the one above it. Where did we find it? Oh. Well. Oogie. Looks cool.
Time flies, which may or may be not a bad thing.
Well, as long as time isn't falling, I think that's pretty good, right? But thank you very much, Dr. Linden, for keeping that subscription alive for a 15th month. Welcome back. Let's go up to layer 33 and try going this way. I don't think that was an alt. Worry. What I do think is kind of funny is that people think that commenting a bunch of like curse words at me on a YouTube video is a good way to get unbanned on Twitch. But seriously, Lyndon, thank you very much for the 15th month and welcome back.
Crypt pod.
Not outside of adventure mode. Why? X. I honestly, I like this version of the game mechanically. I like the changes that they made to this version mechanically, to the point where I don't think I will ever really go back and play version 47 outside of like having to record footage for a thing. But yeah, outside of adventure mode, I don't really see the point. Adventure mode makes sense though. Let's just get this stairwell plugged. There we go. Okay, there's marble. That's interesting. We found our flux. Okay, and then you should be able to build up. There you go. I'm done. Sweet. You're a very spontaneous person when it comes to switching games. That's why you just like vanish for 6 weeks at a time. And then it's like, what were you playing? Something completely random. Which is fine. I mean, sometimes you need to be spontaneous. It's good to be spontaneous about something. Oh, I see where I've screwed this up. I'm like, why does this look smaller? Because it is. There you go. I'm looking for the entrance. Beyond All Reason? That game looks neat. If I was into multiplayer RTS games at this point in my life, I would consider trying that one. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, were donkeys used to be called were asses, but they changed the name from were ass to were donkey because they were a little bit worried. I need to be careful I don't dig into the lake. Well, maybe this will end up being the entryway, and maybe the cavern layer is around here somewhere. So let's go down a layer, because I'm suddenly a little worried I'm going to dig into a lake. So 1, 2, what? Actually, how far does this go? Yeah, that'll work. They have cool... Okay, when I looked into that game last, literally all it had was the PvP multiplayer. But that's neat that it has a tower defense mode and PvE stuff. Is that game still free to play, or do you have to buy it? Currently, my non-Dwarf Fortress obsession is Rift Wizard, though. Green open source? Yeah, they were planning to charge for it, though, when I was reading about it initially, but... That's only sustainable to a point. You need to have a business model. It's certainly a good way to build audience goodwill, though. Rift Wizard 2 is released in early access as of a few days ago, Silvershea. So it is not an alpha. I was in the beta for press and testing, though. But it released on Monday. Yeah, it's a cool game. Okay, Minix. Looking for a cavern layer I've missed. I'm also, like, kind of surprised. Actually, I haven't been attacked yet. Because we are so close to a necromancer tower. Man, we did have giant hippos here. Where are my hippos at? I'm just getting normal-ass wild boars. Game, please. Sure, but, like, how are they planning to fund their development? I guess that's what worries me about, like, games that are in alpha, that are open source, that are free. I've been around this industry long enough to know that that rarely stays the case forever. So I'm always cagey about what their business model is, which is why I almost never try games like that. That's what I was looking for. Okay. Welcome home, kids. Welcome home. Warframe is your current not Dwarf Fortress game? That is a video game. We managed to dig down to semi-molten rock without revealing a cavern there. Oh boy. We did some horizontal mining and popped a layer And popped layer 1 on level 0. And popped layer 1 on level 0. What? You thought it was yours? You freaked out. All right, well. Got water. Found a bunch of gems. Only metal I've found so far is aluminum. I mean, okay, the layer number that you find the first cavern layer on isn't that important, but... Let's just do granite, boulders, and of course granite boulders. And I'm thinking we dig into here. This will be the entryway into the caverns. What do you think? Entryway into the caverns. Let's actually... How many layers is this? 1, 2, 3? We're gonna have to fend off the caverns quite a bit, though. Bunch of dead cave... swallows. I'm gonna figure out where exactly I would like to enter the caverns. That could also be a good front door. That could go like this way, but I don't know if this... There might be an opening there. Might also not be. This could be a nice spot. Well, I mean, I found your first mistake. You're playing Rust, so I can't send help because you're playing Rust. It's one of the biggest mistakes you could make. So, kind of what I'm thinking, because I've got like the beginnings of this spiral entryway, right? The lake is like right here. I'm kind of thinking, because lava's going to be really easy to get to, okay? So this is just kind of a longer-ish term plan. We pour some lava onto this lake, right? Seal some of it off, right? Just natural moat, if you will, because it's only one layer deep, the lake. It's a very shallow lake. Pour a little bit of lava on the lake, dig up through it, and then make this a cavern layer entrance. What makes lava easy to get to? The bottom of this map is layer -3. It's a very, 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 very shallow map. So because it's layer -3, and I have obsidian right there, it's not going to be too hard for us to just get some sand, make some glass, and just to the bottom. Also, I have a slight suspicion, because of all of the obsidian, that there's high volcanism on this map. If that's the case, we might find a lava tube. I'm also going to need to get my livestock down here like stat. But I need to be very careful with how I build so I don't just start attracting cavern creatures everywhere. Do pigs actually also kill vermin? I know that they make vermin appear around them. Same with some of the birds. Like, I know roosters do. What does warm rock mean? It means there's lava touching that rock somewhere. Either above it or below it. or next to it. It means you may want to be careful about diagonally walking, you know, or digging into the wall. Basically, call before you dig. Is that why the vermin appears as so specifically they can eat it? Well, that's interesting. It's funny, chat's all like, all these details I can learn from blind. It's like, mate, I'm learning shit from chat like almost every stream. This is a two-way street here, I suppose. Could be wrong, though. I mean, I could be wrong about many things, too. Like, you know. Maybe I'm wrong that birds aren't real. Nobody has found a bird yet to prove it to me. Do dwarves like to carry? The dwarves really, aside from the stuff they can wear, they don't really carry stuff generally. Got it, Budgie. I'm glad that you've discovered the truth. You're one of the good ones. And then we're going to go down to here, and I'm going to make an animal pasture. Oops, that's a burrow, not an animal pasture. What am I doing? We're going to pasture our animals down here. The alpacas, the toikies, Applebottom themselves. Imperial birds are unreal / epic. Yeah, there you go. Now, what's on the surface? Man, I'm very upset about this lack of giant hippos. I may actually have to, like, employ some hunters once we get a few more dwarves in the fort. I may actually have to do that. All right, well, ooh. Almondines. More marble. Another one of those. Okay. Well, I think I'll tell one of my dwarves to go chop down one of these. Specifically, my woodcutter. Merc. You have the bug when animals don't leave the map. No, because I already had some giant thrips that were on the map that then left the map. Also, if that's a bug, that's a new one to me. Never heard of this before. I know that if you catch, because the animals are families, so if you catch one in a cage, they won't leave until their whole family can leave. So maybe that's what you're thinking of as a bug? I'm not sure. Ant framed. There's a giant rat there. I do know dwarves like seeing. Oh, hey, Joker of Spades and Merc are lovers. Well, that's adorable. I do know that dwarves like seeing. Words. Dwarves like to see stuff in the statues, but they also like to see. What's the word? They like to admire tastefully arranged furniture like statues, but they also like to like admire tastefully arranged items on pedestals. To me, pedestals are mostly useful if you need an item in a place and stay in a place. It's very useful for like artifacts that you don't want to get stolen, as an example. Okay, well, There isn't a lava spout in this layer. There might be in the layer below. Okay, well, it... That's very close. This is close enough that, like... What if I just cave this in? They do steal stuff from pedestals as well, but if you say put that pedestal in a very hard to miss place, like let's just say in the middle of your tavern, every single dwarf in your fort is gonna see them try to steal that item from that pedestal. So the dwarves aren't gonna miss it. It's the best way to actually catch thieves. You don't wanna put your artifacts somewhere that's far away unless you're locking them behind a wall or something. You want your artifacts in an area where all of your dwarves are not gonna miss it. Also, I'm just going to pull this lever. I'm gonna lock this door. It's gonna stop cavern creatures from trying to run out. And it's gonna stop my... and stop potential surface things from getting in. We're also gonna get rid of this. You're sleeping. We'll wait until you finish sleeping. Actually, let's just go down. Okay. Let's just hotkey this layer real quick. This can be location 2, cavern 1. Where do I want to start building? I could seal this off pretty quickly and easily. Let's just seal up here. Giant rat. Go figure. I could also just fill this up with cage traps. You know, we could also just do this. Militia commander. Although I have to be kind of a little bit careful about doing this. Let's just explore the caverns. We already have a fort on the surface layer blocked. Malls can't be built right on the edge of the map on the surface. So you can't quite do that. But why would you do? I mean, caverns and raids can't come through the caverns. So like, you kind of can't do that. I guess not the way you're talking about it anyway. Because the raids and trading don't come through the caverns. They'll just stand on the surface and be like, I can't trade with this person, and then they'll leave, and then they'll stop showing up. So, have we done that? No, because that's not really a thing you can do. Ooh. That makes a lot of sense, considering how close these two layers are. Giant cave spider silk webs. You know what? Might as well just explore. Before things get crazy. No, they cannot arrive via cavern. Caravans cannot arrive via cavern. They can leave via cavern. All off the entrances, so no cave people. I need to decide what I'm gonna do. Game's paused until the ads are done here on Twitch. I wouldn't mind some cave people. But we'd have to... Today I learned my bot now puts a cooldown on that. That's interesting. Please don't spam that. I have found, like, no iron, even though there's supposedly iron in here. So that's kind of concerning. They do. Red Octobear. They do, in fact. Just they're a adventure mode feature and not a feature that really gets used in Fortress mode. You just kind of have to settle directly in between two fortresses to see them. Have I ever seen 2 water levels in the same cavern? Yep. I've seen more than 2. This is also a pretty open cavern. Also, thanks for all the follows, by the way. Getting a lot of follows on Twitch today. Yeah, there's Drothlas. Here's hoping no Crundles. I mean, when you're building a cavern fort, you kind of need to explore the caverns. Like, it's kind of part of the job here. I do some prospecting, you know. Seek out possible embark sites. Oh. Well then. That's intriguing. Here come the dwarfs. Okay. Okay. Let's see. What have I not explored on this layer yet? Gotta be some areas. Yeah, let's just run up to here. Did it just flow up? No. I have, however, somehow discovered a volcanic wall studded with gems. No, it was always there. It did not just flow up. Actually, hold on a second. I could just make this all a lava pool very easily by just digging over the edge of that. Actually, hold on a second. How big is this? I am very, very tempted to just fortify and hollow out underneath this and then put a forge and a forge in these pillars. I think that would be kind of rad. Super impractical. I mean, the better way to do it would actually just be to build my forges in here. Maybe build the fortress in, like, this cliff here. I mean, I realize this is kind of an entrance, but it doesn't need to be the only entrance. My brain's full of ideas right now. I don't know about you guys, but so many possibilities. Although I still haven't found any. Okay, we did find tetrahedrite. Where's that tetrahedrite? Okay, well that's useful. Awesome. Also, the magma sea is actually kind of shallower than I thought it would be. Which can funnily lead to... Wait, really? Like, they can melt through the ice? I did not know that. There's quartzite down here? What a weird map this is, guys. What a truly bizarre map. Truly bizarre. Okay, this is also a pretty rad area. Cool. Oh man, that is a tempting house right there. Just this whole thing. Like, I could build a really cool looking fortress in this. I think I might wall these off over here. Let's just finish exploring this. Your fort stem melting through ice is the most common cause of collapse because you mostly play on volcano glaciers. I mean, well then, like, I think I found your problem. It's your favorite location. Just kind of does that, but it does kind of sound like that's the intent then. Learning by watching, it's a good way to learn. There's some Drothlas on this layer too. Not a bad scouting session though. Almost done with the caverns. That would be easy to block off there. This one would also be pretty easy to block off. So I guess the plan for the next little bit, well, first off, get my dwarves some beds, get this sealed off, get us a little meeting room somewhere. I do have water, like replenishable water down here. So I could use this. Drathla? They're a grazer. They're like, people used to describe them as like cavern elephants. But like, I've always kind of thought of them as like a cave horse, I guess. I think this is my favorite part of the caverns. I think I'll seal this area off and use it as farming, because that won't be too hard to do. Just like a block there, some blocks here, like a block up there, and then a block here. Or actually just a block up here, like just a block there. And then obviously a block down here. And then this up here can be the entryway to the fort. And we'll seal this whole side off, because that's one layer up, and that's only two, so that won't be too hard to do. This will be a little bit annoying, but I should be able to seal it off pretty easily. Cavern bison. Yeah, actually, cavern bison, not a bad way of thinking about it. Oh, there we go. We've got some more animals listed now. We do actually have magma crabs as well. So let's get to it, shall we? Let's go down to here and real quick get a little wood stockpile constructed. Which they're probably, gonna go get drinks and eat. But I need to figure out where we're gonna begin crafting. If this is the layer that we live on, I guess the logical thing to do would be to cut out this way. What if we go up to here and do like this combined with this? I don't know if I'm necessarily going to build this right away, by the way. And then channel down into here and channel this whole chunk out. And that'll be the entryway to the fort. Or the entryway to the caverns, anyway. Because how many layers up is the actual river? Or the actual lake? Right up here. What was the start date of this fort? I should probably write that down, actually. Hold on. Because I've been putting that in the goal. Also, I need to modify the goal. And founded year 542. There we go. Done. Updated. I do also need to build a wall there. That's right there. Means I could just go into here and then dig this whole thing out. It's like this would go down right there. Yeah, I think we'll do that as the fortress entrance. With the animal entrance right next door, which I can put a drawbridge on top of. And this is where we'll start crafting. Pick up equipment. What are we getting? Oh, they're grabbing their weapons. They're non-weapons. They're grabbing their picks again. Get back down here. So we've been here for a season. We started in like midwinter. So we've been here for a season. How can you tell what needs exploring in caverns? I'm looking to areas that are obviously not explored. I don't know how else to explain that. I just want to, if I'm going to build a cavern fort, I want to explore them right away because it takes a little while for them to get filled up with threats usually, unless you've been in the map already for a while. I'm very upset at the lack of giant hippos. Like quite upset actually. I'm going to need to make like crossbows and something. But it is what it is, I guess. Put them all into a military squad and then order them to walk around. Is how I do it anyway. That's how I get them to explore caverns. You're a tenant and not a landlord, whereas he owns his apartments, so the company that deals with noise complaints and such won't do anything about him. Oh, lovely. Yeah, I know that feeling. I've been in similar spots. Fortunately, my owner also owns the apartment above me, so I can complain to my landlord. Giant HIPAA violation. Hardy, hardy, hard. All right, let's just make a craft store shop real quick. And a carpenter real quick. I'm kind of surprised my dwarves have managed to get happier and not upset. They must all have lovers. Oh, wow. So Laia is in love with Etur. Olbach is in love with Creed. And Alban isn't in love with anybody. Merc is in love with Joker. So Alban is the extra wheel in this fort. Sorry, Alban. Save the game? All right, I think the game just did, but if you insist. Digging Dwarf is happy Dwarf? Well, 70 hours into the game trying to understand how much you need to worry about things. Fair enough. You look like not really care about food and drink the first couple of days after Embark. The thing is, I know exactly how to acquire. I know exactly how to require how to double my food count right now with 3 clicks, without breaking anything and without cheating in any way. I think there's a lot more ways to acquire basic resources than new players realize. So I'm not that worried. Also, when I embarked carefully, and I brought extra beer, so I don't need to worry as much. But yeah, I almost never worry about immediately getting food started. As a new player, Dwarf Fortress is a lot, right? And there's a lot of things you need to remember, and a lot of things you need to do, and a lot of things that you need to make sure you're not screwing up. As somebody who's played this game for a very long time, there's things I need to remember, but I have a lot more flexibility because this game gives you a lot of flexibility. Do you know what kind of dwarf you would like, Terminal? Yeah, and even then, you can get by on gathered plants in the caverns most seasons. Unless you have a completely dead cavern layer. Like, I could literally just go down to the caverns, and you see these are sweet pods. These are pigtails. And so I could just go, collect these, and that'll get us some plump helmets, some pigtails, and the plump helmets are edible, and the sweet tails are brewable. Over here, up here, we have prickleberries, we have cucumbers, we have, that's a tree. We have tomatoes, you know, all kinds of delicious things. We got, oranges, we've got kumquats, and all these can be harvested, right? Lived here 4 times longer than him. He owns his unit? That's the crazy bit to me. Generally, people who own their units, like, tend to have more respect for their neighbors, I find. It's usually the tenants that are the problems. Like, every owner neighbor I've ever had has always been great. Make 3 beds. Let's just do 2 orders of rock mugs. I'll just let those run. One thing at a time. Head eyes. One thing at a time. It doesn't really matter what order. The thing is, Dwarf Fortress is a game that I think the best part and the worst part of Dwarf Fortress is that there's absolutely no in-game progression, right? You start and you have everything from the start that you will have at the end of the game, right? All of the tools are immediately accessible to you, which is a very good thing in this game because it lets you completely contort the game to your desires and allows you to do exactly what you want to do, right? If you go into Dwarf Fortress with a build order, you will almost never have a good time because you'll just find yourself doing the exact same thing every time, right? Like, just to make a point with chat, a couple forts ago, I embarked with no food and no anvil, and no seeds. And within half a season, we had, and also no drink. And within like half a season, we acquired alcohol and had a farm going. So Dwarf Fortress is a game that people will try and give you build orders for because people try and do that with every game. But at the end of the day, Dwarf Fortress doesn't have a build order. It's kind of built to not need one. And honestly, the most important thing is to just pick something and learn it. Maybe theme different forts around different skills. Maybe let's focus on leatherworking in this fort and like animal husbandry. Maybe this next fort, let's focus on just building a really big tavern. Maybe this fort will focus on building a library. This fort will do this. I'm going to start off with a guild hall. We're going to start off with a Rangers Guild. The Rosy Tundras. Can be set to citizens only. That's a silly name for a Rangers Guild. We're going to call this the Rosy Arrow, the Pointy Arrow. There we go. The Pointy Arrow, the Ranger Guild. That's going to be our socializing zone for the starts. One tip that I think not enough people do, start off with a guild hall, pick a skill that you want your dwarves to be good at, and start with that. I did not set your dwarf, no, because I got stuck in conversations. Hold on. You probably answered my question. I'll just open your chat log. We got a miner. Yeah, actually, these are the options. Just tell me which dwarf you'd like. We got Alban, Etur, Olbach, and Desid. Fortunately, all 3 of them are miners, so. I cannot confirm if they are chromatic miner or not, but. I have good faith, Head Eyes, that you will become a great fortress overseer. Enter? Okay. Eternally forgetful. Wait, that's me. Terminal wetness has no ambition whatsoever, is dour as a rule, and is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He dislikes practical example. He dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. He is greatly moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and he does not easily fall in love. He does not easily hate and rarely develops negative feelings. Sorry, he doesn't easily hate or develop negative feelings. The fall in love part's wrong. He does not he often feels discouraged and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He tends to avoid crowds, and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He tenses up when he's nervous, and he runs his fingers through his hair when he becomes exasperated, and when he's trying to remember something, he often starts chewing on his lips. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting. And where the heck is he going? He likes chalk, copper, and green diamond, walnut wood, and giant peach-faced lovebird leather, cotton paper, quivers, coffins, and figurines and buckets, and the words of the robustness of Jaws. Very robust movie. And he absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. That's relatable. Welcome to the fort. All right, so now that we've done that, we've made some mugs, we made some beds. Go beb, beb, beb. Getting these deconstructed. And we're gonna pop over here to Stoneworker. This game gets a bit overwhelming. This game gets a bit overwhelming for me. And I've played a lot of it. So trust me, don't worry, it's not just you. This game is very overwhelming. Say half these are going to cancel, aren't they? No, they're not. Okay. We're going to make rock blocks, repeat, but we're only going to use granite. We're just going to make granite rock blocks. Nope. Because I have to click that button before I can queue it up. I could make a manager and just get them to do it, but eh. There we go. New fort day? Yep. Yippity yippity. And then I'll set this to a bit of a lower priority. Well, actually, I don't need to do this yet. This whole thing's just gonna get dug out. All right. Front door is locked. Found more metal. No. So supposedly there's iron in this mountain, because this is a mountain right here. Supposedly there's iron in it. I haven't seen it yet. Applebottom jeans. Yes, it is a pretty good name. We decided to go with the funny one for once, because I almost never go with the funny name, but today we decided to go with the funny name. Even though I managed to name my last fortress Subtle Scribe. You know. I thought it was subtle, okay? All right. Let's just try and get these larger ones sealed off and start booking it around the edges of this. 9. Okay. This is the downward passage. Come on, dwarves. We got one priority, and that's make granite things and block them off. Let's follow... Merc, why not? Does iron spawn in obsidian? That's a mighty good question. Does iron form in obsidian? I'm sure I could Google this. Does iron form in obsidian? I know it's not all obsidian. Obsidian, okay, so this is USGS.gov. Not Dwarf Fortress's wiki, but compared with window glass, obsidian is rich in iron and magnesium. So, I know it's not iron, it's not obsidian all the way down, so it doesn't really matter, but. Maya's just sleeping. Dwarves are getting a bit of strength training as well. Does form an obsidian? Yeah, I guess I just need to dig through it is like the actual reality. Okay, let's see what's on the map right now. This is an untamed wilds biome, so I'm being a little cautious. But we're also spitting distance from my necromancer tower. So find out you should take obsidian supplements. Yes, if you happen to have a brick of obsidian in your living space, lick it if you have an iron deficiency. This is not medical advice. I found out recently that my city has a crystals festival, and I'm kind of tempted to go. Although you might run into some delightfully crazy people at a crystals festival. El Naki, I'm okay. Why so many blocks? Well, because it's a waste of time and materials to construct stuff out of boulders. As in, it takes significantly longer because they're very heavy. And you get way more construction material out of blocks. You're gonna run into your exes? I only run into my exes at anime conventions. All right, well, that's our first migrant wave. Excellent, more hands. Who are you, friend? No kills, okay. High Master Weaponsmith, whoa. That's useful. What else we getting? An expert bookbinder who's married. Probably gonna bring her spouse as well. Thigh cut here. Probably our broker, actually. Did we just acquire a manager? Nope. But we did acquire a broker. Irish. Also an adequate liar and appraiser. Novice negotiator, though. The bookbinder seems like a pretty good captain of the guard, actually. I think we'll go with bookkeeper and broker couple. Broker. Then once we're done with that, we'll fix her. All right, that seems to be everything. Front door is open. They all already make it inside. That was quick. Oh, I see. They're running to the wagon first for reasons. Adequate liar is always a promising trait. Oh, only good things can come from that, right? Only good things. I have a question, chat. Should the bookkeeper thigh cut, or should Erush be our manager? Good spatial sense, musicals, values, sacrifice, anxious, brawler, and agile. Or poor memory. Over-reliant on advice. High social awareness. Sustained skill. Values independence. Well, they're a married couple, so I don't need to worry too much. Nogrim, hello. I think I'm gonna give it to the broker. We're gonna give it to Erish, so I can solve 2 offices with 1 office, which will be nice. And also, summer has arrived on the calendar. They share the rooms for nobility requirements. Damn right. It's actually part of the reason why I will often give those jobs to named dwarves, or those jobs to couples, because then like I don't need to make like as many offices. Although I usually make them double offices anyway, or like just put double the chairs in there, you know, kind of deal. Okay, let's see how the constructions are going. Tisk. Long way to go. So that one will be good at one layer. There we go. There we go. Our Drothlas here, but those should move. That's gonna need to be dug out. The reason I'm walling off this cavern layer, if anybody's wondering, creatures will still be able to get in. They'll be able to get in on the water there. But the reason I'm doing this is so that it's going to be safer for me to build in. I'm okay with cavern creatures, but I don't really want a ton of them showing up in the layer that I'm going to be living in primarily. So I'm going to try and go as, you know, all the way around here as possible. We are going to need to start farming soonish, though. Okay, where are we at right now? I think I'm going to pause a couple of these jobs and just get them to help construct. Still doing okay on food and drink. Trouthless steaks, yeah, pretty much. Models water displacement. How do you forget that? That's like one of the most memorable oopsies anybody can make. But yes, new fort, Applebottom. The very appledly named. But something that's very exciting about this fort is, see this? Literally one layer beneath this is the next cavern layer. So I'm thinking we knock these trees down and I dig out most of this wall here. And I think we use this as a way to, you know, drop this whole thing down into the caverns down here. And, you know, find some fun. Underwater obsidian cube. Oh, okay. I understand what you mean by models water displacement. Right. Yeah, because water also would have, if you're dumping like lava into it, that would also evaporate. And it looks like the majority of our like armor smithing and mining is going to be done down in the magma sea too. Yes, I am live, Feep. I do look at the YouTube chat. I just don't look at the YouTube chat as often as I look at the Twitch chat, because the Twitch chat's a lot busier. So the YouTube chat's a little bit closer to the like lurker chat. But welcome to the stream. Oh, there's plenty of little fun geodes around. Fun geode, that's a good term for them. I like calling them Kinder Surprise Eggs. Is probably my favorite term for them. My goal for the aesthetic of this fort, I think, if I can get these walls blocked off before scary things arrive that want to murder us, is I think it would be really cool to make this cavern into a underground town. If that makes any sense. I think it would be a lot of fun to make this into a underground town. Okay, fair enough. No, that makes sense. If you're doing it via Cavern, because when you said obsidian, I assumed you were using water. Which, you know, my bad, but... Also, by the way, I got a confirmation this morning. I know chat was bugging me going about this a couple of times, but I just feel the need to say this just to like curb anybody's potential excitement. Don't worry, I will not be able to stream adventure mode early, but I will be getting it a little bit early, it looks like. Started doing that with the previous fort because you saw something similar in one of your older forts, but then the fun started and it turned into more of a castle defense project. Which fort was it? Unless like you're talking about then fun started in your fort, which yes, I would hope nothing less. Yeah, well, I mean, you also need to remember I got fortress mode 5 days early. No, 4 days early. Yeah, and I got it like halfway through his stream and couldn't say anything. It was pretty brutal. I was literally just like sitting here going like, shit, finish stream. I was up until like 4 in the morning that night. The privileges of being a DF streamer. Yeah, sure, that's one way to put it. You only wish it released on a Monday, because you only have 1 to 2 days with it. I actually wonder what time of day it's going to release. That's something I've been very curious about, is like the time of day. Let's just go all the way along here, priority number 1. Construct building. Keep at it, Dwarf. Reed is doing good work along here. So I'm going to need to basically build stairs next to these so I can get these up a layer and then go all the way along the edge, which a little bit annoying, but it'll use a lot of blocks is I guess the issue. Fortunately, up here I can also dig along this. Also a little bit worried about the digging. Sweet. I think we are almost at enough blocks. Let's see. How many of these have I not set to be built across? You're good. You're getting there. Let's go all the way over to here. You're designated. You're designated. Let's just go all the way across here. Designate all of these. Next one's over here. They're all designated. Let's dig through this. Just designate all of these. All right, I should be able to go into here now and pause all of the make jobs. So once they're done making all these granite blocks, should be able to just get everybody into constructing. Yeah, no, that's all that they've said. Well, April 17th. April 17th, it'll release into the beta branch. Happy to help. Melandul. Yeah, it's oddly enough Tarnadam's birthday. Starting up on Tarn's birthday. Okay, you're building that. Doing okay on food and drink, but it's getting a little low. We're gonna miss getting pigtails planted this year, but that's okay. Apparently that was Tarn's personal goal. was to release it on his birthday. Which is honestly an interesting birthday gift to oneself. It's like, what are you giving yourself for your birthday? A lot of work that I need to get done is the way that reads to me. Which is like, you know, a very Tarn Adams solution, I suppose. True, he does love his work. All right, well, we're getting through all that. Pigtails, wild pigtails are these. Although they're dead because this season's about to end. They are only harvestable 2 seasons a year, I think. It's like spring and summer, isn't it? A gift that's beyond quality, that is true. Yeah. So far beyond quality that it's considered a classic by at least 2 people. But no, honestly, it's always nice to see new people picking the game up. It's actually like, for lack of a better term, kind of, I don't know. It's exciting to see people who haven't found this game yet, I guess. Because it is kind of crazy how much time, at least I've been able to get out of it. And I know other people are in similar spots where it's like, I've just gotten ludicrous amounts of hours out of this game. Congratulations, chat rooms. Our Applebottom jeans and boots with the fur coming along. Because we're going to be wearing, like, alpaca clothing pretty soon. I could also just go with pigtails, but I'm thinking maybe we make pigtail wine, you know? I'm just, like, sitting here expecting to hear the sound of, like, cavern creatures attacking me. But not just yet, so... here's hoping. Yeah, I've absolutely done, like, only, like, foraging forts where you only sustain yourself off of, like, harvesting fruits and such. I already opened one. Because it didn't have any hot or cold warnings. I could do some more. I lost a fort to one of those once, though. See this one? I opened this one. Those may actually be my first trade good. Although maybe I just won't trade with the mountain home the first year. I don't know. Because I don't really have a good spot to put a trade depot. And not trading the first year is not the worst thing. It's not great, but it's also not the worst. Hi, Reinhardt. How are you doing? What's the theme of this fort? So if you watched our last fort, which was Subtle Scribe, this is in the same world. And we are in the faction, a different Dwarven faction, that is at war with the faction that Subtle Scribe was a part of. So I'm trying to build a new mountain home for that fort, or for that faction. That is not right next to Subtle Scribe, which is brutally murdering everybody in the vicinity and also has a population of 1,000 now. Not directly, Gazoom. You ever unintentionally offend elven traders? Who hasn't? I don't think I've ever intentionally offended them, for whatever that's worth. I think I did it like twice, maybe 3 times in the last fort. Those of us below the soil welcome you. Prepare thy body, Mupu. Is it more convenient in some way to build ramps going up and down instead of stairs? Not really. I mean, I do them if I'm trying to plan ahead. And in this case, I'm trying to plan ahead to be able to bring caravans into my map. And caravans are only able to go up and down ramps, not stairs. So I'm just kind of planning ahead for a future front door. Is it necessarily more convenient? I mean, I guess. That's not really the purpose of what I'm going after, though. That's the only real difference, is ramps can have wagons going up and down them. But mostly, like Zwari said, it's mostly an aesthetic/preference thing. Currently, wild boar has given birth to a wild boar piglet. I'm gonna need to kill these wild boars to get more to get more animals on the map. I must have got one stuck underground or something. It's absolutely possible, actually. We'll just have to use hunters. It's fine. Ramps also encourage more interesting layouts. Less vertical layouts. I find myself using stairs and ramps almost in equal portions, kind of interchangeably. Everybody loves Drothlas. I find this interesting. Let's draw something. Animals look crazy. They're basically like, actually chat was saying cavern yaks, which is actually pretty accurate because I think you can shear them, can't you? Like they're shearable, which would make them pretty similar to yaks. But they're big grazers. It states that they graze on the mushrooms in the caves. It's trading season, of which I'm going to miss it. I just have to say, I think that A12 Games and KitFox and Fangamer are missing a massively awesome opportunity. And I think that this awesome opportunity is the opportunity to make fluffy Wambler plushies. Honestly, Thrumbos and Boom Rats are pretty cool little critters. Of everything that like RimWorld does, I think Thrumbos and Boom Rats are like really good little creatures. Gorlak merch win. Plushy Gorlak. Boomalopes, right? Yeah, those are the big ones. I couldn't remember the big ones. I just remembered Boom Rats. It's been a while. You bought a Thrumbo plush? Plushie? Yeah. I can see that. I know a number of people with Thrumbo emotes. You need Flesh Balls merch? Did you ever play Inside, the video game from Playdead? Because the thing at the end of Inside, Playdead actually partnered with Real Doll, the maker of very realistic skin, and they made a scale mod. It's like a 1/15th scale model or something. It's roughly the size of a beach ball. Or a model roughly the size of a beach ball of that thing out of very realistic flesh. So, yeah, I mean, they could go all out with the flesh balls. That's all I'm saying. They would literally just look like testicles, though. Which, I mean, maybe that's what you want. I don't know. Sweet. Oh, no. It's not the response you want. Deal without all these creatures and that tangled greenery? Well, we're working on paving the caverns. Can they add decorative hair to the flesh balls? Let's move on to the next discussion. Here's the thing. I go to Etsy. I guarantee you somebody's selling that. Guarantee you, you could probably buy hundreds of them. Although I do want to say, since we're talking about balls in this kind of format, one of my favorite retorts ever is if you see somebody with truck nuts, ask them if their truck came with the nuts. And if they seem confused and say no, then you can inform them that their truck is now trans. Which I find very funny. Like, genuinely hysterical. Sorry for the visuals. I mean, it's fine. I mean, it wouldn't upset somebody who ironically gets truck nuts. Somebody with a sense of humor who ironically gets truck nuts would probably laugh really loudly. Years ago, I was in sports with a guy who had the world's worst car. It was a Sable that kept constantly broke down, that he was repairing constantly, and it had truck nuts. So he probably would have thought that was hysterical. But I mean, it depends on the person, I think. Let's go harvest some foods. We're gonna need to brew some brews soon. They were actual lug nuts. I don't know. They're being so progressive. Well, they might have progressive insurance. Well, this is interesting. I wonder how many days it's going to take for the mountain home to show up. But I also haven't gotten no traders yet this season, so. Hey, Deep Space. How's the new Embark? We found a neat spot. So, this is layer 30, right? We're in Cavern layer 1, obviously. That's the Magma Sea. At layer, what, 16? Yeah. So they have to travel from the mountain home to your Embark site. So if the mountain home is 3 days travel, they'll arrive on the 3rd. If the mountain home is 15 days travel, they'll arrive on the 15th. If the mountain home is 31 days travel, they'll arrive on the 31st. Or the 1st, I guess. Of the next month. Because they have to travel. So, like, I'm not entirely certain where my mountain home is. I know a bunch of the factions here, and a bunch of it's up here. So it could be as far as, like, 24 days. So there's some mountain halls. Yeah, so I'm guessing it's probably... I was gonna say, unless these are the mountain home, that would be bad, because then they're inaccessible. But yeah, I'm guessing it's gonna be somewhere in the 20s then. Otherwise, they would have arrived by now. Because this is 15 days travel. We're already up to the 20th. I mean, I have no intention of buying any DLC for that game that I got as a press key for free. Sorry, but I feel ripped off. Based on the existence of that DLC. It's like, some buildings... $15. What's funny is Path of Acra is cheaper than that DLC. So, City Skylines, not Counter-Strike. Here, I'll show you the DLC. It's called, well, it's the first released DLC. There's several listed ones already. Beach Properties. We're okay, Dragon. We're okay. 4%. Right around. I'm trying to think of another game that is CS2. There's probably more than one. 4% are angry devs. They're not, you know, honestly, I feel real bad for the people working on this game because all of the, like, mumblings I've heard from people who are working on this game is, like, Paradox is driving. And then the overall reviews of this game after that DLC came out went from mixed and mixed to mixed and mostly negative, so... It's not the worst you've ever seen. It's the worst rated game, or worst rated thing on Steam, and it's, I guess, $10 US. And literally all it comes with is 10 houses for the North American skin, for the North American theme, 10 for the European theme, 6 buildings you can build anywhere, and 4 new trees! 4 new trees! Fucking... like... What? 4 of them! And and the other thing is, like, remember, most of the people who have that DLC probably just bought the complete edition, right? Because a lot of the people reviewing that DLC immediately are just like, yo, I paid for the more expensive version of the main game and it doesn't run yet. Like, a lot of the reviews on that DLC are just like, you're releasing these DLCs and the main game doesn't even run. So I'm not surprised it's getting bombed, personally. Okay, that area is done. Let's just check again. This one needs stairs up to the top. Let's just start building those. Let's just start at one end. Okay, these all still need to be done. This one has one left it needs to do. This one I think I will just dig up. I'm in an ad break. Could have been 2 trees. True, but they could have also added 4 trees. You also need to remember, Kelith Dragon, that the developers of... Well, actually, you might be in an ad. I don't know if you are. I'll hold that thought. Wow, you were set to 120. Yeah, because the Dwarf Fortress moves at the speed of its FPS, right? So if you want a slower experience, turn down your frame rate. It's also not a game that it just needs to run smoothly. It doesn't need to be like at locked 60 to control decently. Fortunately. Holding, yep. Tightly, very tightly. All right, so, Kayla Dragon, you need to remember, the developers of Dwarf Fortress, Zach and Tarn, started making games in an era where freeware was king. That's the first thing. The second thing was, when Dwarf Fortress first came out, they were developing Armok as a fun, like, not job, side project thing that they didn't have a way for you really to give them money. I think they had a P.O. box where you could mail them a check if you wanted to, and some people had, but not many people had. And Dwarf Fortress released before Steam was, like, a thing that you could really publicly access. And before indie game dev was really a business that you could do unless you were one of the really, really weird lucky ones who got in stupidly early, right? So kind of because of that, like Dwarf Fortress comes from an era almost before that was really an option to most people. And back in those days, really your only real entry point to any kind of... I don't know. I'm out of food. And your only real kind of entry point to that kind of development was quite literally to just, you know, start releasing stuff. And that's kind of what they did. It was just, they started releasing stuff in the 80s and they just kind of continued forward. Apparently they even got games in magazines, and I really wish they still had a supply of those. But it makes me very sad that they don't. This is just going to be for plants. Gonna jump up to here. Remove plants, and also drink. Okay. The next thing I'm also going to do is I'm gonna gather a bunch more stuff. See, plant already going back up. You started a new fort? Did you start a new world with the new fort? Because the new stuff comes in from building a new world. There's also a bunch of lump helmets over here, so we'll harvest those as well. Oh, new world. Gotcha. Okay. Forgot to mention, turns out you have a near life-threatening sleep apnea. Oh, Jesus. That's the crazy thing about sleep apnea that I've always read, is like, having sleep apnea means you're dying in your sleep. Almost. It's like, what? Am I sealing off the first cavern? Yes. Because I would like to build a city in the first cavern. And I'm not changing the difficulty settings. We're keeping everything on default. Oh, those are dead. Can't harvest the dead ones. And the highest priority right now is literally just get it sealed off before cavern creatures start to attack me. Which is why I'm not farming yet. Although I am a little bit worried about the lack of traders. That is a little weird. Worst case scenario will just be a cool little cavern fort. But yeah, I am a little worried. It is a little odd. Although, because we didn't embark on the 1st of spring, it may have just screwed up the first trading cycle. So maybe we'll get traders on year 2. But we're into mid-autumn now. Ah. Well, some migrants have arrived at the very least. More mouths to feed. But more hands to help. Just doing all the digging. There you go. Dwarf's going to go pull the lever. Okay, so we're up to 14. We got Ral, Yuvesh, Cybrak, and Iral. Okay. It's just a cavern layers thing. You can't seal them up on the surface. Like Zwari just said. In fact, I only learned it was a thing that you could even do in the caverns recently. I need to deconstruct my wagon. Wherever it is. I want them to stop running there first. There it is. So we're up to 14 dwarves now. New dwarf. Fallout, let me know what kind of dwarf you'd like, but I'm going to go real quick, take a piss. I will be right back.
Sandwich! Cheese for everyone!
Over here, he has a sword.
Bring out your dead!
All right, Fallout, what kind of dwarf do you want? Oi. Every 5 years or so? I mean, before I hit my deductible, I have to pay about $600 a month to not die. So, I'm right there with you. Yeah, I'm right there with you. But because I live in Canada, it only costs me $600 for like 2 months, and then it's like, you know, a quarter of that, and then it's nothing like 2 months later. So it's fine. I cut the bookkeeper. All right, the bookie keep. Ooh, I feel like I never hear this song in this game. She relies on the advice of others during decision-making, is very slow to anger, and has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger, is quite polite, and isn't particularly curious about the world. She tends to be passive in discussions and often acts with compassion, can handle stress, and tends to consider what others think of her, but is stubborn. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of creating a great work of art, and she personally finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting. Respects the law and values independence. She's probably quite upset with me, too. Yeah, she's embarrassed at the lack of chairs. And also got caught in the rain once. Very upsetting. What else does she like? She likes diorite, pig iron, and yellow cespertine, duck tooth, crowns, and the words of the robustness of jaws, and the sound of the wonder of petals, and the sight of the azure dance, and when possible prefers to consume wild carrot plants, and maize beer, and donkey's milk, and soft wheat flour, and absolutely hates worms. Welcome to the fortress. What god do you worship? Rithul, of the Whispery Doctrine. I'm not seeing as many dwarves constructing stuff actively, leading me to think we've probably caught up mostly. Okay, we're good on that one. Okay, this just needs a single tile. Actually, this needs to go all the way across to there. And up to there. You need to go all the way across. You're good. This needs to go up one. This one needs to go up a few. This one is more or less good. It just needs there. And up here. And these. I clicked early, but... There we go. Oh, like in your sleep? Back when I lived with my ex here, when I was having night terrors, which I haven't had in a while, which has been nice actually, I would occasionally like wake up in my sleep thrashing, and which usually meant that I would wake up to getting punched in the ear because like I would just like slap her in my sleep or something accidentally while thrashing. And then just like either wake up or like the next day just like get a scolding. Oh yeah, no, I mean, if like in my sleep, yeah, if I smack you, yeah, no, definitely punch me. I deserve it. Not saying it wasn't deserved. I was like, should try and get away from the person who's having the night terror. That's a very like natural thing to do. It's just kind of funny in hindsight. Like, just for many reasons. If somebody is having a night terror around you, you want to get away. Okay, the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to here and say, brew drink from plant, please. I really should just make a farm, because I actually have enough dwarves now. I kind of want to put the farm up here. I think this would just be a really nice, homey area. You know what I mean? Like... here, and then bedrooms down in here, farming up in here. We could put offices in these pillars. Yeah, I like that. That should be enough for right now. But I think I'll build one right next to it. Ah, never mind. We need to collapse these suckers anyway, so we'll just do this. So just because of all of this work I'm doing, it's still going to be possible for the cavern creatures to get into this layer, but only through this water. So I'm going to have to try and make this area safe too, if possible. Completely in bubble wrap. How do you breathe? Snorkel? Because that would be my go-to. Also, now that we've done that, let's go up to here and go rock throne and rock table. And let's make these out of obsidian, obviously, right? Except we're only going to make them at one shop each, just so that minimum dwarves are actually doing those jobs. If they are water creatures, they can. So if they are, like, forgotten beasts can appear in water. They can wander into your map via water because they don't care about water. And if they're fish people or, like, amphibian people, yes. Then it's something you need to worry about. So sorry about the kind of slow start to this fort with all this construction, but I think it's going to be worth it because of the type of fort I'm going to be able to build in here. I hope it's going to be worth it. We are going to need to get some hunting going on the surface, though. So I'm going to probably start making some bolts. Okay, you are just going to be all season plump helmets. You're going to be. Gives me more time to interact with you. Yeah, that's fair. You played Dwarf Fortress officially yesterday, the ASCII version, and I needed tips, so you peeked in my channel, and I had some good pointers. Still learning them. ASCII version is a daunting task to learn. That is true, especially the current version, because the hotkeys are harder to find. Giant bat is fighting with a Drathla. Do I have more what livestock are we sitting on right now? Oh, some of the wild boars left. Well, that's interesting. I don't think we're going to keep the reindeer, likely. Oh, that's a problem. Reindeer's above ground. Let's just go down to here. Go boop, boop, boop. I'm just going to wait until it's inside. Yeah, me too. Not the reindeer. We'll wait for it to grow up at least. It's a Finnish delicacy, I'm told. Actually, I don't know about delicacy. That's maybe an exaggeration, but it's a thing they eat in Finland, I'm told. Also, another thing I can do. Mine through that. Because we can just build things now, pretty much. Okay, we're over here. Watched on YouTube for a bit? Well, thank you, Zoom Brander. In my brain, you work in a Zoom's branding department. Got a lurk or whatever? Works for me. I also love that this area is just full cave spiders. I have a lot of silk. 400 books? Hell yeah. Never tried it before. It's fun watching the dwarves like read books and study. Although I will say that the actual paper making industry and whatnot is tedious as hell. One of the things you occasionally buy is smoked reindeer jerky. That's me and smoked salmon. Smoked salmon is expensive. But my God, it's good, dude. Stuff's so tasty. So many Zooms must be branded. You must work for, like, NASCAR then, right? All of the Zooms? One of my weirdest, like, completely irrelevant to Earth's humble brags is, that I have, is I can humble brag that I was in a Zoom call with the CEO of Zoom before Zoom was, like, one of the most expensive companies in the world. Because I got invited to one of their webinars, which is still a term that hurts my brain when I hear people say it out loud unironically. But I got invited to a Zoom webinar very early on in Zoom's existence because I used it to film a podcast back in the day. But how do you keep them lit? With a really big lighter. We've also got sand in these caverns. And there's Drathlas everywhere. We're going to have to catch and pasture these Drathlas at some point. I'm also about to get another notification that I'm out of food. Which is, you know, it is what it is. It's fine, though. Need to keep doing that. Do some salmon fishing this summer so you can smoke and freeze a bunch of them. I kind of miss fishing, but also like very much don't. Like there is part of me that vaguely misses fishing because I used to go fishing quite a bit with my dad. But in actual reality, I do not really miss fishing. This is going to be the manager's office. And this is going to be the expedition leader's office / bedroom. Actually, this is going to be the manager's office and bedroom. We're just going to cut this off down here. Office and bedroom, and this will be the expedition leader's office / bedroom. Although I'll put a table in it, but it'll be called a bedroom. Let's also make some beds, just 10 of them. There'll be plenty. And I'm for our carpenters down here. As we slowly start to actually build up the fort. It was way too windy for your little boat. What kind of boat do you have? Just a little like outboard motor thing? You know, it's living in Canada is kind of a funny place because I need to get seeds out of the stockpile. I have really crappy vision, right? And my eyes are too bad to be able to drive in Canada anyway. However, I have a speedboat license and a tugboat license. Or I had a tugboat license. It expired years ago. But at one point in my life, I had a tugboat license. Which is just like one of the funniest things ever to me. Because it's just like, well, I can't drive, but I do have a speedboat license. I can drive a boat. I'm like always like kind of jelly about people having boats. Because I like boats. Boats are fun. There's a vague, stupid part of my brain that was looking at houseboats relatively recently going, mooring fees aren't that much. And then like looking at the amount of like annual upkeep and repair costs to keep it from sinking and going, you know, actually as good of an idea as this seems like, maybe it's not actually a good idea. Maybe I just should, anything else. Yeah, maybe anything else. I like this fort already, chat. I would say driving a boat is more dangerous to you, the person driving the boat, generally, than to other people. Like when we're talking about like small outboard motorboats, which is what I have a license to drive, you're more of a danger to yourself than anything. We always have exclamation point goal, bench. We always have exclamation point goal. Exclamation point goal. Speedy, thank you very much for the 81st month on an 81st month streak. You are the first person to have a sub that high. Thank you, man. Like, that is an absurdly high number of resubscriptions you've done. So thank you very much for continuing to like support this stream after all those years. And also, for some reason, having the wonderful obsession of subscribing at whatever the highest tier is on every platform you can find. So thank you. So this is going to be for Plump Helmet. This is going to be for Sweet Pods. This is going to be for Pigtails. And this is going to be for Cavwet. And I'm not going to worry so much about Dimples. And we're going to go 0. 0 O's. Damn it. So wait, can Subtlescribe actually act against this fort at like an enemy faction? So my faction that I'm playing as is called the Rack of Lobsters. And this fortress is called Applebottom, as it normally should be. we are at war with the Veiled Halls, which is a dwarven faction, and also happens to be the faction that I played as part of last, which was the faction of Subtle Scribe. When is that next dwarf restock? It should have a countdown timer when you click on the thingy, but if you ask too loudly, you'll remind other people that it exists, and then you probably won't get one. So that is my previous fortress. Yes, I can attack it. You can attack anything that isn't part of your faction, and there are many dwarven factions in every world, usually. And also, I'm just going to make a butcher shop real quick and butcher some cute fuzzy animals. Because turns out, I got a reindeer bull that I don't need. But you know what I do need? Need some food. My dwarf's a little hungry. I mean, I probably don't have much going on in the way of this stuff. Yeah, not currently. But if you hit news and rumors, if you're actually aware of things that are happening in the world around you, you'll actually see stuff moving around on the world map. Like, all I really got is, like, a few items moved around recently. Yeah, just, like, slight shifts in who's running what religion. What does dwarf restock mean? They're probably asking about when they can redeem a dwarf. If I had to bet. Which, like I said earlier, is probably the best way to make sure you don't get one, because you're just reminding other people to look. So this is going to go to the expedition leader, Creed. This, down here, is going to go to the married couple, manager, and bookkeeper. And this is going to be their office. Apparently, oh, I know why it's overlapping. It's because there isn't a door there. That should fix it. Nope. I'm not totally sure why these are considered overlapping. All right, well, now it's sorted. Whatever. We'll just let it sit. Your insane, your insane baby is still alive as of last time I checked, too. Did you look into the reason for this war? Nope. But the save is the most recent thing I uploaded to the DF save sharing room. Also, we're in an ad break right now. I'm gonna go grab my sandwich. I'm quite hungry. I'll be back in a minute. Bye.
Sandwich!
Let's take a lovely fruit, tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Cheese for everyone!
Over here, he has a sword!
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
You fucking donkey! Bring out your dead!
All right. I've returned. All right, sweet. Sandwich acquired. Cheese, lettuce, and tomato. If anybody's wondering. All right. It's kind of crazy how many witches out there are named Sam.
Nuclear vessels.
I wonder. I was gonna say that would be really funny if this little fun pocket there was set as lava, but it's not. Why are there mussels down here? And leeches? We're in the caves. That's weird. Like, kind of really weird. All right, let's go to the live shtuk. And Nom Nom the reindeer. Sorry, Reinhardt. Just apologizing in advance for your poor, poor reindeer. Oh, hey, look. Elk burbs. We need to get this cleared off. By cleared off, I mean covered in granite. Okay. I need to make this one smaller, but we need to start making granite again. Got a few that were forbidden. Elk burbs indeed, yep. Let's also get this locked, but don't get stuff trying to go down into my fort. Is your dwarf still alive? Chat room, can you help our friend out here? How many dwarves have died in this fort? Thank you, Devilage. You've heard that it's really hard. Well, it's complicated. I wouldn't necessarily say this game is hard, though. But it is certainly complicated. But there is a very big difference between hard and complicated. You're attending a meeting. You're probably trying to attend a meeting with the expedition leader, who needs a location to hold that meeting. You know, at some point, asking questions like that is redundant. Someone over there. But yes, I will. No, I won't be able to stream it early. Also, it's generally in poor taste to answer that question, so. And that's been kind of common knowledge for a bit. I can't tell you how early, because I don't really know yet. But do your favorite streamer a favor, and don't ask them that question. Because it's almost not a simple yes or no. Almost always not a simple yes or no, and often very difficult for us to actually answer and not get in trouble. Yes, and also then you also learn pretty quick that making a self-sustaining fort is really boring, so thus you embrace the fun. And witness the calamities and the catastrophes. Which is how one acquires maximum enjoyment from the fort. No, I'm doing the one thing that I said I need to do before I can do anything else, Zvari. Which is make the caverns safe. we haven't made the caverns safe. So am I going to capture the birds? I don't care. I hope they die, in fact. Right now they're a bit of a nuisance, in fact. No. My goal is to seal off the caverns. Once the caverns have been sealed off, then we can talk about extracurricular activities. Such as catching those birds. I'm just going to read the username of this person out because I think it answers the question accurately. Doctor, why? I mean, sure, but why? I mean, I know at least one person who really enjoys playing this game that way. Puphead. You know, I always thought that roosters were scarier than hens. But what's up? Not much. I just ate a sandwich and it was okay. That's about it. Slowly getting this fort rolling. This mentality is why you only play the shittiest specs in WoW. But like intentionally bad builds. Speaking of people like only playing with bad builds, I was reading, like, I almost bought Helldivers the other day, and then I was reading that because I don't really want to play with other people, I just kind of want to play with randoms. And then I almost immediately found an article that new players were having a hard time getting into the game because they would just get kicked if they didn't have the optimized build. That true? To anybody who's actively helldiving? Anybody else encountering that? Because that kind of spooked me off. Going, aw, man, I don't want to play that. Not unless I can just do whatever the fuck. Oh, it's definitely happened to me in other games, which is why I go, Like that very brief window, I thought that Payday looked cool. This was Payday 1, not even Payday 2. Almost immediately got kicked from my first game. Second game was, I decided, I was like, all right, well, I'll just host something then. Waited, the lobby stayed empty. One person joined, immediately left. I was like, cool. Another person joined, called me a noob, left. Awesome. Very welcoming. Very courteous and welcoming community, that. Almost like it's a bunch of criminals. Happened to you in Monster Hunter? That seems fun. Sounds about right, though. Get good? Well, I would if I had the opportunity to play a game of it. Is there a dwarf available for naming? So we are going with redemption names. If you want a dwarf, you have to get the Twitch chat redemption. We're working on a better system to name dwarves eventually, but it's not in the fort just yet. There's water in this. Let's mine through it. Let's go get us some faint yellow diamonds, some blue diamonds, clear diamonds, and sapphires. See? Water. It's fine. A whole lot of water. Don't have a command for it. Won't ever. It's a lot of pretty blue gems. There we go. Is that done? So continuing to construct. Where are we at? Almost done with this side. That's good to see. Reinhardt wants you to post beers, chat. The theme of this fort, for the person who just asked in YouTube chat, is pretty loose. We are building up a fortress in defense of a fortress that I built previously. So we're in the same world, and we are playing the Dwarven faction that is at war with the faction I just played for a while. So we are fighting back against my own previous faction, basically. You know, it's really funny when people complain about politics in places, Zwari, and then it's just like my chat where I openly talk about politics pretty frequently. I just think it's funny when people are just like, oh, I like that they banned politics in like something completely unrelated, and then meanwhile you're in my chat and it's like, meanwhile me. I just think that's really funny. I generally just assume that they're dead. Usually when you go read their description, they got attacked by something and somebody died and then the rest just ran away is usually what happens, or like they just defected for some reason. When they non-uniformly dish out punishments. Oh. Well, I do that. So, you know. I'm just saying, I just think it's really funny when I see people having this discussion in my chat. Because it's like, well, I mean, you know, like if somebody pops in here and is a raging Trumper, they're probably going to get banned pretty quickly if they don't shut up. If you come in here and start talking to me about how great buses are and how awesome public transit is and how we should pay more in taxes to like make public transit better, you're not going to get banned. So thus I ban people unfairly based on their opinions. So anyway, like I said, this is just funny. I mean, I would probably also ban a raging trumpeter. Raging trumpeters are also rather annoying. There was one of those during the pandemic in the building next door to mine blasting their trumpet, and they almost always had their window open in the summer, and it was like one of the most annoying things I've heard in this building since I moved in. Almost annoying as my neighbor's old tenant's music, which was Korean hip-hop, by the way. Trombone's better than trumpets. As somebody who used to play a cello in an orchestra, I have to inform you, they're both just as bad. They're both really fucking loud, and they were both directly behind my head most of the time. It was awful. Fucking hate trumpets and trombones. Worst instruments. Just blaring. Like, how to make a cellist go deaf in, like, under 5 concerts or, like, orchestral performances. Put them right in front of the brass section and put the trombone bullshit, like, literally right on your shoulder. So it's right in the back of your head. It's like, I can't hear what I'm playing, let alone what the guy next to me is playing. All I can hear is BAM! Anyway. I've never done this before. I'm not speaking with experience. I swear. This is actual life experience. I did have earplugs though, which is also why I couldn't hear shit. Is it bad to is it bad to full clear the floor? Why would it be bad? That's like asking in Minecraft, is it bad to only make my house a square? I don't know. Do you like it? Then it's not bad. There is no wrong/bad way to play Dwarf Fortress. Except for maybe uninstalling Dwarf Fortress, because that would not really help. Unless you don't want to play Dwarf Fortress anymore, in which case then uninstall it. That's fine. But I would say that is definitely a counterproductive way to play Dwarf Fort. Also, they're supposed to support the slidey part with their friggin' forearm. I don't know. Trombones are just a really funny instrument. Like, it's... If there was, like, a contest for, like, what is the goofiest instrument, I would Wait, what? Really? Oh. I would probably have to say that trombone is the funniest instrument. Man, I want to do an outdoor tavern. Cavern barbecue. Ooh. Didgeridoos are also really funny instruments. But trombones are up there. Especially somebody who's bad at playing trombone. So what you're telling me is that the spiritual successor / pseudo-sequel to Trombone Champ is going to be Didgeridoo Champ? Although Didgeridoo Champ is like way too many syllables. There's nothing funny about French horns. You have trouble focusing on work this morning? You probably need coffee. Yeah. I had trouble focusing in the first 20 minutes of my stream yesterday and then realized I hadn't taken my meds, so coffee helps to a point. So the cavern layer beneath this one is literally one Z level down in one spot, which is right here. There's also a lava reservoir right here, which is like 3 Z levels down. I'm pretty tempted to lava piston into this. Aw. That's like something that sucks about high school music classes. Hello, Celesty. How are you? Okay, so we're into midwinter. Just lashed the angel in the brain. What was it made of? The angel, not the militia commander. I'm doing okay. No complaints about today so far. Chat room, you have 1 line of allowed complaining about your day today. Go. Complain about something. World's your oyster. Nothing but a mop both entertains and scares you. A word. Your stomach was being a pain today? There you go. You took an electric... You took an electric guitar and then metal vocals in high school, and I did go to an external school for those, but yeah. I mean, I took cello, but I went to a music school for that. I mean, okay, so 2 days ago, it was like 22 degrees Celsius and sunny. Yesterday, it was like 8 degrees Celsius and cloudy and supposed to rain, and today it was like torrential downpour this morning, and now it's sunny and apparently like 15 degrees, so I'm right there with you. Paleozoic era monstrosities following you around, asking for tree fitty. I mean, at least they're not asking for 450. Could be worse. Let's also just make sure that I'm still brewing drinks. Nope. We are not brewing drinks. Slightly awkward. At least we got plenty of, you know, water. Plenty of water around, you know. Well, we do have a plump helmet. Maybe I need to make the garden bigger. I did say I was going to double its size, but just haven't done that yet, so... No. I can't actually do that because that's not plantable. Fine. I'll go on the other side then. I'll just get rid of these sweet pods. But anyway, how's things, Obo? How's your day been? Oh, lovely. Zwart. Mandatory second language exams are looming. What's the second language that you're working on? There we go. We have acquired FUD stuffs again. Which means I can now brew stuffs again. What's on the surface right now? Holy shit. We're screwed. Arande, what kind of dwarf would you like? Or rather, what dwarf would you like? Just tell me which one you want, because there's... Just pick from the list. Here, I'll sort them so that their names are at the top. So anything below here. You love Kias? Smith or craftsman? Well, you could have Cybrick, or the Mason, or the Miller. Yep, 45 minutes till the next dwarf. Got to do the Swedish as they do in Finland education. Oh, really? Wow, okay. Ay. I also just received a meeting notice. You want the weaponsmith? Okay. You're a high master weaponsmith, by the way. She doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise. Can be very single-minded. Actually, I probably need more barrels. Probably what I need. Even if minor difficulties arise, she can be very single-minded and rarely feels discouraged. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world. Doesn't often feel envious of others and is quick to anger. Tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects and is a friendly individual. Tends to make a small mess with her own possessions and is often nervous. Occasionally overindulges and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. Has a sense of duty and shakes her finger up and down when she's excited. Her hands move frantically when she's trying to remember something. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting and doesn't stick with things even if one way or another. It doesn't stick with it. Fine. Wait, what? Why am I reading doesn't stick with it? That's not written here. She personally is affronted for the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. Dreams of crafting masterwork someday, or mastering a skill. Likes tin, brown jasper, coral, and bushmaster bone, the color ochre, and quivers. Oh boy. She prefers to consume giant chipmunk, anchovy, and date wine. And hates worms. Wearing deer leather trousers and giant wolf leather shoe. It's kind of cool. You're part of the doctrine of pulleys of the rack of lobsters. And you are dwelling upon getting into an argument. I wonder whom you got into an argument with. Okay, so I am under the assumption right now that I need rock pots. So I am going to place a craft store shop up here. And I'm going to queue up rock pot. I'm going to make these out of... You know, obsidian rock pots would look kind of rad. Do 20 obsidian rock pots. Here, technically, I was supposed to take French, but I kind of just didn't instead. What's it good for? It is a alternative to barrels. They operate exactly the same as barrels, except they're made out of rocks or clay or glass instead of being made out of, you know, wood. I know it sounds like a stupid question, but it's fine. Dwarf Fortress has a lot of very similar things that, like, the only actual difference is, like, material that they're made out of, but they all have a different name. And getting dive bombed by giant Kias would hurt. Okay, let's keep scanning. Okay, this area is done. Sweet. Done. Sweet. That's 2 done. This one, okay, you need to go all the way along. Done. Done. This one needs work. Okay, so we're gonna go up to here. And up to there. Up to there. And over to here. Got me down to 35 blocks. Before you ask, yes, I could use other materials for this, but I don't want to. It's about that simple. Those are still being worked on. They're being worked on. They're being worked on. And 18 blocks. Right here. Got 12 left. Okay. Should I start a 7 dwarf only fort? I mean, that would be extraordinarily slow and tedious. But if you want an extraordinarily slow and tedious fort, then I guess be my guest. I don't know. That would be up to you at that point. We're in an ad break, so I will pause the game. Go grab my water. I don't know where my water bottle ended up. I've acquired it. It's next to my bed. I mean, it's just like when people ask me, they're like, have you ever done a dwarf fort with only 1 dwarf in it? It's like, you mean like assign a dwarf to a skill, cancel that job, tell them to do something else, cancel it, tell them to do something else, cancel it, tell them to do something else, cancel it, tell it to do... And then they're sad that they can't socialize and have no friends. It's like... I'm just really glad that they fixed... I don't know if this was even a bug. But for a very long time, the game considered your initial starting 7 dwarves to be related. So it considered your initial starting 7 to be like siblings, basically. Which is fine, I guess. But the problem is then they can't get married. So people would like try and do very low pop forts and then never have kids because they wouldn't get married. But they do get married now and they can become lovers now. So it's fine. They fixed that a while ago, but... All right. Cancel, give water. No, what, mate? There's plenty of water. It's all right there. Just don't have it assigned as a water source. Now the next question is, Do I try and seal up the layer below, or do we leave the layer below as danger central? Oh no, they fixed it. Previously, it was dwarves that didn't have a culture or didn't have a family history were all considered to be related. That was fixed like a very long time ago. Neighbor's phone is ringing on their desk or floor again, whatever. You recently found out that your big brother can speak semi-fluent Japanese? Oh. I remember reading a story on a podcast, or not reading, hearing some people read a story on a podcast that was sent in by an audience member who said that he was just sitting there in a restaurant one day and his wife suddenly started speaking fluent Spanish to the waitress. And he'd been married to her for 10 years and had no idea that she could speak Spanish. But the punchline of the story was that apparently she couldn't actually speak Spanish and knew the waitress and wanted to fuck with her husband. Which, both of those things are very funny to me. So there's that, I guess. You saw him on a video by a Japanese tourist where he was chatting with him. Really? Huh. That must be weird, just suddenly seeing as somebody you like are related to in a YouTube video. Was this a video you were seeking out that you knew he was in, or was this just a video? Because if that just showed up in your, if I just like suddenly found a video on my feed with like my little sister in it, I'd freak out a little bit. That'd be weird. Yeah, that's okay. That is weird. That is real weird. That would freak me out. Okay, all these dwarves are gonna go drink. Good. Was a Japanese tourist visiting Finland? No, it does. I mean, it doesn't matter where the video was filmed. What's weird to me is that you just randomly found someone you're related to on YouTube. That's what's weird with me. That's still weird to me. Like that, not the speaking language parts. That's perfectly normal. Is there a gap Forgotten Beasts get in? If there is a gap, Forgotten Beasts could get in, but it's not Forgotten Beasts I'm worried about. It's the Cavern dwellers. But there's still an area that they can get in because there's water touching the edge of the map. So I still don't actually have a perfect solution for this. You know, person in YouTube chat, I think it is dumb as somebody who doesn't particularly like the way the tech industry is going with very, very computing power expensive large language models as an excuse, as a way to fix really, really, really poor UI design. So why the fuck would I go train it for free? I mean, if somebody wants to pay me a salary to go ask their stupid robot questions, I'd consider it, but I ain't getting paid. So why the hell would I train it for them for free? Kind of want to follow this out a little bit. You also found your classmate 800 kilometers away from home. Okay, never mind. You know what? I'm just gonna change my entire opinion here, Zwari. It's not weird. You just must live in a really small town. That's my actual theory. But no. I have zero interest in challenging ChatGPT's knowledge of this game, because I know where it's getting all of its knowledge. From websites that stole the transcriptions of my YouTube videos and the Dwarf Fortress wiki. What the fuck's the point? I mean, it regurgitates shit it finds on the internet. It's not actually smart. It's designed to trick people into thinking it's smart. So, you know. Who cares? What, you're designed to trick people into thinking you're smart, Krista? I mean, that's called getting a job. It's called getting hired. Trick people into think you know what you're doing. That's my Reddit profile. That's my meme posting profile on my memes Discord. It's my memes folder, just regurgitating shit I found on the internet. Well, as somebody who doesn't generally steal and only rarely hallucinates, I think I'll just stick to my own knowledge base. You know what? One of my favorite takes about large language models recently, Hogjockey, was one of them. This is not my words. I'm quoting somebody that I was listening to talk on a live stream, and he was saying recently, somebody he works with was trying to convince him to run a local language model on his computer and train it off of his own documents that he'd written or needed to prepare for work or whatever. Train it off of those and then use it to reformat them for you. So like, let's say you have 200 sets of meeting minutes from previous meetings from your stay-at-home job, put it all into a local model, and then ask it to format it for you. Well, he says he did that just to try it, messed around with it for 10 minutes, and then went, wait, now I'm questioning if it's just like bullshitting based on the words in here, or if it's actually doing a good job reformatting. So then he had to go back through the meeting minutes and find the thing anyways and reformat it himself. And it's like, what is the point of using a tool that does something badly for you incorrectly half the time? Like, yeah, okay, it might take me an extra 10 minutes to summarize a thing that I wrote. But I wrote it, so I know what's in it, right? So it's real quick to reskim it, double check and make sure I have everything written down correctly, and write it, right? Of course I could see some uses for some people, but like every time somebody recommends a use for one of these things, it just seems like a more time-consuming, less certain, and more inconsistent way of doing something I already know how to do anyway. So what the fuck's the point? And I don't think I'll ever fully understand the point, which is why I'm just gonna not until I don't have an option, and then I'll probably I'll just move into the woods. And also, at the end of the day, it is, to me at this point, the only reason Microsoft and all these other really big companies are investing so heavily into what I consider, personally, to be crappy solutions for software is because Microsoft and Apple have spent the last decade and a half making everybody as tech illiterate as possible. So they've been doing a very good job simplifying file structure and removing accessibility to things like, Windows Explorer, right? And the command line. So people who are younger now are getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse at using user interfaces. To the point where I've seen stories bubble up. I don't have kids, but I've seen stories bubble up of 7-year-olds never seeing a mouse before and being surprised when they see it in school, right? Because all they've ever used is an iPad. And all you've ever used is the App Store, specifically the Apple App Store, right? So for people like that, what their focus is for on these digital assistants is for people who don't know how to use basic UI. Because they've done such a terrible job building modern UI that idiots who don't know how to use computers can use. And we're in this situation now where not only do we have a large portion of the planet that doesn't know how to use basic modern or computer UX, we also have massive companies that don't want to design them. So what's the solution? Remove the UI. That's all I see it as now. It's just okay, man, you think that the start menu's bad right now. Wait 5 years. Anyway, let's just unpause. I think that's more of a what millennials think. I don't think, because boomers ain't raising kids right now, right? It's people my age. It's 30-somethings who think that kids will just pick up tech knowledge. You had to learn PowerShell to make Windows 11 behave? That's funny. So yeah, to me at this point, like training, like they should be, like if you are paying for ChatGPT and you don't need it for your job, congrats. You're very gullible. You should probably stop paying them for something that they should be paying you to use. Because you are the one training them. I mean, I modified Windows 11 to look and act like Windows 10. It's pretty okay now, actually, but still sucks. See, that's a legitimate use for ChatGPT. Absolute nonsense. Because you know what it's really good at? Outputting absolute nonsense. So absolutely, I support your usage of using like ChatGPT or some other large language model to write a 4-page contract with the devil for your D&D campaign. Excellent. Great use. Keep up the good work. You can make it use your old Windows 10 install and license. You are afraid of Windows 11 and wanted to wait for Windows 12, but your computer is dying. Let me tell you this, as somebody who's on Windows 11 right now, it's literally identical to Windows 10. Like, it's Windows 10 with a few quality of life improvements and one annoying thing that's really easy to uninstall. Copilot. Very easy to uninstall. In fact, I asked it how to uninstall it. And you know what? It told me how to uninstall it. Also, the taskbar can be set to vertical with one setting, so. Like, literally, you can, it is not hard to change the settings and then modify it. Like, in fact, let me show you something cool. I have the Windows 10 soundbar mixer. When I click mixer, this is the Windows 10 one. I also made it look like the Windows 7 one for a bit because the Windows 11 one's kind of terrible. So, you know, it's fine. It's your first time ever achieving adamantine. What happens if you dig too far down following the spiral? Hell opens up eventually, right? Yes, correct. So if you dig into an area that connects with the tube that goes into hell, you release hell. So be careful. Be very careful. Unless you want to release hell, in which case, Bob's your uncle. How do you get Windows button back in the corner? Right-click on your taskbar, go to personalization settings, and then it's like it's like the first setting on the list. It's like literally just in Windows personalization options. Very easy to find. Is it taskbar settings? I thought it was under personalization, like where background is. Anyway, yeah, it's literally in a setting. Turns out, Windows still has settings menus. And it turns out, you could set it so that the taskbar was in the middle of the screen in older versions of Windows or in other versions of Windows in the past too. It's just nobody ever enabled that setting. It's just for some reason this time around it was default. Like it's an option in Windows 10 too to put it in the middle of the screen. So, I don't know. People get weirdly angered about aesthetic changes. My issues with Windows 11 have nothing to do with the usability and like features of Windows 11. Windows 11 is fine. My issues with Windows 11 are purely around data harvesting and their stupid Copilot. And also them wanting to jam OneDrive so far down your throat that you forget that other normal folders exist. But fortunately, you can uninstall OneDrive, so you know it's not really that bad. But they keep reinstalling it. Anyway, I will keep screaming at OneDrive. What's up on the surface right now? Just the elephants? Can you block data harvesting in Windows 11? To a point. But also, I live in Canada, not in Europe, so I could, if you live in Europe, I couldn't speak to like GDPR laws and such. We need better like internet protection laws here. Although, I think the reality is we'll probably just ban porn like the US has. Which will be funny. Can't wait to see cost of VPNs going up. Oh, you live in Canada as well? Okay. I can never remember who's in what country, but... There are some settings you can disable, but like I said, it's only to a point. Main target market, OneDrive is great, and it integrates with OS 365 Teams and SharePoint. Okay, so, like, allow me to name 3 pieces of Microsoft software I refuse to ever use because I have better alternatives. Teams, SharePoint, and Office 365. Those are 3 pieces of software I will literally never use. So, you know, like I said, it's real annoying. As a private business owner who works from home, completely pointless. All of those pieces of software. Okay, so that's that done. But yeah, I will never fully understand why people are scared of Windows operating systems. It's like, if you're scared of a Windows OS, don't wait for OS 12. Literally just go, like, install a Linux distro. Just get off of Microsoft, which is what I'm going to do at some point. I'm not going to be using Windows 12. By that point, I will probably be on Linux. I'm tired of this shit. Tired of this shit. Okay. This one needs finishing. And honestly, the thing that's making that bridge possible for me is Valve. Well, thanks, Valve. The only thing that's really stopping me right now is I have an NVIDIA graphics card. So I think by the time I have... the next time I upgrade my computer, probably not going to go with NVIDIA. Runs much quicker than Windows. Oh, I believe it. The thing that scares me, though, is just the incompatibility of drivers. That's literally the only thing that scares me. And it's specifically NVIDIA drivers. I've read enough horror stories about them taking forever to update that I'm like, which is funny because I don't really play games that needs my drivers to be updated anyway. So at this point, it's just I need to be in the right mood, and then I'll just do it one day. Oh, actually, I need to be able to confirm that all of the software I need for work works, but that's about it. It just restarts and you're done? All right, I've heard enough horror stories in like recent memory that it's like, On a bootable USB stick? Yeah, I have one. Actually, I have 12. That would be big enough. I've used Ubuntu and Fedora before, but way older versions of them. I used Headless Ubuntu in 09 on a separate mini computer I had, which I built out of random parts I found, which was a fun experiment, and then I did literally nothing with it and put nothing on it. I just built it and hooked it up enough to be able to go, hey, I did that! Anyway, and then I kind of stopped and lost interest. I've used Fedora once on a laptop. Not either of these computers, but a laptop that my ex didn't want to use anymore. And again, similar story. I installed it, messed around with it for like 2 hours, went, this is neat, and then like kind of forgot I had it because I got busy. That's how every single install of stuff's gone, but yeah, I will probably just use Mint. But like I said, I just need to double, triple confirm that everything that I need would run. Besides, most of the software I use is like free open source stuff anyway, like Audacity, VLC, stuff like that. I know I think my bot, like I'm worried about things like would my Twitch bot run? But, you know, I could also always dual boot. I do have 3 NVMe drives or 3 M.2 drives in this computer, and 17 terabytes of hard disk space. Don't ask. So, and an 1 gigabyte SSD? No, sorry, 1 terabyte SSD. So I guess 18 terabytes. Anyway, yeah, no, I could have. I have an 8 terabyte drive. Yeah, I need to look into the Twitch bot thing. I mean, I've thought, ooh, no migrants. Probably not going to get migrants until after trading, assuming they trade. Now, before I forget, I'm going to place a trading depot right here. Well, actually, let's place Flora first. I love how my food problems were solved by simply making pots. All right, let's start making some more bedrooms. Because I said I want to make little houses. I think it would be fun to have, like, you know, like a little walkway, kind of, you know, a little bridge entryway, right? That'll be a nice little apartment, I think. Dwarf will enjoy us that. Can plop some more in here. This. That's such a awkward shape. This is the crappy apartment that no dwarf wants. Let's instead just make this bedroom a little bigger and just not worry about that. The New York apartment. Are the giant Kias still there? I'm sure they'll come and go intermittently, but I haven't gone to the I haven't looked at the surface in a moment. Let's double check. No, but we do have elephants. So we've had wild boars, giant Kias, elephants, and giant thrips. Plus shaped bedrooms? Yeah, the more I play this game, the less uniform my bedrooms become. In fact, these are too uniform. So let's actually get rid of this, corner of that. Let's add in this, remove a corner of that. Ended up making 2 patterns anyway, but they look nicer. Hippo men, Wolverine women, yep. The other area that was very close by had giant hamsters, which are fun to even like try and say out loud. Just giant hamster is just a funny sentence. It's like saying murder wombat. There's nothing... It's impossible to say that sentence with a straight face without grinning, because it's just such a funny sounding thing. Giant miniature space hamster. Yes. Okay, well, we got plenty of obsidian pots up there. I can deconstruct all of these, or start deconstructing these. Let's check this. You're good. Good. But this one that I needed to do? Nope. This one's good. Sweet. Good. Done. Check. 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 I think the caverns are sealed, ladies and gents. We did it. We've done dinkety done it. We've got free reign of the caverns. It only took a year and a bit, but we did it. Shows this. That's not too uncommon. Like, the great unknowns are often like an and symbol. Being cautious with this one. I wonder... Okay, no, it didn't. I was gonna say, I wonder if that's gonna, like, cause, like, damage when it collapses, but... It did not. It's sealed up on the far left. Sealed. Well, I mean, okay, actually, yeah, you're right. I thought it was only one layer tall. This area, yep. 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 Yeah, it's just this spot then. About once every season. Do you have any mods installed? Also, your PC? So it doesn't just crash your desktop, it like hard crashes your PC? That's weird. How hot's your PC running? I was trying to think. I feel like that's probably more likely a PC issue than Dwarf Fortress. I would do like a check disk, like a read-write. Stock Steam version restarts the whole system. I would say that you are the first person to have had an issue like that I've encountered. That sounds like a PC issue, yeah. Power supply issue? Storage related? Well, I know that Dwarf Fortress saves can get quite large. That's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like overheating, but... Because if it's restarting, that's usually overheating. The limitation of Cavern living. It's been 5 years and you're still working on steel and armor and train squads. I mean... That seems about right. But thank you, Ellie Fence. In that case, great restart. I don't know if I'm through the ad yet. Ads are just about as annoying for streamer as they are for chat. I swear. I don't have to watch the ad, but that's the only benefit. Yeah, so if it's not blue screening and if it's just restarting, that does really sound like overheating. Yeah, because like, if it's a power supply issue, that'll restart your computer. If it's a heating issue, that'll hard restart your computer. If it's a otherwise you would get a blue screen or something else. Happens on saves, you doubt it overheats. I mean, the thing that would like lean me away from heating would be assuming they play other games on the computer, right? But if it's saving, it could be memory related, but that would be weird. Okay, so then it's not heating. If your temps are like 70C. I mean, like, that CPU should be able to run the game. How much space do you have on your hard disk? Graham. Is your name Graham? Is that how you say that? You get to the part where you build a temple and a tavern and have a steady size supplies of food and booze and you don't know what to do. So Dwarf Fortress is making your own fun game, right? Blackgeck. So it's a game about basically creating your own scenarios. The game doesn't create scenarios for you. It's a game that expects you to put the time in and come up with a scenario. If you need help with coming up with scenarios, there's a pretty helpful page on the wiki called Playstyle Challenge. And I'd help with this with this crashing issue, but chat's probably suggesting stuff faster than I could, so we'll just let chat do that. But there's a link to Playstyle Challenge. I'll also toss this into the Twitch chat for anybody who wants it. But Playstyle Challenge is a very useful forum, or not forum, wiki page, because it just gives you a list of ideas. Basically, when you go into a fort, set a goal. And the way I think about Dwarf Fortress when I'm playing Dwarf Fortress is this. I'm not playing Fortress mode, usually. I'm playing the slowest game of Civilization you've ever played in your life. Because, yeah, you build a fortress, right? And then you could build another fortress. But the reality is, yeah, you could build another fortress. But if you think about where you build that other fortress, you're actually just slowly playing the simulation, not just playing an individual fortress. So because you're slowly playing the simulation and not just playing one single fortress, the game gets a lot bigger very quickly than it would be otherwise. So instead of just, making a small fortress and then, moving on to the next small fortress and then moving on to the next small fortress, I'm building a potentially very large faction up over time. And that is a lot more exciting and interesting and fun for me than just, building a single fortress. So at the end of the day, it's a game about setting goals. I go into each fort with a different goal, and I aim to achieve it. This particular fort, I'm trying to fight back against my last fort. And also, build a cool cavern fort and probably catch some elephants. There's the reason they say losing is fun in Dwarf Fortress is because having a stable, constant, safe fort is usually pretty boring. So, thus, the natural response would be, well, losing must be fun. So it's not really losing, it's planning for calamity. So if you can build a cool fort that you enjoy playing for a while, and then plan for calamity, that's usually how my forts go. Yeah, I mean, this fort's almost already self-sustaining. There's almost no threats for the fort right now. Like, unless I get up and leave for a weekend, this fort will probably be fine right now. You have more or less an idea. You like the diplomacy part of the world and the game, but it's very complex to understand and to get that part at least. The unfortunate thing about diplomacy in Dwarf Fortress is the player has almost no access to like the diplomacy options, and they can mostly only happen in Legends mode in between saves. So you don't actually have that much control aside from just attacking shit, which kind of actually sucks in my opinion. And I do hope gets improved at some point. But right now, we don't really have that many options for diplomacy. So it's one of the most limited parts of the game at this moment, which I do think is a bit of a shame. To breach hell, and once I survive that, probably no greater risk to your fortress to worry about. Yeah. 2 NVMEs. Sounds like you have a pretty similar setup to me, like, storage-wise. Maybe they're overheating. That would be bizarre. I have a question. Have you tried, Graham, have you tried generating a new world? Like maybe a smaller one? Like try generating a pocket world and run to the first time it would save and see. Okay, you're addicted to regenerating worlds. Does it crash on every world? But yeah, that's a weird, a very odd thing to have happen. Well, does it? Well, you said that it crashes on saves, right? And like I said it, or sort of said earlier, does it crash on every world you've run? But because you might just be in a really fucked world. That reads like a clickbait headline on a news article, but I believe you, Zwari. It's shocked a lot of the PC community. Yeah. And maybe your lava worlds are too hot to handle. If you are you doing some crazy things in Advanced World Gen? Because you might have just generated a really fucked world. Because I've definitely like had worlds in the past that crash in weird ways, and then I just like make a new world, and then the problems go away. Okay, well, generating a lot of volcanoes shouldn't do that. I mean, maybe, but that would be weird. I don't know. This whole thing just sounds very strange to me. Biome, what kind of dwarf would you like? Hold on, I will pop up the list in a moment. Just let me place some doors. I think that's all of them. A brewer. I have a miller. It's the closest thing I got. Generates a lot of occasion. PC overheats, unintentionally hilarious. You know, you are correct. That is, in fact, quite funny. I'd feel kind of bad laughing at it, but that is quite funny. He is completely unmoved by art or the beauty of nature, and is conflicted by this, as he values nature. As he values artwork in its creation, not nature. He easily is moved to mercy and has an overinflated sense of self-worth. Doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, and lacks confidence in his abilities. He likes to brawl, and though he dislikes the adoration of fighting as an art to be refined, he does not often feel lustful, and isn't given to flights of fancy. We're out of booze and I need to pause. He isn't given to flights of fancy. He often acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. When he's bored, he often scratches his nose and blows his breath out when he's annoyed. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally thinks that the pursuit of skills of warfare and fighting is a low pursuit indeed. He thinks that friendship is important and does not particularly value the truth, but dreams of mastering a skill. Mate, make up your mind. Do you like skills or not? He likes nickel, crystal barrel, and giant impala parchment. He has a pet peacock, and he worships the god of Met, who's a fellowship of secreting. I don't think that's a correct grammatical sentence, but I'm sure it makes sense to the dwarves. You've killed nothing, and you have some passing acquaintances and one close friend, our local mason. Cave spooters in the bedroom. Oh, trust me, they'll be everywhere. They will be everywhere. Ain't too much I can do about that. All right, 6 bedrooms have been made. Let's just go through and assign them. Laya, you can have a bedroom. Terminal Wetness, you can have a bedroom. Arende, you can have a bedroom. Joker can have a bedroom. Tomea can have a bedroom. And, I don't know. Cybrack, you can have a bedroom. Let's just make some nice little bedrooms. Cavern views. Or not so much cavern views, depending on where the bedroom actually ends up being. That's the weirdest shaped one at the end there, but hey, you know, bedroom. Oh, maybe secreting. It looked like secret-ing, but I think it's probably secreting. I don't mind this font, but sometimes I find it really difficult to read at pretty random intervals. All right, let's place a new still. Going to maybe move it over here, but not exactly where I want to put it. I kind of want to just put it by the farming area, like right here, but I guess we'll plop it there for right now. I'm just seeing what we have. And Botome wanted to be a brewer, so we'll give it to you. This can be your task. One day we will find iron in these lands. Yeah, I need to go digging for it. But currently the priority is just get everybody in bedrooms and then get a tavern and a temple set up. I really like the way this little bedroom turned out. Joker of Spades is going to have a spider to squish. None drink? I mean, we're working on it. Like I said, we're working on it. Just, you know, he's getting a plump helmet. We're about to have drink. Block floor is better than smooth and engraved floors. They're higher value. So if your definition of better is value, then yes. All right. There we go. We now have 5 dwarven wine. Dwarves may go drink. Okay. So we need to figure out where we're going to put our tavern. We also need to move the rest of these. Because currently I have this meeting room, which isn't really a meeting room. So let's deconstruct all of these and move into the caverns proper, because I can do that now. The question is, in this area, where do I put the tavern? Could put the tavern down here. I think they just make higher quality beer. I don't think they make more. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's just a quality thing. Could do it up here and then have like windows kind of looking out. I'm kind of thinking about going into here and then digging up one layer. Oh, it's probably faster, yeah. I just realized that the dwarven translation of Applebottom is Gotham. Gotham. And I don't know why, but that's mildly amusing to me. Does it lack quality? I mean, maybe you're correct, but I'll be if it does, I'll be honest with you, I'd never noticed. Although right now I'm trying to decide if this should be a tavern or a temple slash Yeah, this will be a tavern. Had a crazy day at work. Hopped on the stream for about 5 minutes. Got distracted by family. That's a good thing to get distracted by. Hopefully work is crazy in a good way and not crazy in a bad way. What do you think of that, chat? Kind of an entryway to the tavern. Could put like offices here or bedrooms. Works for me. Let's do it. Maybe it's just the barrels that have better quality. I don't know. I think the working faster is probably the most likely thing, if nothing else. It will get a lot better come April 16th. Just specifically because adventure mode. Just throw 2 of these down. Go up to here. Rock blocks. Let's do how much granite do we have? 29th. 29 granite blocks, please. Full transparency, I have no idea why I'm just using granite for everything. No real plan or reasoning here. I'm just kind of doing it that way. Let's just go here. Make you. Sorry to the dwarf whose bedroom door I'm blocking with a the plant's food stockpile, but I'm sure you'll be okay. We'll do that right there. And I will put a drinks stockpile in here. Day after tax day. Gotcha. I'm still waiting on some paperwork to arrive that was apparently mailed on the 1st of this month by my bank, which means it should have arrived by the 15th. And they were like, well, it'll arrive in the next couple days. Oh, it should be arriving in the next couple days. Well, it should be arriving in the next couple days. So I get to call them again on Monday and be like, can I book an appointment to get this thing printed? And they'll be like, yeah. It'll probably arrive the day after I called them and go, and book the appointment. That's when it'll arrive, right? On release day. No. Stupid question gets stupid response. Why would I stream Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode on release day? What do you think I am? Smart? Sheesh. I only stream video games 6 months after they're released, after all the hype has died down and nobody cares anymore. It's actually kind of true for things that aren't Dwarf Fortress, but... Of course I'm going to stream it on release day. Jeez. You did say yourself it was a stupid question. I'm also hoping to have a whole bunch of tutorials on release day. Which means if I end up getting in a day early, which would theoretically be a Tuesday, I probably won't stream that day. And just edit videos all day. Well, I'm a unique situation, okay? I also happen to be man, I always feel like I'm just being an asshole when I say this, but like I'm also the streamer who gets the most views in this entire category. This game is my bread and butter, right? So whenever there's a major release, I would be stupid not to stream it. Need to make more basalt doors. I'm the PR guy? Nah. If you were to call me anything, call me the the unofficial ambassador for the parts of the community that don't hate me. That's my official title. The unofficial community ambassador for the parts of the community that don't hate me. Shush now, Technotroll, and you're giving away my secrets. Because I know for a fact not everybody likes me. Which, you know, it's mostly my own fault, but is what it is. Can't please everybody. When is Adventure coming? April 17th. It goes into the beta branch. For a question mark amount of time. When I say it's my fault, the thing that you need to realize, yes, I've mellowed a lot in the last 2 years because of one very simple reason. I've been to both therapy and I've been seeing a psychiatrist for a while, and I'm on 2 different prescription medicines right now. This is so, for 2 different mental disorders that make me very angry. So when I say my fault, it's my fault for not getting help sooner, kind of deal. Oh no, I am absolutely an abrasive asshole, and I kind of roll with that, but it's one of those, like, it just kind of hurts when I have people commenting at me on YouTube going on about how horrible of a person I am and how I need to stop a bunch of unrelated things. And it's like, you know, I know saying that I have bipolar disorder isn't an excuse, but it's an explanation. But it doesn't matter how many times you shout that at people on the internet, because at the end of the day, people on the internet now are so used to people just making up excuses that they don't. Mate, I literally banned you the first time you were in my chat, Orange. Like, if that's not abrasive, then I don't know what the fuck is. Anyway, I think I also unbanned you like 90 seconds later. But still, I freaking banned you within the first week you started watching the stream. So, I don't know. Maybe you're just, I don't know. A pansy? You were being an asshole? I mean, that's why you don't find me abrasive. It takes what? Wait, that's not the definition of it takes one to know one. Anyway. But no, I definitely have had periods of, like, my career where I've been an absolute dick to people. I've made you cry, intentionally and unintentionally, probably. Aren't you glad you are unbanned? I don't know, he slept on my sofa a few times, so probably. You should have seen me 2 years ago, Devilish. Or 3. Ever find out if noise came back? It apparently never broke for mining. So if you have a dwarf sleeping right next to dwarves mining, you'll see noise. But apparently all workshops are supposed to make different amounts of noise, but it would break half of the game's mechanics if they re-enabled it. It's not that it's bugged, it's just it's disabled. I kind of actually did that once, though. Like, jokes aside, I actually did do that once. I don't have a particularly large sofa, and my apartment is 1 bedroom, and I only have so much tolerance for other human beings being in my vicinity. Let's throw you in. Throw you in. You in. And now everybody has bedrooms. That aren't enabled in your build of the game. And haven't been enabled for 7-8 years? You know? Quite a long, however long, how long has it been since 2016? It's been a minute. It's time for you to sleep. You have a good night. Snooze good. Nope. It is not Aeronomal. Fun fact, that's like the 11th time I've answered that question today. The game should like explicitly state that somewhere. It's pretty simple. If it's green, 512, 50.12, it's current. Anything with this color thing, it's not current. So if you see this page at the top of the wiki, make sure that you're on the V50.12 version of the page. And it'll tell you if it hasn't been updated to that version yet. Excuse me. You want a giant house, Hippo. You need a really big house. Okay, so I was kind of expecting to just almost immediately get attacked by this Necromancer Tower as well, but I haven't been. Which I'm not really complaining about. But it is a little odd. What's going on the surface? Got Drothlas, elephants, giant Kias are back. There's baby elephants. Yeah, it's to keep flies off of their ass, isn't it? In regards to hippos? My favorite, like, animal factoid that everybody wants as a pet for some reason is, did you know that foxes pee in their water? It's to stop other animals from drinking it. Because for some reason, everybody on the internet wants a pet fox. It's a lot of Kia. I do not like the Kia. Mm-hmm. Your dream is to tame giant Kias? I might try and do that in this fort. I've been thinking about it as I've been playing and I'm coming around on the idea. I'm in an ad break, so I will pause game. It's the hardest bird to tame. Is that like actually a stat thing in the game? Casual elephant. There's a bunch of casual elephants on the surface of this fort. They're just kind of walking around. Slightly scary, but. New fort smell? Yeah. Musty caves is the scent. Yeah, there actually are elephants on the surface. Okay. Elephants. They don't like the rain so much. They were also in conflict with something, probably Kias, if I had to bet. I have not seen any of these elephants with a bow tie yet. Can I name one of them after you? I don't think you can name things. Oh. I mean, I could rename its species, but I couldn't actually give it a nickname, which not the most optimal. I'd consider it if one of them joined me. I can only give them a nickname if they kill one of my dwarves. So. Which is kind of a hysterical, like, necessity, if you ask me. Those baby elephants are cute as fuck. Yeah, they are. Yep, they are. All right, so it's time to begin digging down my tavern. So what I'm thinking about doing with this tavern is perfectly normal 2-floor tavern. You know, very normal. Things that every Dwarf Fortress player does all the time. Except what I'm thinking is I make a little entryway like this. Little round top bit. Stairs going down in the middle into the tavern. It's going to be a 2-layer tavern. Dining hall up here, looking down into the tavern, and dance floor on the ground. So I can go up here right now. Well, actually, the thing I need to do is go right here. Right, we'll just put 1 granite boulder right there. Let's get it done. Then once we have more blocks, I can put floors around the edge of this, put in tables. Yeah, of course they always die within the first 250 years of your world gens, because they're tiny. You need to increase the number of them if you want to have more of them. I don't think you can domesticate normal dragons, no, but you can domesticate cave dragons. Although maybe they've changed that, because I know that they added baby dragon sprites. I haven't caught a breeding pair of dragons in ever, so I don't actually know if that change had any effect. Are they born baby? Well, they're certainly not born Lady Gaga. All right. Yeah, fun little tavern. Think about cutting out this and just having like a little elevated platform. One fort where I caught 2 male dragons? I caught 2 male dragons in a fort? I have zero recollection of this. Man, I'm just imagining giant warkias picking up pieces of furniture and dropping them on the enemy. It's a funny visual. Like a very funny visual. Alright, so that's the entryway into the tavern. You heard giant warkias? I mean, you thought that you brought a catapult to siege us with. Well, think again, motherfucker. I've got birds with theft on their minds, and they're here to disassemble your catapult before you even knew what bit it. Naturally. It's like a Wile E. Coyote bit. The dropping the anvil bit. And it explicitly steals furniture, naturally. It's like those guys on the internet that train crows to, like, find money. All right. Done. Easy. Tavern is almost a go. I just need to get the dining hall set up here. I need to get a food and drink stockpile set up in here somewhere. Yeah, there's a difference between being trained and tamed, though. Things that can be trained, that doesn't necessarily mean that they can be tamed. Those are two different states in Dwarf Fortress. The real important question, Zwari, if they can be bred, can they be toast? I only ask the most important questions here. I'm pretty sure that they have a child equivalent, though. Hold on, let me double check this. Dragon, 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 dragon. Currently at birth, a dragon is the size of a fox. All dragons are born with the talent. It doesn't say. It doesn't say that they are born as adults. And they have baby dragon sprite. I would believe that they are babies and can be bred. I know there was a patch a while ago that made it possible to do that with hydras. So I would assume that that would have transferred over to dragons. It'd be weird if it didn't. Not a bad start to Applebottom. Applebottom Fort. Most streamers I know would be segueing into Dragon D's nuts. I mean, I try to be funny, but in reality I'm not, so maybe a funnier person would be. I will deconstruct this anyway. I just need them to mine that out. And then build a wall piece there. I've never asked. I'm pretty sure it's on the bug tracker, though. It's one of those bugs that I personally don't actually care that much about. Working overtime here. Well, there you go. It's in your pajamas. Hey, that's the good kind of overtime. Your sub just ended? Rip. It happens. Till next time. We're teetering very close to going below 800 subs again, Edge. Just had a mind goblin? What's a mind goblin? This sounds like something like from Path of Acra or Rift Wizard. Ah, gotcha. I understand. It's chat room going back to D's Nuts jokes. Petition to ban Shady333. I mean, that's up to chat. Maybe a timeout? Or like at them and glare. Signs Worries petition. Chat room is all in favor of banning Shady333. But yeah, I know a lot of the Mega Beasts a couple patches ago, when they added a lot of the baby sprites, were given the ability to or we're no longer stuck behind only being born as adults. So. Bum, 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 bum. I'm not gonna ban you, Shady. Don't worry. Let's just make some more granite blocks. Yay, 178. Sweet. 150. This is going to be a dining hall. Whoopsies. Should probably set that as a not multi-dining hall. Accept. So now there's a place for them to dine. And then, let's just go around the edge here. All the way up to there. All the way up to here. And all the way up to there. And I'm going to wall this off with beautiful granite walls. Well, I would certainly vote them down in the, like, dad joke awards. But, you know, I will vote them up in the having massive balls awards for, you know, making a joke like Goblin D's nuts in my chat. I respect it. I can't not. Like, how can you not respect it? Like, at least slightly. Yes, but you're not legally allowed to tell dad jokes, Orange. We've been over this. You're not a dad. See, I'm allowed to tell dad jokes, but only if I'm sitting there humming, breaking the law, breaking the... Is it really a dad joke if it's not also playing dad rock? Although we have confirmed many times that Dwarf Fortress is very much a dad game, so... I'm an uncle, is that close enough? No. No. That's just a freeloading dad. You're freeloading on somebody else's license. You are a dad if you have a pet. You know, dads in chat, can you please confirm whether or not that is true? Are you a dad if you have a pet? Because I don't have a pet, but I've got plenty of plants, and I disagree. Orange, you don't have pets nor kids. You don't have the right to vote here. Sorry, but I'm removing your voting privileges from this very important debate. Elfie Bean doesn't count. Orange. Pet Rock, that also doesn't count. Come on. Does nursing a beer count? Oof. You're not a fish dad? Okay. A few years later, it's dad showed up to attack you. Wait, what? I missed the first half of that Big Bang. Let me just check. Last fort was attacked by a child Etten, and it was killed by one of your military dwarves who ran and charged ahead of the rest of the military and dwarves without a weapon, and it was killed by the rest of your military. Oh my god. A few days later, its data showed up, attacked your fort, and it was in the middle of a goblin siege, and it ran into the goblin siege, into the archer who killed it. You know, it was probably literally just trying to find his kid. It's literally just, you murdered a lost child, followed by then killing the parent who was trying to find it. You are bad and you should feel bad. But I don't know. I've killed entire families of Ettins and giants before over the span of months in a fort where it's just like one shows up, kill them. Another one shows up, kill them as well. Another one shows up, killed them as well. Died to a single goblin archer. They're not strong. Like, Ettins and giants are not tough. What the heck is that? Something got the zoomies down. Oh, it's literally just this guy. But that is very funny. I am very amused by this. All right, let's make some mechanism workshops and let's get some cages built. Mechanics. I do wish this fort was a little bit more action-packed. I kind of thought that there would be some struggle building the caverns, but it's probably because we only have 14 dwarves, so. We're also up to late summer, which means I should probably make something for trading, working under the assumption that somebody's going to try and trade with us. Jess, thank you very much for the raid. What is up?
Dino Dance Jez Raid Jez Jam 100 Stroke Elf. Jez Jam Jez Raid Dino Dance.
Thank you very much for the 46th month. God, has it been that long? Guppy Dragon, Flamethrower, hello. JSOG, chat, can I get some beers for the Raiders? You guys don't know who Jess is. She plays a variety of video games. Part of the same stream team as me, and she's a wonderful individual, and you should go give her a follow, because she's a good friend of the channel and a fun person to watch, and I can't speak. I am building a very underground fort. A very underground fort. You can still Crypt Burr, assuming you follow the channel. Crypt Burr is the freebie beer that anybody can use. Doesn't matter if you can beer or not. Some people prefer to burr. All right, this is going to be my inn/tavern. No visitors. It's a little musty right now. But we're going to call this the... The fruity apple? I wonder. Nope, I can't call it the fruity Applebottom. God damn it. Fruity apple pants. Fruity apple of pants. Is sauce a word? Actually, hold on. Look at the name of the fort, Orange. Then tell me what you do and do not consider. We'll just call it the Frilly Pants, because that's just kind of a funny name. You're thinking the applesauce? Well, I was thinking boots with the fur, but... There go the dwarves. And there they go to socialize. Yeah, very frustrated. Wait, what? Which part of the UI did you get... Well, hold on. I mean, what part of the UI did you get frustrated with? Structures with multiple materials are very tedious. You should mess around with DF hack built, like, what is it, planning mode that lets you, that automatically selects the last material you used. I don't like using DF hack too much, but it's basically just like developer tools for Dwarf. But just to give you an idea, there's search functionality, so you can type in dwarfs' names now. Underneath the create a squad screen, excuse me. It sorts dwarves based on their combat, and also you can type in dwarves' names. Let's just delete this squad, because I didn't actually need one. Let's see what else is there. Although now I need to go remove a bunch of militia commanders, don't I? Yep. What else is there? Under jobs, in work orders, there, blah, 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 all this stuff, you know, just like it used to be. Well, now you can say, let's just say go to, I don't know, gardeners and edit them and add other jobs. So that's kind of fun. You can limit dwarves workshops by skills. Clicking these buttons doesn't completely screw the way normal dwarves work. I think that's a DF hack thing. Salty. But no, this is not with DF hack. This is like, I have DF hack, it's right here. This is just a vanilla UI. Putnam's been working on the UI for the last 6 months. The thing is, like, it's really kind of a difficult question to answer when people are like, are they updating the UI anytime soon? Well, they've been updating the UI nonstop since this version of the game came out. Are they necessarily updating the specific thing you want fixed? But a lot of, like, quality of life things are just in DF hack proper. But DF hack, I leave its overlay disabled because to me it adds too much information. It takes a second. It's like, as an example, assuming that actually works. I'm assuming it does. Used to. Yeah, so like you can butcher and geld and adopt animals from this screen right here. It'll tell you if there's enemies on the map right here, which I hate that. It drives me insane. There's a bunch of extra search functionality that you don't need, but like some people think is useful. There's more filtering functionality in certain screens. if you go to like the planning mode, I don't really want to go through changing all my settings, but basically there's also stuff like this. See a little number. Adds the temptation to cheat. Yeah, well, you can also summon items into existence. Like that little marker of how big that square is, that's DF hack, right? But yeah, I don't like DF hack to be running all the time and showing itself because, like Zori said, it makes the temptation to cheat too much. But, you know, I like having it there to be able to check stuff. Gonna have to do your homework? Yeah, I mean, just look into DF hack's planning mode because planning mode has a setting to automatically select the last material that you used. It's just something that me being a big weirdo refuses to use. And that's been in the game since early last summer? Year now, maybe? Auto Butcher and the Ruler are all the tools you really use? The only reason I like to manually butcher stuff is if I'm using Auto Butcher, then I forget how much of everything I have. But ew, grids, gross. The only good grids are when Flynn says, "I got in." But, you know, we'll have our moments. Wow, everybody's rating me right now. Hi, Ponce. What's up? How's things? Did you have a hangover that other day? Or did you make it home okay? Grilled leeks, hello. Could use some grilled leeks with dinner. That sounds tasty. Me and Ponce drank some whiskey on, what was that, Sunday? Yeah, it was Sunday. I mean, I've been telling you for the last 11 months to change that, but I mean, you know. Hangover wasn't so bad? Gotcha. Vaguely nauseous is about it. I just kind of woke up. I was fine. Your account is bugged? Huh? The removal of the man up versus up down stair designations mess with your planning. You want to learn a trick, Bathraz? Done. It's honestly, as much as old players hate that change, it's the best change they ever made to this game. And I get it. I understand the dislike of that change, but it is still the best change they ever made for the health of this game in the long term. It just totally messed with you? Yeah. The thing that I like to remind everybody is that I absolutely hated this version of the game for the first 6 hours I played it. Also, Gazoom, what kind of dwarf would you like? Let me know and I'll name it after they finish singing. Great timing game. Also, YouTube chat is a really good point. I need to see if I can just name the tavern the Boots of Furs. That's what I need to do. I just can't wait until all the adventure mode music makes its way in. All right, there we go. All right, so Gazoom, what kind of dwarf would you like? This is the list. You can select anybody from the list that isn't already named. Arende, Batome, Creed, Fallout Rain, Joker of Spades, Laya, Merc, Terminal Wet are already taken. So you could have Alban, Irash, Iral, Obok, Ral, or Cybrek. Obok. The happiest one, I think. Yes, seems like. Guys, twisted from their nature, Legion of Night. What hope remains? Shit just got interesting, boys. She is always in love with somebody and always develops positive feelings. Almost never feels discouraged and has an overinflated sense of self-worth. This is actually a really scary spot for them to spawn because I think the front door is open. No, it is not. Phew. She only rarely feels strong cravings or urges and does not generally seek retribution for past wrongs. Tends to make a small mess with her own possessions and lives a fast-paced life and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Has a greedy streak, and she is quite polite, is assertive, and she tries to do things correctly each time. Finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. Generally acts with an air focus on the current activity and needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at bad weather. I'll finish reading this dwarf. We're in an ad. Personally doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship, doesn't really see the point of working hard, and dreams of creating a great work of art. Likes native platinum, steel, and sterling silver, great chalice stony, giant raven leather, sloth tooth, polar bear bone, goat parchment, and the colored beige. Leggings, backpacks, and ducks for their quacks, giant rats for their strength, and buckwheat for their beer. And the sound of the wonder of petals of impossible prefers to consume sweet potato wine and absolutely hates fire snakes. You're in love with Creed, expedition leader. And you're one of the starting 7, I think. Yep, one of the starting 7. You finally climbed out of the ticket hole the past few weeks? I mean, you've got a lot of tickets. So welcome to the fort. So let's check out these dudes. These are Eye of Steelsmiths. Okay. The funny thing about these guys, these Eyes of Steelsmiths, Kel Ink Tower, is the tower that's right next to us. Of the Tin Chaoses. Steelsmiths. So what is the Eye? Silverbent. Scaly humanoid. Thin wings of stretched skin. Charcoal scales that are round and close set. This night creature was first created by the dwarven necromancer Unib Hailed-Bridges of Steelsmiths after horrible experiments on the elf Olova Gorge secret in Tundra Hole. It's the place, Tundra Hole, in the year 486. They look friendly. Yeah. Dwarfinitely. Shockquakes. Gearbow. Well, they all appear to be... Wait. This one's a beekeeper. Man. And they can fly. It's a good thing I'm underground. I was gonna say they're definitely gargoyle shaped. How about friend? Anything on the surface right now? Just elephants? You know, I'm here for it. Necro beasts versus Kias. I'm thinking I just need a bunch of cage traps, actually. The slightly annoying part about this is that was when I was supposed to trade. Well, at least the dwarves are getting a great time to socialize. Let's just get some floors built. Or some finish building these walls and then get some floors built. And maybe get some more tables and chairs down in here. Yeah, I would just send them, like, I mean, we've been over this a dozen times. Send Twitch support a ticket. I can't help you, so. Or just ask people very nicely to get it, like, dwarfs gifted to you, because I literally have no way of helping you. But this has come up a billion times from you, and it's like, I know you're not complaining at me, you're just kind of complaining in general, but reach out to Twitch support. 6 months ago. Or try making a new account. I'm more of a beer drinker, less of a beer keeper. Yes. Yeah, I am too. But stating it repeatedly upsets me and doesn't fix the problem. So I'm sorry? Like, we've been over this, mate. Receiving a phone call from my doctor. Hold up.
Cheese for everyone!
You know, it's the monthly ritual of, hey, I need new meds. Okay, doctor's office calls to confirm that you actually need the meds. Then you get a call from the secretary saying, hey, we need to book a phone call appointment to confirm that you do in fact need these new meds. And I respond, yep. Okay, appointment booked. I mean, I've said many times before, if I could just pay Twitch to have no ads on my stream, I would, but it's not really a viable option. Or not actually, it's literally not an option to me. Which is kind of funny, because a lot of people I know are actually going in the opposite direction. Just saying, well, run more ads, then you get more subs. It's like, oh, I run the absolute minimum. Twitch has to make their money somewhere? Yeah. Well, here's hoping Twitch is making their money. As far as I know, they are getting to the point where they're going to become profitable, which is good. Although, laying off so many people is a little scary, but it's kind of almost every industry at this point. What does EJ do? I haven't managed to watch EJ in forever. Partially because I don't really watch stream. Mostly just because I don't watch streams at the time that he's on. Profit and layoffs go hand in hand. irresponsibly inflating a company and layoffs also go hand in hand, which was kind of the case for Twitch. Twitch laid off so many portions of its company that are like, yeah, okay, I understand why this streaming platform doesn't need that, but made running things behind the scenes a lot smoother. That or just like layoffs and corporations go hand in hand. And then he rolls a d20 on stream, and if he wins, he doesn't run an ad. Yeah, but then you're not getting the benefits of running the ads. The benefits of running the ads is that if you run automated ads, you get 55% of the ad revenue. If you don't run automated ads, you get 35%. So he's intentionally costing himself money and also not getting the benefits of running the ads. But, I mean, I get it. I also don't want to run ads, but unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, it's like the way Twitch has set itself up these days and the way almost every streaming platform has, if you're not running ads, you're actively getting punished by the platform. Right? So I don't want to run ads, but I also don't want to be punished for not running ads. And the problem with not running ads in the automated way is then people get pre-rolls. Pre-rolls, because most people run ads now, large portion of the Twitch community isn't used to seeing pre-rolls anymore. So what happens is when you get a raid, everybody immediately leaves because they see an ad. So I don't know. There's kind of no winning as far as I'm concerned. Oh, this is an extra. Wait. I mean, you can just run ads whenever you want, but it's the scheduled ads that... Anyway, whatever. I get it, but it's not really a solution, I guess. Please drink a verification ad that doesn't... to confirm that you watch the ad. Or just subscribe and don't watch the ads, or watch on a platform that you can ad block and don't complain about them. Because, like the problem that Zwari was having a minute ago, mate, there's nothing I can do about it. It just kind of makes me sad because I hate them almost as much as you do. And I don't like constantly talking about it because it's like, well, I get it, it sucks, but I don't really have the option. If you're running a 3-minute ad break, it disables pre-rolls on your chat for 3 minutes, or for 40 minutes anyway. So if there's a problem that I have no ability to fix or change because it's not something that's up to me, it just bums me out when people complain. It's like, there's literally not, like, I wish I could fix your problem. I genuinely do. I wish I could make this better for everybody. I wish I could make this a better experience for people. But the reality is that's not the industry. There's nothing I can do. This is what it is. You have a good night, Bastard. I already paused the game and wait whenever there is an ad break, and like hard change the subject whenever there's an ad break to try to not like screw up any conversations, and that's literally the best I can do. So the actual annoying thing is I don't know who's getting ads and when, because a lot of regions just straight up don't get them, so it's like I don't know. It's a no-win situation. It doesn't really matter in the long run, Devilish. I mean, at the end of the day, this channel is entirely funded, more or less. I mean, realistically, I make, in December, off of my view count, I was making like 40 bucks a day in ads. Most of the year, I make like 12 bucks a day in ads on Twitch. So, it's not really a matter of needing the money, it's needing the retention. Because this channel, the only promotion I really get, outside of rare days like today, where multiple people raid me, thank you very much, Jess and Ponce, and FG earlier, but like, generally, the only promotion my channel gets is from my YouTube channel. So, I have to do everything I can to keep any kind of audience retention. Because if I don't, then I'm shrinking. Because I basically just stream one game. And then everybody tunes out if I play anything else. So, thank you, Blueheart, for the tier 1 subscription. Appreciate you. And at the end of the day, I'm funded by people who decide to give me money. Everything else is just kind of a small bonus. All right, let's make some cage traps. And also some wooden cages. Also probably some wheelbarrows. Just make 10 wooden cages. Out of tower cap. Let's also make wooden wheelbarrows. We'll do those out of fungi wood, and I'll just do 2. So I only really need 2. And just go onto this boulders pile. The only, like, possible thought that I would have that could theoretically fix it is if Zwari was using something like FFZ with some weird settings that is breaking it, but that I'm pretty sure I've already suggested that years ago. Maybe not years ago, but a while ago. Months ago. Months and months and months and months and months ago. Sometimes complaining isn't about wanting a solution, it's about seeking solidarity. Yeah, no, I get that. But there's a difference between seeking solidarity and, mate, we've been seeking this solidarity for the last 8 months, and I don't need your goddamn solidarity anymore. You know? It's just like when my friend complains that, like, car insurance exists for the 18th time. Eventually, I'm going to tell him to shut the fuck up. He doesn't drive a car because he doesn't want his mom to teach him, and he doesn't want to pay for driving lessons, and he doesn't want to pay for a car. So why are you complaining to me that car insurance exists? Car insurance is one of many problems that is stopping you from getting a license. It's that kind of thing, right? And this is the 85th time that you've complained at me about this, so eventually I'm going to turn around and just tell you to shut the fuck up. And then he gets all moody, and then doesn't want to hang out with me for 2 weeks. Weird. Anyway, definitely not speaking with experience. This is absolutely hypothetical. You know, everybody has a certain tolerance for complaining, right? Especially when it's something they've heard before. Sounds oddly specific. I'm definitely not talking about Kevin. And I definitely did tell him to fuck off the other day when he was just like, I don't need to go blow up ICBC. I'm like, many people would want to, but I don't need to hear you complaining about, like, fucking car insurance again. Christ almighty, Kevin. Anyway, what? And just got version 47 working on your computer? You say that like that's a challenge. It's not hard to, like, make version 47 work. It just kind of works. Let's make a nest box. Rock nest box. Just one. We can start acquiring eggs. Probably also make some farmer shops. Can get rid of this. Out of pigtails, apparently. I think he probably would have punched me in the head if I'd said anything else to him after that, so. Trying to figure out where I want to put everything. This fort is giving me a little bit of analysis paralysis right now. Like, this is a bad spot for all these boulders. I just kind of want them out of here. Because like I had so many ideas when I first embarked in this fort. Okay, so I think I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a actually I'm gonna finish building all this stuff. I'm gonna make a hatch cover, and that downwards passage. Put a hatch cover on top of it instead of those wall pieces I have in there right now. And then what we're gonna do, I'm gonna zip down into here, and I'm gonna harvest everything in here, and I'm going to chop down all the trees. And then we're gonna dig down into this, right here, this area. I'm going to smooth and fortify this along here. And then I'm just gonna channel this over here so that this whole thing fills up. Because if I smooth and fortify this, then I could just make this down here and down here, this into a reservoir, and this could be a lava reservoir, and we can just start making glass. From there, I can get glass pumps, and we can just pump the glass straight up into here and have lava. It'd be a little difficult to get it working without a tutorial. You know, I was saying this the other day. It's kind of a shame I don't have a Mac. Even just like an old MacBook or something, so I could make a tutorial on how to do that. I'm sure it's not that hard. Enough people have done it in my chat that I'm sure I could figure it out, but I'm decent enough at reading documentation at this point. Zari wants me to read the last Discord word story. Is there anything for me to actually read, though? I did read it earlier. Let's see. 20 new messages. All right, chat, you have 18 seconds, 17, 16 to add more messages to the add word story in the Discord. 15, 13, 10, 9, 10, 12, 4, 1, 3, 2. Socks are gross and squishy when worn during lunch meetings. Armok sighs when forced to order ketchup with mustard on food. Oranges are delicious fruit cakes filled with cream, all together with the paste. I was gonna say all together now, and I'm kind of disappointed now that you guys didn't lend me the opportunity to say all together now. What is weird is you can do this? Nah. Remember how earlier I was like, can we please not just make this entire stream about Zwari complains about the one thing that doesn't work on my stream, for fucking crying out loud? Please, guys, can we just... I tried to request this as clearly as possible 10 minutes ago. So you know what I'm gonna do? Two things. Thing number one. Chat room, can I get a round of beers? Thing number two. Sorry. You get to be... Where is it? I lost it. You get to be the donkey. Donkey's worry. He's very impolite of inconsiderate of property. Well, that checks out. Often acts with compassion. Is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. Holy shit, the first bits in... That's the first bits of today. No, the first bits in 6 hours. Thank you. He is very impolite and inconsiderate of property. He often acts with compassion. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He has a calm demeanor. Tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. Yeah, I know. Doesn't try to get things done perfectly. Sorry, by the way. And he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. Seems accurate. He does not easily fall in love, rarely develops positive sentiments, and is curious and eager to learn. That does not sound like a donkey. Often feels lustful, which is why there's so many mules in the world, and is quite ambitious, and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. Is often cheerful and tends to hang on to grievances. also checks out. Tends to make a small mess with his own possessions because he's a donkey. Like others in his culture, he holds craftsmanship to be the highest ideals, naturally. He's a donkey. Has no preferences because he's a donkey. Doesn't know anything. Well, that checks out. 2 years old, high stamina, resists sickness. High stamina is accurate sounding. And I think that's everything I can physically read about your donkey. Aside from the fact that he's a medium-sized hooved herbivore, some are domesticated as beasts of burden. He is scrawny, his hair is russet, and his skin is ecru, and his eyes are black. What are bits, chat? Bits are a thing that you can purchase to give to streamer as a way of giving streamer money. 1 bit is valued at 1 American penny. That is what a bit is. A little bit of support. A little bit of money for streamer's paycheck. Simple as that. I'm just going to go dig around all of this. What is the difference with subs? Subscribing is a monthly thing that you could do if you desire to, which pays me monthly, or one-off if you only do it once. I get 70% of it, and you get ad-free viewing and emotes on the stream. Basically, you subscribe for perks. Bits is a one-time tip, which if you cheer enough or give enough bits to the streamer, then theoretically you would earn emotes. I have some that you would own in theory if you like decided to throw a lot at me, but you kind of need, I think the first one you get is $10. You earn badges that some people have, and that's about it. Because you're on mobile. That's why it's $1.99 for 95 bits. Because it's either Google tax or Apple tax, depending on what your phone flavor you happen to have. It's the only device you have that can run Twitch. False. You have a laptop that you are currently using. Also, do not ever subscribe on mobile because you will be paying 30% more. A 2012 MacBook can absolutely run Twitch. False. That laptop can absolutely run Twitch. You're just choosing to not open it on Twitch. But that's fine. 2012 laptop can run Twitch because Twitch was around in 2012 and it hasn't changed that much. Tried running Twitch and it doesn't run Twitch. I mean, I'm just going to keep calling you wrong, but that's okay. You're allowed to be wrong, but your laptop will run Twitch. You missed the desktop app of Twitch. Desktop apps for websites is one of the biggest curse on society. This is the hill that I die on. Send me $100 and I'll give you a sub. You know, you joke about this, but back in the day, people used to... like before gift subs existed, people used to be like, yo, what's your PayPal address? And send them $5 and then they'd subscribe. I used to see that happen kind of all the time. The Twitch app was awful. Or just like, don't worry about giving streamer money. It's okay, Black Flag. That's kind of like the route that I go for. It's like if it's too complicated or you can't afford it or you don't have an easy way of doing it, don't. It's that simple. It's okay. When gifting subs was buying a Subway gift card. I remember that September was like sponsored by Subway once. Which was maybe some of the most fitting branding Twitch ever had. Next, you should just ask if it's plugged in, Devilish. Then explain why I was able to run it on my dad's Windows XP computer that is connected to the internet. Yeah, it's using Firefox, but like... I know people with older computers that watch my stream on older computers than 2012. If anything, I would say it's just a matter of you need to update your web browser. Or download a modern web browser. Your parents set this up weirdly. I think that might be your problem. Like, Twitch runs on literally anything. Like, I would believe you if it was Mixer, because Mixer had some weird as hell code running the thing, but... Twitch? Really? I don't know. I apparently found the problem. Hey! How you doing, Clino? I watched Taraga 1 install Temple OS and run YouTube on it. Mate, you could probably run it on a TI-85 calculator. Like, it's just a memory thing, right? Can't confirm. I mean, maybe chat. Maybe you could run chat on a TI-85. I very much doubt that Orange is actually confirming that. In fact, I guarantee you that Orange is bullshitting. Thoughts on Vermin Fort? I don't know. That sounds like a lot of work. I'm good. If you want to do that, by all means, have fun. I'm good. Hard pass. Fortunately, I can read through Orange's BS. Happy to help, Tubby. I'm in an ad break. Also, Clino, just because you're here, I gotta say, I think that context-sensitive menu is one of the greatest things in the world. Like, the thing that Tarn has made for adventure mode, it looks fantastic. Hey, True Freak. The strangest ad I used to get on Twitch before I paid money was the fact that I got ads for diabetic supplies and candy constantly. It's like, why? Stop it. And that's basically all I felt at all times, was just, why? Why would you do this to me? Joker of Spades, you don't need to give me money. It's okay. Also, Tubby, thank you very much for gifting 5 memberships in the YouTube chat. Should I pull the pin on Kit Fox? Pull the pin on Kit Fox. What does pull the pin on Kit Fox mean? Because I don't know. To be completely honest with you, I've been real busy with real life shit. I'd have to go look at the document. Sui's the one who's in charge of all that. I think it's ended. Like, now would seem about right. Or like yesterday, actually, I think was the last day. Well, clearly you are not single. Zwerry. Is what I would say. Oh, you mean like unpinning the posted post? Yeah, you can do that. Anyways, if the advertising is bad and ineffective, don't complain. It's great. Everybody's money is getting wasted. the advertisers and Twitches, I guess. The other thing I will always remind people is if your parents or you happen to have Amazon Prime, go Google Amazon Gaming, I think is what they literally call it these days. Twitch Gaming, Twitch Prime. What do they even call like Twitch Prime these days? Is it actually just Amazon Gaming? Or is my brain like making that up? Prime Gaming, that's what the fuck they call it. Twitch Prime was a better brand. That's all I had to say. Yeah. Mm-hmm. More like subprime. Just bounces off of you, even if it's something you want, it just leaves a bad impression. My opinion of online ads is this. They're really good at reminding me that I just bought something 2 weeks ago and it's already arrived. And I'm trying to figure out now, why are you trying to sell it to me a second time? I only need to buy a desk once every 7 years or so. Maybe even less frequently if I buy the right one. That's how I feel about internet advertising at this point. It depends on how annoying the ad is for me. If it's something that's particularly annoying, then yeah. But like when I briefly had a Netflix subscription with ads just to watch Drive to Survive for Formula One, I was like, well, honestly, all of these ads are just Heineken Zero ads, which are all over Formula One anyway, so I can't even be mad. Angry equals engagement. You know what's sad? I made a video a couple days ago that pissed off a good chunk of the internet, which most of you have probably seen if you watch my YouTube stuff. I'm aware it's not a popular take. I get it. It's okay. I will live, and so will all the people who watched that video. But the funny thing to me is YouTube is constantly sending me pings now, telling me to make more videos like that. It's like I have zero intention of just becoming a rage bait tuber. It's like I needed to get that video out of my system, and I kind of felt bad about it, but I did it. I'm glad I got it out of my system. It was healthy. But now, like, it's real annoying being like, this video is very successful. You should, like, do more of this, blah, blah, blah. It's like, oh my God. Oh my Christ. You fucking stupid platform. And then I make, like, genuinely good, in my opinion, well-edited content about a cool game that just released that morning, and YouTube's like, less regular viewers are watching this video because of its lower click-through rating. It's like, well, it's probably because you've deprioritized the sub box to the point where people who aren't entirely used to my thumbnail design don't immediately recognize that it's one of my videos, or you just didn't recommend it to them in the first place because they're not usually watching videos with those types of tags. So maybe it's your fault, YouTube, for deprioritizing the sub box to the point where it's useless, and not my fault for, you know, not making rage bait. Assholes. Rock coffers. Let's do 20 of them. Guess we'll use granite. Reminds me, you need to go buy Rift Wizard. You should go buy Rift Wizard. Rift Wizard is a good game. Also, hi, Tubby Young Bro. You were on the other chat previously. Cause you so many mixed feelings? Yeah. It's incredibly cool that people can earn a living this way, and I'm extremely grateful for that, but I worry about what all these weird incentives and marketing are doing to our brains. I had this discussion around December last year with chat, which, you know, like, fortunately, like, generally people on the internet are very receptive to this kind of thing, but it's like, I genuinely worry, and this was like when, actually this might have been before release, now that I think about it. I genuinely worry, frequently, that I am participating in people's doom scrolling, which is part of the reason I don't like making short form content. I don't like making like TikTok friendly content, and I actually know it was a post release because I was talking about TikTok. I don't like making TikTok friendly content because I don't like participating in doom scrolling. Short form content is, and like microblogging sites like Twitter, cough, are a large cause of doom scrolling because they are just like focused on the quickest, highest, most rapid fire of new thing for brain to see, and that is very unhealthy. So it's like one of the biggest like moral quandaries I have with being in this industry is, am I participating in your doom scrolling? Because if I am, Jesus fuck, I don't like that. You mean anti-ad block policy? I'm very confused by that sentence. It doesn't work, by the way, for whatever that's worth. As somebody who makes money on YouTube, I can confirm it doesn't work. Okay, that makes more sense. Basically, they're trying to redesign their website to just break ad block services, but it doesn't work. Kind of at all, actually. There's a lot of really funny uBlock origin like blog posts about it. I don't even use the uBlock, but I read their blog posts sometimes. I'm kind of thinking about flooring all the way around here and using this for more bedrooms, but I also don't need to worry about that until we actually get more dwarves in here. So I think what I should do is build a temple, because I need a temple. The question is, where do I put the temple? I could put the temple down there. That could look kind of cool. The same level as this. Nah, let's just focus on getting lava stuff sorted. So this is where, in relation to everything else. Okay. I don't know why I'm using ramps everywhere in this fort, but I am. So I just kind of feel like it. Yeah, that'll work. You made it 2 seasons without a crash. That is kind of nuts. Like, first off, nuts that, like, your game was crashing like that, but also kind of nuts that, like, swapping hard drives seems to be working. That is kind of crazy. Fortunately, Dwarf Fortress is a really easy game to do that with. It sounds like overheating NVMe / hard drive failure, yeah. Or possible like early signs of hard drive failure, if nothing else. Another thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go up to here. Let's just get rid of this. I need to put a loom somewhere. I also need to make some cage traps. So let's just do that and catch these elk birds that have been running around. No, that's an animal trap, not a cage trap. Traps. Cage. There you are. That'll catch them because they keep running that way. Anything big happened this stream? There's a bunch of necromancer experiments walking around on the surface that are practically gargoyles. Fortunately, they're just kind of floating here. Hopefully they leave and don't start having kids. So that's exciting because I'm going to need to go up to the surface again and actually mine at some point. I've got my tavern done, and a miner's been bitten by a cave spider. Well, that sucks. Who is it? I'm wondering if they still get the permanent debuff from that. Not that I'm seeing so far. Gazoom, was it you? Nope. So wait. Do spiders still give a permanent syndrome? I think the most exciting thing to happen today was, one, I made a new fortress. Can I name a dwarf Tubby? As long as I don't need to name him Telly. Would you like Cybrek, Ral, Iral, Erish, or Aban? The spider bit one? That one was already named, I think. Well, I mean, actually, I don't know which one was bit because it's not very clear here. Aban? The one planting seeds? Okay. Tubby. Friends call her Tella. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, is always tense and jittery, and tries to do nice things each time. She is assertive, and she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She's not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she can handle stress. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she tends to avoid any physical confrontations. She works to square this natural tendency, of course, with her respect and martial prowess, and she prefers that everybody live as harmoniously as possible. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day. And she likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Welcome to the fort. Did you? I'm not seeing it in health, which is why I say it. Personally values family and dreams of crafting and masterwork. You worship Lum Obin Shizba, which is the buff fellowship, the god of beauty, I think? Welcome to the fort. There's a bunch of olivine down here. That's pretty. So I'm going to basically go down into here and dig out all of this stuff from down here. Chop down all the trees. Channel up everything if I have time. And then after all of that, we'll smooth and fortify along here. Oh, maybe. I have to make a hospital. Yeah, it doesn't say who was actually bit. Something good to be aware of in regards to the doom scrolling and whatnot statement is you need to just be a smart person who's watching streams. Know who you're watching and try and find streams that kind of align with your ideas of the kind of content you would like to make. And I know that sounds a little weird, but think about it from this perspective. If you're going to watch a channel, you want someone who has a similar outlook on the future of the internet as you. Because if they don't, then likely you are going to either, one, have to watch ads that you wouldn't want to watch, or two, watch sponsored segments for things you wouldn't want to watch. So if it's not something you would do, don't watch the person. That's about it. Clothing may have protected the bite from envenoming. You know, I'll be honest, I never really think about the spider bites too much, but they do kind of suck. For reference, they basically make the dwarf, I think, permanently dizzy. Throws off their equilibrium for the rest of their life. It's real bad, especially for military. Okay, so let's go down here. Make sure that we can get all this stuff knocked down before, well, stuff runs in. Dwarves are digging out some more future bedrooms. And also, Tubby, thanks again for gifting those memberships over on the YouTube side of things. Man, I'm looking forward to mid-April. I just hope that, like, I've sorted the bank stuff out by then. Because that's, like, causing me a weirdly large amount of stress in life currently. Ooh. Another wall. Studded with... Why didn't I get a notification as to where it is? That's interesting. We found another wall studded with gems right about there. Finding all these spires. Haven't found the third cavern layer yet, though, which is a little interesting. This is just the second one. I just need to make sure that dwarves don't run off into the fort and nothing comes running into the fort. I'm dreading the foam. You too? Yeah, me as well. I shouldn't get it in the upper cavern because I've sealed it off. But yeah, I'm also dreading it. Let's see if we can make a little reservoir safely. Because this would be a pretty cool little reservoir if I can pull this off. Let's just go along here. I'll leave that. Last of this, into there, and that. Go, dwarves. Go with Armok. If it's any consolation, old men can still enter your fort through the water. Oh, I'm well aware of this. Thanks for informing me of something that I'm well aware of. Same with the amphibian men. That's okay, and that's a problem that we will deal with when we get there. Good job, Frog for Hire. And everybody else who took part. I guess at the end of the day, if you're going to support creators on the internet, just make sure that you're supporting creators that you feel okay about supporting. That's about it. And that's the best advice I can give you as somebody who makes content on the internet. I think it's really cool that this job can exist. I wish that the platforms treated us better. YouTube, I'm looking at you. I wish that the audiences understood that this is a much lower paying job on average than it might seem. But aside from that, really, it all just kind of comes down to just make sure that you're supporting people that you are okay with supporting. And also make sure that you're supporting people that actually appreciate it, which is, I think, the weirdest one, purely because it's very opaque how much money people in this industry make. I do okay, but the only reason I do okay is because people give me money through Twitch, right? Whether that be Prime subscriptions or normal subscriptions or tips or whatever. Speaking of, Blackflight Redneck, thanks for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you, mate. or bits or whatever. But a lot of channels make the vast majority of their money off of sponsorships. And don't value it as much. And at the end of the day thing, just make sure that you're getting the most bang for your dollar. And if that's just, you really like the emotes that a certain streamer has, even if they don't necessarily need the sub revenue. Okay, go subscribe to them. Support them. Nobody's checking the firewall logs here. Hey, there you go. Reverend Alex, thanks for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. But at the end of the day, just make sure that you are, getting good bang for your buck, I guess. Okay, these need to go away. Right there. Just kind of watching to make sure I don't have dwarves running out at weird angles. Definitely a lot of Droslas down here. Also, I love the fact that you're labeled as a suspicious user. I wonder where that is. Anyway. Yeah, you're labeled as suspicious on my screen for some reason. Twitch thinks you're sus. It's fine. I've unflagged you. Not necessarily username. Twitch just sometimes gets suspicious about people randomly popping in and prime subbing. It's Twitch's, like, ban evasion detection system, which is great sometimes and sometimes not so much. It's like any automated system. Sometimes it's super useful, and the rest of the time it's just there. It's possibly because of Black Flag. I don't know. I read Black Flag, and I just think of the band. Like, Black Flag is a great band. Also, while doing all of this, I managed to remove their exit. Oops. Anyway, let's fix that. There you go, dwarves. Get out of here, please. You too, Gazoom. You could literally just leave. Giant Kia is... Uh-oh. It really is a battle between the giant Kias and the giant Kia's dead. Just fired a bolt and killed it, I think. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, that's like the fastest way to get yourself, like, tuning into a stream and then immediately subscribing after not following or saying anything is one of the quickest ways to get yourself flagged. It happens a lot. It just means that most other people in chat can't see you. Like, that's something that actually kind of bothers me about Twitch these days, is Twitch is very careful to protect large portions of its audience. Because Twitch has a... I think saying sensitive is maybe a little bit unfair, but Twitch has a very cautious audience base in a lot of cases, which means a lot of people on Twitch are pretty prone to harassment. And Twitch, unlike YouTube and other platforms, has actually done a lot to make its moderation tools excellent, which is great for people who want that. Honestly, outside of some really odd, isolated situations early on in my time doing this, I've gotten almost no harassment, so I'm pretty lucky. However, a lot of the tools can't be disabled, so I find them quite fucking annoying. It is what it is. Well, some people are sensitive and some people are targeted, and I don't think being targeted necessarily automatically makes you sensitive. I'm not sensitive, but if I was getting targeted with harassment, I would want to be able to completely nerf it into oblivion. Just as an example. Have them use up their bolts on the giant Kias. I mean, I'm still planning on, I kind of, what I'm currently doing is I'm making myself a lava reservoir, but once I have this done, I am kind of just planning on, like, cage trapping them. Well, not the Kias, but the creatures up there. Uh-oh. Dwarf, terminal wetness. You just, like, pulled off a pretty baller move, but my god, that looked unnecessarily dangerous there. What are you doing? Duder! Mate, buddy. That's a volcano. Why? Why are you making your life so unnecessarily dangerous for yourself? How about this? I'm gonna get you to dig through that so you can get back inside. Much safer. There you go. Whew. I'm absolutely talking about the card that has killed in action as its logo, yes. I think the vast majority of people on live streaming platforms are there in good faith and just, you know, looking for entertainment, right? But if you get hit by coordinated harassment efforts, yeah, you want to be able to protect yourself. But sometimes, like, I get this a lot on, like, my Discord server, right? Because, like, my Discord server's been getting hit with bots a lot recently. Just, like, nothing awful. But, like, random porn servers just being like, hey, here's just a bunch of porn images and a link to join my Discord, and just that kind of shit. And it's like, well, that's really annoying, and I don't think anybody necessarily wants to see that on my Discord. I mean, maybe they want to see that, but probably not on my Discord. So, I've, like, enabled some of their, I'm in an ad break now, moderation features. But the result is whenever somebody says fuck on my Discord now, I have to allow it. And I don't know how to I don't know how to unbreak that. It's really annoying. So it's constantly like, report issue. This term is allowed on my server. Boop. Report issue. This term is okay in my community. Boop. Report issue. That was a typo. Very funny typo. Or like somebody will type something in it, it'll be like, they'll typo one word and it'll sound like a bad word, but like it's just completely out of context and obviously a typo, and it'll just be like, well, that's funny, but anyway, you know. You don't know how to unfuck the Discord. Unfuck the volume. Trying to think of, like, when was the last time I felt like I was getting harassed by chat? Probably, like, when every single person on the internet was telling every streamer on the internet that the way you get rich is by doing hot tub streams. That got real bad. Real annoying. Oh, I've been, I got raided. There was 1 week there where 2 times in 1 week I got raided by Russians that just would tune in and call me stupid American, which I actually genuinely thought was kind of funny, alongside of a bunch of slurs, but like, whatever. None of them were in English, so even after Google translating them, it's like, whatever. But I did genuinely think that was funny, because it's like, you're hitting the wrong guy. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the way I feel. It's like a lot of that spam, it's like, obviously it works because they keep doing it. If it didn't work, they would have stopped a while ago. Oh. I was kind of curious if I was going to hit this. Well, we found the bottom one. That's kind of cool. Whoa. Why does this map have such awesome looking caverns? What is going on, dude? This man is still alive. You know what's actually funny, Zabine? This is a really short stream for me so far. Like, that's a very common thing I get, is people going, holy shit, you're still alive. And I'm like, I've only been live for 9 hours. 10 is like normal. My God. Olivine is a cool rock. I do agree that Olivine rocks. All right, well, I could haul all of these boulders out of here. Instead, I'm just going to do this. Which is further away in hours, food or sleep? Me? Food. I mean, it's 6 p.m. I have a meeting at 8, so I should probably end the stream a bit before that. And probably eat around 9. I think tonight's gonna be fried rice. Olivine roll. Well, I mean, it rocks, obviously. Okay, so once all of these things are done blinking, we will fill this whole thingy up with lava. Although this is gabbro. Let's just say... Actually, let's do it this way. Garbage dump. Kind of want to just save all this material. Pie basil chicken over rice. I don't have any chicken, but I do have tofu, so I will be probably making honey braised tofu and over rice. Probably what I'm gonna do. Probably throw some broccoli onto that. How my world generated 2 different kinds of thick blow darts? How did you figure that out? I had 2 eggs to praise Armok. I ate both the eggs last night. I had a power salad last night. I've been like weirdly vegan the last 72 hours. But no, last night I had a, well, I've been, vegetarian the last 24 hours, 72 hours. Like 2 nights ago for dinner, I had pita bread and hummus and like a salad. Last night I had eggs, avocado, beet, spinach, homegrown greens, salad, with asparagus and green beans, and snap peas, and a red pepper and a tomato. And then tonight's probably going to be tofu fried rice. Sounds delicious, Templar. Every now and again, like, I drink too much in a weekend, and then I try and overcompensate by just, like, but yeah, it's like every now and again I drink too much over a weekend, and then I'm like, I'm just gonna be vegetarian all week and eat a fuckload of veggies. I'm trying to eat more veggies and discover shushushka, which is basic tomatoes and whatever hearty veggies you have on hand simmered with poached eggs over top. Sounds delicious. Nothing wrong with eggs and veggies, man. Hot chocolate with a splash of rum. I would go grab me a thing of whiskey or something, but I have a therapy appointment a little later tonight, so I probably shouldn't be drinking before that. So, you know. Could be convinced, but... General TSOS, what's that? Silvershe. Also, I try not to drink on streaming nights. Try and keep that to Saturdays. Had homegrown sea kale with your dinner. Ooh. Yeah, I'm really happy that I did the whole investing into growing plants in my closet thing. Because, like, yeah, I know that I'm basically just setting myself up for forever the, are you growing drugs in your closet joke? But no, I'm not. And that's okay. I know that I'm not, so... It's fine. You can make me fun. You can make fun of me all you want. But the reality is, Microgreens? No, that's a waste of seeds. No, I grow lettuce, like actual full-size lettuce plants. Like I have like Swiss chard plants that are like this fucking big in my closet. So, and like a little bundle of Swiss chard is like $8 now. Yeah, no, it's like 3 weeks and I can go from tiny seedling into full-size lettuce plant. Or from tiny seedling to full-size lettuce plant. So it's like a month and a week, and I just stagger them every other week, and then, you know. Bean sprouts, though? I do peas. I had 4 pea plants for a bit that were literally giving me like 6 to 10 peas a day, which was kind of great. Like, I was just getting snap peas constantly. Like, I would just go eat a snack out of my closet. It was wonderful. With your seed starts, there's unfortunately only one way to deal with that. Praise Thriv. And that's, take the whole batch, throw it all out, or put it outside, and wait for them to die, and then restart. It's unfortunately the only way to do it. I've only had one pest. I had a single weevil. I squished it. This week's been weird, Pele. Like, being honest, like it's been a good stream week. Today's been great, no complaints. But it's felt weirdly slow in a lot of ways. Although I will tell you this, you guys want to know why I start new forts sometimes? Even if like a fort doesn't feel all the way done, I can't show you this screen, but I will show you a screenshot. This is why I start new forts a lot of the time. Like whenever people are like, "How do you decide when you're done with a fort?" Well, when the views get low enough that when I start the new fort, my views do that. That's when I start a new fort. Gnat extinction protocol was enacted. Yeah, there you go. I mean, I keep like a little gnat trap in that area, but it generally gets the job done. One benefit about only having 14 dwarves, though, is Forgotten Beasts can't actually attack me with so few dwarves. Which is either a benefit or a negative, depending on what direction you are inclined to lean. Right. I guess they just haven't had a chance to go load those cage traps then. I think I should give the expedition leader a new office, because he keeps on trying to have meetings, and he's having meetings just like anywhere. But I think there's plenty of cave spider silk everywhere. This is going to be the expedition leader's office, because keeps on having to do meetings anyway, so might as well do this. Your dwarves have found gold. Excellent! Should make gold statues. Gold floors, gold chairs, gold tables, gold mugs, gold coins with no actual purpose. You think, has your stewardship led to fewer or more dwarves in sites? The last fort I built caused like 20 hillixes to arrive. Maybe not 20, but a lot. Because the last fort I built was this one, which is something that I've noticed that's kind of interesting. Either my eyes are fucked, or the color of this location is slightly more pink than the rest of the areas that I'm at war with. Anyway, this is my last fort that I made. This hillix, 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 this hillix are all because of this fort. So, also apparently some down here, but I can't remember which ones. Anyway, yeah, ton of them are because of my fort. or are because of that fort. Also, this tower that I took over. 250? Yeah, it did actually. Probably at war with the with my home, but I need some traders to arrive for me to be able to find out what's going on up there. Raided by goblins or raided by my faction that I'm currently playing because we're at war. Either is possible. But yeah, I mean, I've absolutely seen some stuff spread. There you are, all the way up at the top. It was at 1,000 when I founded this fort. Although it does have 2 were creatures in it, so I wonder actually if it just slowly like ceases to exist, it might be a dark situation. Only 100 of those are historical figures? That is not true. Every single dwarf that was in my fort is considered a historical figure, regardless of if they have nicknames or not. And there was like 170 when I retired that fort or something, plus a bunch of zombies. Wonder where those necromancer creatures are hanging out. That's just one of them. Are they all like in the same place but stacked? Wow, they kind of are. It's funny. Oh, I'm aware of what the game does, but if dwarves stick around long enough, they become historical. And by stick around long enough, I mean make one masterwork item. Right? Like, they don't need to do a lot to be listed in Legends. And also, they're not generic dwarves, they're just dwarves without history. Which means they're dwarves that exist within the population but aren't important enough to actually have history. Or they're a vampire that's good at lying. All right, so let's go toss some coffers into these bedrooms. I like the bedroom that has a cobweb in it. It's just kind of funny. I really like the way this tavern has turned out so far. I think it looks really nice. But, Clino, why do you ask? Is there, like, bugs being reported or something? Or have you, like, noticed something off? Surfing the web. Got it. We just had a baby born. Fallout Rain, the bookkeeper has given birth to a boy. Aww. Our first ever baby boy. You and Erish. Congratulations. That's adorable. Our only son. You see, I like corn. And I like bad jokes. I also sort of like the band Corn. But I don't like corn on the cobweb. I prefer it on the interweb. That was a stretch even for me, Jesus. There you go, Fallout. Do I like corny jokes? Sometimes. If the opportunity arises. You're unsubbing. All right. See you later. Nice knowing you. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. All right. What are you looking for? Yeah, there you go. But that requires you to sub more. That requires a higher amount of money being thrown at me to yell at me. This is the racket that I'm running. It's a very effective racket. Tell bad jokes, give people a boo button, and then charge for the boo button. It's a pretty effective business model. I've proven this for years. You know, allow people to complain, but then charge them for the privilege to do so. Save the game, got it. Yeah, don't do what you can't afford at the end of the day. No, I'm farming plump helmets. You're just hanging out in chat. Knowledge selling? Yeah, exactly. Owning the Rotten Tomatoes stand at the start of the stand-up set. There you go. I'm not tempting you, mate. You're okay. Thank you for the Prime sub. The tier 1 sub. I can't actually remember which one you did. I need to click on your username. You're a psycho? Oh. Okay, the tier 1 sub. Well, I mean, you know. You would just have to pay twice. Which, I don't know. Hydrate? Okay. I'm gonna hydrate. And also, give you a advertisement for my very large sticker. It's a Dwarf face. Been on there for like 8 months. I'm kind of surprised, actually, it's lasted. It's very well stuck, considering I didn't even get it totally flat. It does have some blemishes on it, but that's because it's been taken backpacking a couple times. And it's slowly growing a nose, because it's got a bubble under the middle. But, you know. I'll take my entire stock. I think the sticker, not the bottle. I can't remember if they're still for sale. I may have hidden them. Yeah, I do, in fact. There it is. Crypt blank sticker on the merch store. You can buy them right there. You can also gift them to chat if you want to be a crazy, generous person. I typed faster than you for once? That's mad. Okay, how goes the removal of the boulders? You know what? I'm not gonna remove all of these boulders. It would be nice. I'd like to keep all these boulders, but you know what? I just don't care that much. Instead, I'm gonna go to the hide option and hide all of these boulders. And then I'm gonna go to the forbid option and forbid all of the hidden boulders. We're gonna go up top here. I'm gonna go, actually do get rid of this one though. And this one, because they're right there. Then I'm gonna go up top here. Shall we begin? The only free food I get is when I steal takeout. Although it's not really free, sort of. Well, okay. I don't really steal takeout. People just order takeout and then don't actually collect it in this building a lot of the time. And I have this rule, which is if it's there for more than 12 hours and nobody picks it up, I keep it. Which, I mean, you could tell me whether or not that's theft. I think it's fair. More or less. Run, Dwarf. Rende. The lava's getting closer. Oh, wait, never mind. You get to go up top. You're fine. Well, I mean, I do actually check the receipt. And if the receipt is there for too long, I just say, yeah, it's mine. Thick crust dumpster diving. I can't say I've ever dumpster dove for food, actually. I've dumpster dove for computers and audio gear before. Not food. Why are they forbidding this? Odd. What? All right, add this to the list of most confused I've ever been in this game. This is just gonna overflow. I do not actually... Okay, well, I will use a different material type then. Like, I don't know. Gabbro, maybe? I genuinely have no idea why they're not, you know, building this. Maybe it's the smoke. I don't know. Anyway, it's not gonna stop me from slowly digging out all the wall bits. What? Huh? Oh, I get it. Found the problem. There's an invisible boulder underneath it. Obviously. All right, so hopefully we can get to this before the lava's finished flowing. Yeah, pretty much, Joker. The fact that I left an invisible boulder in front of it definitely was the issue. All right, there we go. Now that's all done. And now I'm going to go all the way along here. And smooth all the way along here. Now let's hope I can get this done before the thing's finished filling. This will be much easier on me if I can get this done before it's finished filling. Because basically we're working on a timer and I've got no way to stop it from filling. Are you sleeping? Okay, I was gonna say that's a really stupid thing to be doing right now. I only actually need one of them to be turned into a fortification. I just kind of want the rest of them to be smooth so that they look pretty. Also need to dig out that wall. Just because there's gems there and I'd like those gems out. Let's dump all that on Dwarfus. Let's get this done. I'm very hopeful that you will be able to complete this task without catching on fire. But, you know, we've been surprised before. All right, all the way around. All right. Sweet. I think this is going to be a really nice little reservoir. Let's see if any of my dwarves actually end up dying in here. Wait, is my Discord getting screwed again? What's going on? Oh, I see. I don't know what Devilish is talking about then. I kind of thought that you were telling me that somebody was messing around on my Discord again, but it doesn't look like it. Oh boy, give a man a fire and he's warm for a day. Give a man a, set a man on fire and he's warm for the rest of his life. Yep, no, yep. But you have to say set a man on fire instead of set a man of fire, but you know. Man of Fire, good movie though. Dwarfs, get out of here. Let's, forbid this. Lava's getting a little spicy. Getting a little spicy. Let's get these. Dwarves? Dwarves? There they are. Come on, Merc. You can do this without setting yourself on fire. It's a race against the lava. Hey! Uh-oh. That is it. Okay, that's 2. Okay, maybe I should just forbid that final boulder. All right. They got it. Safe. I'm very good at this. That was expertly executed, I think. Every moment of that was entirely planned, plotted, and expertly executed. Anybody who doubts me is simply preaching very false information and can't be trusted. Or Simpatch. Ooh. He's apparently working on a new game now. Okay, so we're going to do nothing super fancy. We'll just say magma furnace and a magma smelter. Basically a magma forge. And then a glass furnace. Maybe 2 glass furnaces, actually. All right. Careful, dwarves. Do not fall into the lava. It's not worth it. You will not walk away from that. I think this is a pretty cool looking little forge area. What do you think, chat? Hopefully shoulder pain becomes bearable. Also, we're in an ad break, so I'm just gonna finish building these pieces, and then I'm gonna wait until the ad break is done. But first, I'm gonna clean my glasses.
Cheese
For everyone. But what? Your opiates have fewer side effects. I always joke that, like, literally buying illegal meth is cheaper than my microdosed meth that I take for ADHD. It's just way harder to control your portioning. You would highlight the importance. Okay. Thank God. Need to actually get out my... I don't know what I managed to get on my glasses today, but sort of like cooking oil or something. Might actually need to go get my glasses cleaner. I haven't need to use that in a while. You can make that at home, not legally. All right, let's go around the edges of this. Not a bad start to a new fort, though. This fort's off to a good start. It'll be a fun one. Some very confused Drothless, though. It's okay. I'm susceptible to mass organ failure, so right there with you, Zwari. It's like, cool, my whole body's falling apart. Excellent. Great feeling. Okay, did they ever actually fill these? Why haven't they filled these cage traps? I literally have cages right there. I think the dwarves just have too much work to do. Those are very low priority jobs. Okay, so we're gonna go here, and we're gonna go furnaces. Magma smelter. Let's just go with Gabbro. Gabbro. And then up here, we're going to go Magma Forge. Obsidian. And then down here is just going to be glass. Your dentist threw your opiates for your tooth. It's a little scary. I mean, I had Tylenol 3s at one point, which I think that's technically an opiate. For, getting my wisdom teeth out. Oh yeah. No, it's also why I have to have a phone call with my doctor every 3 weeks, because the maximum amount of ADHD pills I can have is 30 days worth. And in order to get another 30 days, I have to have a phone call appointment with him and reconfirm that I do in fact still need those pills. Which is, you know, fun. Especially because I was reading an article the other day about how apparently in the US, there's a hacking group that has managed to get into like the medical web net in the US and can prescribe pills without the doctor knowing en masse, and so it like causes legal repercussions for the doctor when they just randomly prescribe 1,000 pills to different people. You're on prescribed fentanyl patches? Yep. I mean, that's probably more hardcore than what I'm on, but and I'm just on ADHD pills. You're getting off it though? Proud of you, mate. I'm just mad that I have to pay for my insulin. That will forever be something that angers me. Even though it's mostly covered here, will forever anger me. Forever. Please, say the Princess Bride quotes. It's a movie worth quoting. If anything, it's worth quoting. Wish you never started it? Yeah. Well, that's the way with a lot of things in life, you know? Yeah. I mean, I know it's never a, anybody want a peanut? Yeah, actually, I'll take 2. How is lava not spilling to the sides? It is? I mean, it's spilling over here. But spilling where? I mean, like, this is where the lava is. It's not up here, so it's one layer down. If that's what's confusing you. There we go, getting that done. I'm just gonna smelt that aluminum ore that, oh, what? I'm gonna say, I literally have aluminum, native aluminum right there. I beg your pardon, game. Smelt native aluminum. Okay. Let's just do this way. Well, I know these kinds of conversations are never, like, contests, but for whatever it's worth, as somebody with chronic pain, I get it, mate. I get it. Shit sucks. It's like, I look at the choice of pills I could be on for my pain, and I go, I think I'll just take nerve damage. Like, that's fine. I'll be okay. It doesn't feel good. It hurts real bad some days. And on the days where it's real bad, I just smoke a bunch of weed and forget about it. That's basically all I got. All right, let's make a loom. I can't overdo the looms because if I do, my dwarves will never have any free time ever. You right now? What, just in a lot of pain? Well, time to light up a bowl. I'm just happy I live in Canada where I don't need to, like, try and sneak it. Hmm. Kind of like the idea of putting it along here. Let's do 1 and 2. Dwarves are having a little social sesh. You want to fight? Didn't you, like, hate the idea of combat? Thinks that the skills of weapons of warfare and combat is a low pursuit indeed. All right, well, time to make you into a wrestle squad. So I'm just going to make a squad with no uniform. I'm gonna put Biome and, I don't know, a couple randos in. And I'm just going to get them scheduled monthly orders. And get them training right here. They'll be show wrestling. Go do it, dwarves. You got out of bed today? That's good. The first step. Watching performances, feeling lonely after watching performances. You wanted to fight? Should be able to fight. Actually, don't know if this is going to satisfy this need. Anyway, we'll let them wrestle for a little bit. Ow! That sounds painful just reading that text. Yeah, I've been told it's easier to get that stuff here. As somebody who's on the same stuff. Tehubershizi. Tubershizi. As somebody who's on the same stuff, it's difficult to get here, but not impossible. It's just more annoying. And expensive. All they need is to gain 1 skill level. Yeah, they need to gain 1 actual skill level. But I was just waiting. I'm waiting for good mood thoughts to pop up. Because sometimes they enjoy... Because this dwarf is bored after not being able to train, right? But he needs to fight, which means he might need to actually get into a fist fight. Which means he won't actually get happy thoughts from this. Actually, a lot of these dwarves straight up need to fight. Need to wrestle some Drothlas, maybe. Let's just put everybody who is available into this squad. Let's let a bunch of people get martial training. Let's do this for a bit. Spars do count as fights? Yeah, but they have to level up 1. You know what? Why don't we do this until we run out of booze? Let's make another one. Put the dwarves that are not in that squad into this squad. I've never done this with a fort before. Literally just put the whole fort in the military and say, all right, work out until you run out of booze. Go. Even the baby, you just get to watch. I'm actually curious, is there anybody specifically who needs to... Yeah, you need martial training, follow, right? We'll let them train till alcohol runs out. Another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to here, and I'm going to go cage trap. Excuse me, cage trap, cage trap, cage trap, cage trap, cage trap, cage trap, cage trap. I'm just working under the assumption that these creatures are not trap avoid. And I will be able to, you know, catch them. Excepting after being caught in the rain. So when we hit 0 booze, we let them, you know, remove this. Strong need to gamble. Gambling the bad habit. Want to pray? I don't blame you. All these dwarves are dabbling wrestlers. Got one adequate observer. But they're rusty. It's a weird idea of like a party for this fort. Gonna practice a craft? I don't blame you. Decent meals. All these dwarves are just dropping off like flies to go take naps and shit. No, everybody's just dabbling. Just dabbling. Self-pity. A big baby. Got such a small group of dwarves. We got to do our damnedest to keep them happy if possible. Honey badger is fighting. Is it just a normal-sized honey badger? I love how these, oh my god. That's a lot of hungry heads. Holy shit, that's a lot of hungry heads. Well, there's a very large amount of hungry heads down in the great basement. Well then. Down to 10 booze. Oh yeah, it's intended. They're not going to fall off. And if they did, they would only fall one floor. They'd be fine. Worst case scenario, I'd have to make them a new, a hospital real quick. And yeah, it'd be fine. Not even that far to fall. I still think one of the greatest events in the last fort was when they all spontaneously, when all the hungry heads got hit by the vomit syndrome beast, and then they all just started puking. And then nothing else happened. They just started puking. It was one of the greatest things. One of the greatest things I've ever seen. Was just like 150 hungry heads just vomiting. Yeah, so all of these dwarves need to fight pretty much. So I think I'm just going to do periodic... Everybody train now. I think that's just what we're going to do. And the militia commanders aren't really militia commanders. They're more like, I don't know, exercise coaches. Yes. Okay, so since we've done that, let's plop a kitchen right there, maybe? Nifty little outside kitchen farming area place thing. I don't know what they're going to use to build it, but let's see. Is Dwarf doing good? Nobody's really doing badly in this fort. I mean, you're very happy. You want to acquire something. Clothes are getting a little ratty. We're starting to acquire silk, though. I never bothered with pigtail, because we're going to have way too much silk. Making a bunch of chairs and tables for the tavern. And also for this office. Which belongs to the expedition leader, I think. Yes, I did. And then we're just going to start placing these. Nope. Ran out of chairs. More like a lakeside vacation bungalow. It really is nice in here, isn't it? Like, honestly, this is a lovely little spot. No dwarf should be upset down here. In case it's some dwarf's favorite. I mean, in an area like this, yeah, probably. Am I going to do it? I don't know. Maybe. I should make actually a farmer's shop as well. So let's... Let's just go to the labor kitchen menu. And just be all like, yo, drinks, please, for the love of dwarfs, do not brew my drinks. Or cook my drinks. And please, do not cook my plump helmets. Under seeds. And cook the rock nuts, that's fine. And the dimple cup spawn is also fine. And let's do meal. Let's just do fine meals. And let's do 20. Just a handfuls. And this workshop can be run by Joker. You're my chef. Enjoy your new job. We are going to get some animals sheared. I'm going to shear some alpacas. And then we're going to spin that thread. Time to burn pasta. I mean, I wouldn't put it past the dwarves. Smooth all this out. Because the thing I actually need is some silk bags, because I'm pretty sure I don't have anything to collect sand with. Yeah, I know. Okay, so see these? Tiny little yellow sand floors. I'm going to go here and make a grate. I prefer drinks currently in this fort. Shake break. What kind of dwarf do you want? By what kind of dwarf, I mean, you could have Cybrek, Ral, Iral, or Erish. It's a pretty great gig, yeah. But Erish, you'd like to be the manager. That means you're married and have a kid, I think. Yep. It means you're married to Fallout. Free shake. Oops. I can't capitalize a 3. I'm smart. Shake break. Has an incredibly calm demeanor after being caught in the rain in 543. Would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight. Doesn't try to get things done perfectly. Lives a fast-paced life. Rarely feels discouraged. And tends to be a little wasteful with projects. I just completely lost my spot. Tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. And isn't particularly ambitious. And he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of raising a family, and this dream was realized. Look at that. Personally, has a deep dislike of the natural world. Values sacrifice, and doesn't really see the point of working hard. He likes gypsum plaster, nickel, crystal opal, the color turquoise, short swords, windows, and rings, and anvils, and badgermen for their underground communities. They live underground, really. Leeks for their taste, and when possible, prefers to consume long yam plants and rice beer, and and vine flower, and absolutely hates toads. His hair is wavy, and he has a long beard that's arranged in double braids. He's married to Fallout Rain, and was one of the first migrants here. Welcome to the fortress. All right, so let's see. Okay, I have a genuine question. Why in the world are these not working? I guess I need to just make an animal stockpile. I don't really want to do that, but it's bizarre to me that these cages are not being placed. And then going into the cage traps. Wait, is there like... Oh, actually, I know what's going on. I know what's going on. I know what's going on. Sieges and forbidding. Forbid trap rearming during sieges. There we go. They can't arm the cage traps because there's a siege going on. I don't know. I think that's up to your headcanon to decide. So we're gonna try and let those monsters in. Is what we're gonna try and do. Okay, you've got a cage. Got a cage, you've got a cage. You got a cage, you've got a cage, you've got a cage. You are hauling obsidian. All right, well, let's just wait for this to get connected. What monsters? The ones that are sieging me right now. I'm gonna just real quick go grab a burrow. We're gonna go up, 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 up. Go. Go down, 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 down. To right there. And then let's also then go down to here. I'm being besieged currently by a bunch of necromancer creatures. So that's what monsters. And I would also like to add this to it. And loading a cage trap. Excellent. Pull the lever, dwarfs. Now we get to see. I won't be able to close the bridge once it's open. I don't know if they're trap avoid. They might be. I mean, who knows what they think? Here they come. At least, there's one of them. And, buddy, right here. You gotta go down. South. South? South. Not to be confused with Mordor, of course. Well, they're from a necromancer tower called Steelsmiths. Shoot it? Yeah. I'd prefer to catch it. I mean, I could wrestle it, but... Oh, there's an elephant. Run away, dwarves. See, it's just murdering this elephant. Poor elephant. No! Elephanty. You poor soul. Okay, well now you're running away. Oh, are they leaving? At least that one seems to be. Like, did I literally do this right as they were leaving? Well, one of them did. Well, there's only two of them left. Don't seem all that interested in attacking me. Although this elephant is very interested in invading me. So they're gonna go get themselves stuck in all of my cage traps? I mean... that wasn't really what I had in mind. No, I know. Flying creatures are weird in general. I think I'm going to take this donation. We're definitely just rescuing a family of elephants, right? 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 Also, before you guys get super excited about the elephants, 1000% I'm just going to butcher them and eat them. So, like, just before you get too excited, those are dinner. I will keep a breeding pair, but these are mostly dinner. Man, I already named them. I mean, they're useless to me unless they're tame. Roast trunk. Not okay, sort of okay. Not okay! Okay, speaking of okay, let's unforbid these. There go the dwarves up. There go the elephants down. I could also make them wrestle an elephant, but I feel like that would end really badly for me, so I'm not actually going to make them wrestle the elephant. As funny as that is to say, I'm not actually going to make them wrestle the elephant. Thank you. Person whose username I shouldn't read out loud for my own safety. Make you wrestle an elephant. You'll probably die, so no. See, the calves will keep, because the calves are automatically domesticated, which I'm pretty sure is a bug. But that's okay. I will domesticate the calves and keep them. So the BBs can be kept. No, it's not really, actually. They're trying to do exactly what they're supposed to do, which is go all the way across the map and leave the edge of the map. They're trying to leave the edge of the map in the caverns because it's accessible. You know, chat room, you can tell Joker of Spades this, but two things. Commenting constantly on ads, we all know. It's fine. Also, I'm not going to do anything while the ad is running. I have a big-ass banner at the bottom of chat that says that there's an ad running, ad break in progress. So I'm just gonna sit here and wait. It's fine. Gonna need a mail. It's okay, one at a time. It's gonna take them 10 years to grow up, so. I also need to check my email, but that's besides the point. So once again, Joker of Spades, please don't state ad every single time an ad is running. I know that there's an ad running. It doesn't really change anything. And no, I'm not gonna make you wrestle a goddamn elephant. It's okay, we do have a baby elephant. This elephant is just running away. I don't blame it. It's also injured. Who's it fighting with? Hopefully not me. Nope, not me. It's fine. What were you fighting with? Oh, you... Okay, never mind. It wasn't fighting with me. It was fighting with the necromancer creature. Just run down here. There's a cage right there. It's very... Oh, okay. I was gonna say it's very convenient. Just run into the cage. Oh, okay, fine. Just run past it. Big meanie. Please ignore I, the unhinged amphibian. Noted. Okay, so now I need somewhere to pasture my elephants. Fortunately, we have plenty of space. This seems like a good elephant pasture. What do you think, chat? So let's get them all out of the cages so that we can butcher them later. And I also... Did I actually... Yeah, I did. I don't have a, what's it called? A butcher shop right now. I have to make one. Actually, let's not put the butcher shop over there. Let's put the butcher shop over here. I was gonna make this into kind of a food prep area eventually. I do realize that currently the place that we're cooking food is up there, but it just makes sense to have a food delivery area down here. It's okay. We appreciate the presence of the unhinged amphibian. You know, I hadn't even thought about that, Zori. Kind of curious as to where these elephants are at currently. Okay, they're all being pen pastured. Just so that I can butcher them later, you know? Normal dwarf fort things. I'm not a bad person, I swear. You know, true story, my dad has an ivory piano. It's very old, but it has ivory keys. Kind of cool. One of those things where it's like, if that was a recently purchased thing, that's kind of fucked up, but because it's like super old and super neat because of that, kind of love that thing. Not like you can unkill an elephant once it's been dead for a while. Okay, let's go here. Farming. I need a butcher tanner, basically. You know, I wasn't really expecting to catch a bunch of elephants all of a sudden, but, you know, I guess here we are. I have another elephant. Calf. Let's train that one now. Get a necromancer to unkill your elephants? That would be a terrible idea. For a multitude of reasons. TLDR, animals that are brought back from the dead cannot be intelligent and will never be friendly. Basically, if you bring an animal back from the dead, it's going to attack you. And bringing an elephant back from the dead is not wise. Well, I guess we're not going to get to trade again this year, because I got a bunch of elephants instead of dwarves. Or instead of the siegers. We're going to have to, I think, train up a marks for our squad and then go shoot them. But we'll probably do that tomorrow. What is this sound? I don't know what sound you're talking about, Drachel. You had a zombie bear kill 4 in your last fort. You do not want to imagine what a zombie elephant does. Nope. Sorry, not true. At least not in fortress mode. Outside of fortress mode, you can do more shenanigans, but in fortress mode, if you have a necromancer creature or a necromancer that raises a random zombie, that zombie will not be friendly to you. I can assure you that in all counts. Your right ear died for a moment. Oh, I hope it's back now. That's kind of scary. Did you just like have a spat of tinnitus or something? We're gonna butcher you. So I do, in fact, have a breeding pair of baby elephants. Boom. It's kind of weird to me that they're not actually doing that job. Well, that's unfortunate. Rest in peace to that poor dwarf. This is the elephant calf. Probably, okay, actually I know what's happening. They're pen pasturing them before they are slaughtering them, probably. A zombie Drothlan murder your entire fort once. It ran out of the caverns outside with the zombifying rain. Oh, that doesn't seem healthy. Not that I'm an expert or anything, but that really doesn't seem healthy. I love how they're training them just so that we can butcher them in a moment. There you go. Yeah, you grab the first one. Meat's on the menu for the first time in a while, boys. Also, my alpacas keep making babies. Also, I'm actually just going to go here real quick and just remove all these elephants from this. Doesn't really matter all that much because they're all going to get butchered anyway. Oh, I got one more elephant calf that I need to train. In fact, I'm actually just going to go here and put a pen pasture right there. And just go thump, 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 all the way up to there. Stray one goes down here. You can just bring them up here. We'll be fine. Are you doing the right job? There you go. One down. 177 meat down. More to go. I'm also going to go to the one, I think, Craftsdorf shop that I have. Did I not make a Craftsdorf shop? I guess maybe I didn't. Maybe I deleted it again. I was going to say just decorate stuff with bones, but we'll go... I'll just put one right there for right now. Start decorating doors and such with bones. Once again, meat is most definitely on the menu. Let's pause rendering fat for a little bit. Just do fine meals. I'm sure we can do better than just rock nuts. Also, that's a food stockpile. I'm going to make a meat stockpile up here. Just so that this doesn't all get, you know, lost. Decorate with ivory / tooth. Decorate with horn. Bone. Decorate with bone. Let's do whatever we can. Making them what? Only the ones that are actively getting slaughtered. I'm also making them stand on the pile that I'm putting their meat into. I mean, like, you have to make me feel bad, yeah? You really have. You feel the need to do this, mate. God damn. Does YouTube streaming use ads? Yes, I make ads off of YouTube. Yes, I make money off of ads on YouTube, regardless of if it's streamed or not. This reminds me of a clip that I once saw of a sailfin tuna getting butchered in front of a tank full of like tunas, and they're all like looking at the tuna being butchered and then like going, at each other, and it's like kind of fucked up, but also like weirdly hysterical in a very, very, very dark way. I'll also make totems out of them. I'm making the fanciest fucking nest box ever right now. These turkeys are not going to appreciate the value of this nest box. Gonna need rock pots to store that meat. I'm pretty sure I have plenty, but it's just taking a little bit for them to haul it because I have no dwarves. Are you doing more to that nest box? Oh, Jesus Christ, you are. It's getting one of everything. Now it's going on the bags. Sweet. Okay, so let's do farming. Nest box. Fanciest fucking nest box of all time. This is going to be where we're going to put the chickens and the turkeys or the whatever birds that I happen to have. Turkeys. The one peacock. And that's everything. Finding Nemo vibes? Yeah, kind of. No, tuna are really smart, so like they're probably aware of what's going on, which is the scary thing. Well, on the bright side, we got a bunch of elephant leather now. Chat, what should I... Ooh, you know what we should make? We should make 15 elephant leather hoods. That's what I should do. That seems kind of fitting, you know? Like, let's at the very least make hats out of them. And to remind ourselves of this glorious event. Just don't know where to put this. I don't really have, like, crafting areas set up. Elephant... No. Not making them into thongs. I want to be able to see them, man. But I do have some needs to satisfy. Let's put it there. We'll just say leather hood. Specify leather. Elephant leather. We'll just make 15 of them. And someone I'm sure will go do that. After that's done being assigned. Kind of curious about who's making the hoods. It's a Rande, look at that. All these dwarves want to pray. Their god. Various different gods, in fact. Fortress received no migrants this season. Jesus Christ. Oh, shit. Well, that's good news. The evil badses are gone. Yay. Which means I can probably open the door, right? Yes, I can. Look at that. And I also only have one more elephant to train, which is this one, I think. Nope, that's just full of plump helmets. But I can actually go open the door. There's bolts out there, too. Free ammunition. Let's just go up to here. Yeah, got bronze bolt and bismuth bronze bolts. Also, doing that suddenly made the game lag pretty heavily, so I wonder if that's stuff trying to escape or stuff trying to get in. Slightly funny. I'm assuming it's stuff trying to get in, but yeah, I don't actually know all that much. In fact, I'm going to go over here real quick because I'm kind of being cautious right now. I'm going to put a door there. I'm going to lock that door, I think. Okay, so I've got a bunch of aluminum bars. How many aluminum bars do I have? I have 20 aluminum bars, chat. What do I do with these 20 aluminum bars? I think we make 10 aluminum bracelets and make the rest into goblets. Statues is expensive, but I could do statues. I feel like bracelets and goblets would get me further, though. Like, it would do more for the dwarves, you know? But I could do 15. Let's do 15 bracelets and a statue. What do I make a statue of, though? What do I make a statue of, though, El Plenty? That's up to you. I got 4 more, and we'll do 4 goblets. An aluminum falcon, just for the pun? Is that where we are? Statue of an apple? I mean, an apple tree, maybe. Put it in the tavern? An apple tree? The apple tree is falling. It's the Applebottom. What do you think? Is that fitting? A battle axe. Which is flaying the apple tree. Gotta get that apple out of that tree somehow. No, damn right. Absolutely. How else would you expect that? Oh, I was gonna do sand, wasn't I? And then I got distracted by, like, something else that was happening that was completely unrelated. Right, so, anyway, there's a sand here, so I'm gonna make a grate. For this thing that I was gonna do a while ago. And then if you put the grate on top of the sand, you can just collect sand from there forever and not run into an issue. I'm gonna go make a sand zone right there. I'm just gonna say bag. How many bags do we have? I got a couple bags that are empty. Okay, so let's do sand 20. Green glass pipe tube. Green glass cork. I don't actually know how many I'm gonna need, so we'll just do 10 and 10. Because this is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, yeah, that's fine. That's actually perfect. 10. Cue William Tell. Always got to have that queued up and ready, to be fair. Okay, let's check on my elephants. So there's giant flies on the map again. Stray elephant is caged. Just the one. And it's just the one. Smooth those walls. Oh boy. Well, we are making elephant eye stew, elephant spleen stew. I gotta say, I think that Joker here is already is a novice cook, but I think can get there pretty quick. Got a dwarf making an aluminum statue. That's Creed. Of course, Creed would make the aluminum statue. I'm spinning alpaca cloth specifically for shoes. The plan is to make alpaca wool yarn. Arms wide open. Yeah, I mean, not recently. The plan for me is to make alpaca wool shoes. Because, you know, boots with the fur. I'm not sticking with the theme that hard, but like I'm sticking with the theme pretty hard. What actually do we have for cloth? I've got 35 alpaca wool cloth. Let's make everybody alpaca wool shoes. Let's do 15. And alpaca socks. Although I'm going to have to make some clothers. So if we're doing some industry here, this can be where the weavers live, and the clothing industry can be in here. Same with eventually stockpiles for it, and I'll eventually hollow out this entire area. Managed to cook an omelet while only using your left hand. Yay! I would have just given up and made, like, scrambled eggs or something, but... I will say, the start to this fort has been, like, kind of tense in places, which has been a lot of fun. But also, like, kind of absurdly slow in other places, which has been super boring. So, like, I'm kind of mixed on this whole fort currently. I've also got a bunch of elephant skull totems that we're decorating right now. Let's just make some pedestals. Yeah, I know that feeling, Horace, is wanting to explore the save that you're currently playing, but also at the same time looking forward to making a new one. There we go. Sand is getting done. This is going to be for prepared meals, specifically. If there happens to be any prepared meals, they can put them there. Them's expensive foods. I mean, it is a stack of 22 elephant spleen stew. Ingredients are well-minced prepared elephant intestines and chopped elephant liver and minced prepared elephant spleen. And I have a elephant calf running around. Well, that's not good. A wild elephant calf, one that I missed somehow. So let's go into here and go clothing and leather. I'll just place one of these. I don't actually need that much of them. And let's go to the tavern and say statue. Wow, it actually gives me an image of a tree. Look at that. Huh. Reminds me of when I sprained my pointer finger and couldn't use my right hand for anything. It was a bit of a pain. A particularly annoying week. Just gonna pull up some pigtails. Get some planted over there eventually. Basically, everybody in this entire fort is busy with work. Okay, well, they really need temples. I said I was going to build one kind of over here, and then I didn't. Could also do one all the way down here. Say, enter through tavern kind of deal. Or just, like, hollow out this area. You know, I'm going to go with that other idea I had before, which is making this over here into my tavern. Or not tavern, temple. Just going to designate it so I don't forget. And that'll be the front door to it right there. Those pieces of granite. Talking about boring, mining out a big obsidian spire safely is pretty boring. Yep. Yeah, I really wish that... My biggest complaint about the like, digging through the... digging into the hidden fun area, my biggest issue with it right now is simply that in older versions of the game, you would do it accidentally. It's goddamn impossible to do it accidentally now. Like, I would argue it is impossible to do it accidentally. Which is not optimal. Just queuing up some granite cabinet. That's how I learned that gemstones burn. Same, actually. Well, I mean, you should be using, like, things where you have pinched muscles, you should be using it to a degree. Because, like, if you're not using it at all, it'll just get weaker faster. Although, I'm not a doctor, so don't ask me. I don't actually know what I'm talking about. Fun pockets sometimes spawn on the edge, and it's possible to find a demon while plugging randomly. I don't know if those are fun pockets. I think those are specifically placed in those. So the dwarves are getting the opportunity to acquire something. Probably good. Also have those elephant leather hoods while acquiring. These dwarves are going to be real happy until they're not anymore, is probably how this fort's going to go. I also need to get those cabinets that, you know, I just told them to make, that they obviously haven't started making yet. Of course, we're decorating random other crap with stuff. Should I give those dwarves elephant skull totems in their bedrooms, or should I put them out around other places? Like, I could put the totems in the tavern. That could be kind of cool. Could also put them in the temple. Or I could just, like, scatter them around randomly. I don't know. Let's place chests in the last bedrooms that don't have them. These ones never got them. Now we're just waiting on cabinets. Manager's taking a nap in their very good bedroom. Also going to need to start smoothing these bedrooms pretty soon. Putting them in the pedestal. Tavern or temple. Saw a video, if you wall off edges of your caverns completely, your covers If you wall off edges of your what? Go guitar? Since they spawn off screen. Oh, you mean like on the edges of like the underworld? Sort of like what I've done with the caverns? I mean, there's lots of ways to dig through that stuff without letting demons in. Okay, well, demons don't come from the caverns. The demons come from the underworld. So you're probably thinking about forgotten beasts, unless you specifically mean demons. But the underworld is like a fourth cavern layer. But that's a secret. Yes, Athoric. And the Eric Games, and the Rick Games, wants you to post beers, chat. So big round of beers, please. You know, actually, just for aesthetics, I like that pillar. Let's go for a natural aesthetic for this temple. Discovered a volcano embark because something in your fort fell in. How did you manage that? Temple? No specific deity. The renowned tongs. Sure. There you go, dwarfs. You can now go pray. Here's hopping that helps. And go make a tube. That can go there. It's 2 done. I'm gonna slowly get more. And then for the pedestals, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't actually know how many I have, but I'm guessing it's around that. I may have made 10. And then these pedestals come running over in a moment, once other things get installed. But I'm sure dwarves are currently putting their stuff away, or I'm hoping dwarves are currently putting their stuff away, or thinking about maybe putting their stuff away. You have a good night, Swery. I hope you get some restful sleeps. All right. So let's go here. We got a reindeer totem. An elephant totem. Another elephant totem. And then these should zip off. Kind of hope they'd be more valuable, but I guess it's just bone spiked with bone and teeth. You know, it's a very artful piece of work, I guess. May have missed one, but that's okay. That's a pretty low priority job, though. Collecting webs, making cabinets, putting stuff away, building things. Plenty of meals. Favorite band? That's a big question. It's a really big question, because it highly depends on mood. It's like, lately I've been listening to a lot of Accept, but I couldn't tell you that they were my favorite band. That's just straight up not true. Except goofy as all hell, but certainly not my favorite band. That's interesting. Always like mildly curious if when I have dwarves that have a bunch of lovers and friends, it's like, were any of those my regulars in Old Fort? Did I kill any of them? It's always possible. Okay. All right, well, the good news is, how old are, well, actually, I think those baby elephants were actually born on the map. But the good news is we do have breeding pairs of elephants. Also, the dwarves are putting away their clothing. See, they're putting their socks away. Good dwarf-a-rende. Do what you need to do. And by putting their socks away, I mean just putting it in their bedroom, because this one doesn't actually have a cabinet yet. But, get you a cabinet, damn it. Got dwarves meditating. Getting their prayer needs done. And chat room. I have a therapy appointment in 20 minutes. I think it's time for me to save the game. That was a good stream. 10 hours and 41 minutes. I think about, I don't know, 3 hours of embarking. I understand certain jobs should be limited to certain dwarves, but what about brewing or cooking? Do not worry about any of that if you are a new player. Absolutely none of that matters. All you need to worry about is making sure that your dwarves have beds, beer, and food, and you're farming, and have a sustainable amount of food. Once you're at that point, then start worrying about who should be restricted. Do not restrict any dwarves. All that you will probably do is set it up so that you, you're gonna set it up so you have infinite loops of nothing actually getting done. Holy shit, the first gifted subs of the stream. Or at least in hours. When was the last gifted sub? Hold on, let me actually check. Now I'm curious. The last gifted sub was 10 hours ago. Thank you. And that was a single gifted sub. I think you, actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You almost doubled my gifted subs for the week. Almost. I had 6 on the week, and you just threw in 5. You just got paid. It's payday. Well, happy payday, Darius. Chat room. Twitch chat. It's time to say goodnight, YouTube. YouTube, I'll see you guys tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific. Twitch chat, don't run away, because we are going to raid somebody. And thank you, seriously, for helping me. You actually just got me back up above 7, or back up above 800 followers. We'd fallen down to 700. And I guarantee you we're going to fall back down below 700. So, thank you. Seriously. Anyway, YouTube, we will see you tomorrow, 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. Pacific, 9 a.m. on Twitch. And take care of yourselves. Yeah, I mean, you don't need to worry about item quality until you've been playing the game for significantly longer.